Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 491 to 510. Zhu Junyang looked at the 2 rows of teeth marks and the glistening layer of saliva that was left on the back of his hands and pretended to be slightly disgusted as he frowned. You deserve to be hit. We're celebrating the New Year's, but what are you saying? So inauspicious. Yu Xiaosao snorted a few times and didn't say anything else. Under the flashing lights in the cold and cheerless street, they leisurely strolled forward. A gust of cold wind and snow blew past them, and Xiaosao, who had just been inside a warm room, couldn't help but let out an involuntary shiver. She unconsciously shrunk back into Zhu Junyang's chest, seeking warmth. Zhu Junyang took off his large overcoat and wrapped the little lass, who seemed as sweet as a kitten, tightly until only her tiny adorable face was left out in the open. Xiaosao had a somewhat tipsy expression on her face as she leaned against the broad and sturdy chest behind her. She swayed slightly with the rocking motions of the horse going forward. Little lass, just how much did you drink earlier? Earlier, when he saw the lonely and empty expression on Xiaosao's face, as she lay on the windowsill, looking up towards the sky, he felt his heart tighten. Under the blossoming fireworks, which brightened and dimmed accordingly, he unexpectedly had a feeling that she could disappear at any time. This type of feeling felt like a giant vice around his heart, as if it could choke him at any time. Luckily, when he spoke, the ethereal air around the little lass momentarily dissipated. The little lass had a secret, and it was also a gargantuan secret. He had long known about this. After all, the little lass displayed astonishing talents at raising crops and using medicines at a very young age. Furthermore, all of these skills were self-taught, which made no logical sense. Sometimes, an absurd and ridiculous idea surfaced within his heart. Was the little lass actually a little immortal who had descended to this mundane world? Was that the reason she had such a big change compared to her earlier self? Zhu Junyang had previously investigated her background long ago in the past. Before she turned 8, Yu Xiaosao had always been sickly and timid. She had been an ordinary little village girl who almost never left the house. How could she possibly pick up the old remnants of a scroll that described recipes and medicinal prescriptions? The change had started after her head had been cracked open. He couldn't help but wonder if that sick and weak Yu Xiaosao had been swapped with a little immortal girl after she became injured and fell unconscious. He speculated that perhaps a soul swap had caused his little lass to become as eccentric and adorable as she was today. Author's note. I have to say, Royal Prince Yang, you almost stumbled upon the truth. The more he went down this path, the more certain Zhu Junyang became, and the more terrified he felt. He was afraid that, on some day, his weird and odd little lass would suddenly leave and that timid and gutless soul would return to the body. He didn't know what he would do if that happened. Would he have a breakdown then? Promise me that you won't leave, all right? The arm that Zhu Junyang had around Xiaosao tightened and he lowered his head to press a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Yu Xiaosao was a bit uncomfortable in his grasp and wriggled for a second before she found a more comfortable position. She raised her head to look Royal Prince Yang in the eye for a second and discovered that his eyes looked quite lonely. She couldn't help but frown. What are you saying? Why would I leave? Where would I go? Promise me to always stay by my side, okay? Zhu Junyang helped her wipe off a pure white snowflake from her hair. His voice sounded gloomy and lonely. Yu Xiaosao could tell that he was in a downcast mood, so she deliberately snorted arrogantly and said, Don't forget, you're still under probation. Whether or not you can pass this trial depends on your behavior. You're such a crafty fellow. Don't think you can take advantage of this beautiful and bewitching night to bait a honey trap for me. I have a heart of steel and a steady will. I won't be so easily conquered by your sweet ways. The chest behind her moved a bit and a large hand suddenly appeared in front of her nose and gently pinched it. Zhu Junyang grinned. All right. Tonight, I will do my best to show you my good side. Yu Xiaosao deliberately acted like she was a frightened little deer and hugged herself. What do you want to do? This young maiden hasn't reached her age of majority, so you absolutely cannot do anything too weird. The movement on his chest became more obvious and Zhu Junyang deliberately used a look full of disdain to inspect her flat body from head to toe. He clicked his tongue. Your chest is as flat as your back. Is there anything worth this prince messing around with? Stinky fellow. You lose points for this, lose points. You're making fun of my figure, so I must take 10 points from you. Yu Xiaosao hollered loudly, and there was a bit of anger and humiliation on her face. Just watch, in 2 more years, this young maiden will become more elegant and beautiful, and I'll have plenty to look at from head to toe. You're such a cad to make fun of a young maiden who hasn't reached maturity. This prince was wrong. When have I ever not admitted that I was wrong? I'll make it up to you. I heard that, in the south, they have a type of fruit called papaya, and it has the ability to make one's bosom grow. This prince will send some ships down to bring some back for you. How's that? Zhu Junyang stifled his urge to laugh and cleared his throat subtly. Yu Xiaosao was interested at the prospect of eating southern fruits, so she didn't jib with him about his joke about her chest. She exclaimed, I want to eat durian, jackfruit, passion fruit, dragon fruit, lychee, coconut, longan, bring some papaya too. We can use it to make papaya milk, and it's very delicious and refreshing. I got it, little foodie. Ever since they had a method to craft ice, Zhu Junyang was no longer afraid of transporting perishable goods from the south. He silently remembered the names of the fruits that the little lass mentioned. There were some he had never heard of before, yet she, who had never been to the south, rattled them off as if they were as familiar to her as her own backyard. He was once again even more sure that she wasn't an ordinary person. Where are you taking me? If we keep going, we'll leave the city. Tonight was a national celebration, so there wasn't the usual curfew. Other than a few people who stepped outside their gates to gaze at the fireworks, there weren't a lot of people on the streets. Zhu Junyang was silent for a moment before he said, This prince especially reserved a few fireworks for you, and I want to find a place empty of people to allow you to enjoy them. The more people watch, the better the fireworks look. Right now the weather is getting colder. If we exit the capital now, then the officials and soldiers guarding the capital will think we're a bunch of idiots. Yu Xiaosao let out a large yawn. She was currently very warm and comfortable, which made her feel slightly sleepy. Zhu Junyang tapped her nose when he saw the little lass's drowsy expression. He looked around and was quiet before he said, Then let's set them off at the city walls. That way, we can enjoy them with the soldiers who are guarding the walls on New Year's Eve. Yes, this is a good idea. In her past life, there were some leaders who would give their greetings to their subordinates during the New Year's. Royal Prince Yang was actually a general, so there shouldn't be any problems with him celebrating with the guards and soldiers, right? Under the flabbergasted looks of the soldiers, the two of them climbed up to the wall. Yu Xiaosao almost tripped over the long and large overcoat that was around her, but luckily Zhu Junyang swiftly grabbed onto her and pulled her back onto the wall before she could fall. The fireworks at the wall exploded into existence one after another. The words, Happy New Year, Blissful Family, and The Country Celebrates blossomed in the air, and the bright lights seemed to dazzle a person's eyes. The guards on the wall exclaimed in astonishment and pleasure at this display. Following that, the words, Happy New Year, I love you, and I will give you happiness, appeared in the air. These phrases were all written in English and had no meaning to most of the people on the wall. Ha, this absolutely must have been an idea that the emperor came up for you. Did I guess right? Under the brilliant rose-shaped firework that blazed in the sky, Xiaosao had a bewitching expression on her face. Her sweet smile seemed incredibly beautiful at that moment. Zhu Junyang slowly nodded his head and raised his head up to gaze at those magnificent firework roses that bloomed in the sky. He stated in a somewhat strange voice, You understand these foreign words? I reckon you've come from the same place as the emperor, and it must be a mysterious and strange nation. That's right. It's an ancient and flourishing country. Perhaps the night sky was too beautiful, or the fireworks too glorious, or the person in front of her was too gentle and handsome. Yu Xiaosao muttered her thoughts out without any regard to where she was. A sparkling tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. You still able to return? Zhu Junyang hurriedly asked a follow-up question when he heard her confess. This was the question that he had wanted to know the answer to the most. I can't go back. It's impossible to go back, Yu Xiaosao stated in a distracted tone. In her previous life, she was only an ordinary worker and owner of a braised food store. In this life, she had encountered so many beautiful and strange events. Who would have thought that she, a little farmer's girl, could actually become a female official and feudal princess? Furthermore, She even had such an incredible man next to her who was willing to be her partner. If she had the choice, then it would take a lot of courage for her to let all of this go and go back. Zhu Junyang extended a large and lanky hand and gently grasped her soft little hand. He lowered his head to smile sweetly at her. Don't feel sad, this prince will stay by your side, accompany you, protect you, love you, and won't allow you to be bullied one bit. You will discover that staying behind is the most wise decision you have ever made. A scarlet-red firework in the shape of a heart exploded in the sky. Snowflakes danced merrily in the wind and circled the two people as if they were spotless white butterflies frisking in the air. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected the flickering, brilliant light in the air and a happy smile graced her face. She wished for a second that she could stay in this moment forever. Bend down, I want to say something to you. Yu Xiaoxiao had a gentle look glowing in her eyes and Zhu Junyang almost drowned in it. He didn't want to wake up from this scene. Like a big, loyal dog, Zhu Junyang obediently bent down and placed his ear close to Xiaoxiao, waiting for the little lass to tell him what she wanted to say. Suddenly, a soft and somewhat moist sensation touched his cheek. He could hear a barely audible voice that seemed to have merged with the wind say, I'm so fortunate to be able to meet you. He clasped the cheek that had been kissed and a foolish smile crept onto Zhu Junyang's handsome face. It looked quite funny. Another smile blossomed onto Yu Xiaoxiao's face and it seemed more splendid and beautiful than the sky lit up by brilliant exploding fireworks. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but reveal a giant grin. The little lass kissed him. The little lass has finally grown up. His patience and efforts were not in vain as the little lass finally had a place for him in her heart. Did you all hear this? The little lass said, I'm so fortunate to be able to meet you. Ah, in fact, him being able to meet her was one of the miracles of his life. He pulled the little lass into his arms and, under the astonished looks of the guards, gleefully raised her up as he turned around. This prince is too happy. Today is the best day of this prince's life. The soldiers all thought, the rumors are true. Royal Prince Yang is pursuing feudal Princess Jinan. Aren't we only able to see these romantic fireworks today because of the feudal princess? Tisk tisk. What type of taste does Royal Prince Yang have? He actually likes an ordinary little farming girl. Truly a mismatched couple and they look so odd together. However, there were other guards who didn't have the same thoughts. Feudal Princess Jinan was the goose that laid the golden eggs. Just the greenhouse-grown vegetables and fruits alone made her a fortune this winter, let alone her other business endeavors. How many noble maidens in the capital could claim they had that under their belts? Furthermore, the emperor clearly valued feudal Princess Jinan. Whoever married her would acquire a great helper for his future. If Zhu Junyang knew what these men were thinking, he would have been incensed. With this prince's abilities, do I truly need someone to help me? Do you think this prince is a good-for-nothing who relies on his wife to support him? Although winter in the capital was cold, it was still quite lively. Snow started falling during New Year's Eve, and, while there were some breaks in snowfall, it continued to snow now and then until the 16th of the first month. This was the first time the Yu family celebrated the New Year's at the capital. Zhu Junyang no longer acted as aloof and cold as before. Instead, he had morphed into the ideal son-in-law around his future wife's family. He was warm and considerate to them as he took them around the capital to take in the sights. On the 5th day after the New Year's, there was a temple fair at Baiyangguan Temple that was located in the suburbs of the capital. The whole group of them went to attend the fair to sightsee and participate in sacrifices to the gods, sacrifices to the ancestors, hitting the golden coin to ask for wealth, touching the stone monkey, and other common temple activities. On the 8th day after the New Year's, there were festivals and plays at some of the more wealthy suburbs around the capital. Zhu Junyang asked around and found the suburb with the most festive activities and brought the Yu family there to watch performers on stilts, parade floats, festive drumming, folk dancing, banner dancing, lion dancing, small carts, bamboo horses. They were all able to participate and enjoy the celebrations. Everyone had loads of fun. The most festive moment, of course, was the Lantern Festival on the 15th day. That evening, before darkness fell, Zhu Junyang ate a bowl of glutinous sweet dumplings with his parents, eldest brother, and eldest sister-in-law before he hurried out. Imperial Prince Jing swallowed his final bite of glutinous dumpling as he frowned at the sight of his youngest son leaving in a rush. He stated casually, "This youngster's heart seems to be elsewhere lately. He hasn't even calmed down during the New Year's. Where is he going now?" Princess Consort Jing had a smile flickering on her lips as she remarked with slight jealousy, "Isn't it obvious that his heart is elsewhere? Ah. He is always thinking about that little sweetheart of his, so he doesn't have any time to spend with his old father and mother. Instead, he's off to spend time with his future in-laws." They didn't even need to ask before he volunteered to escort them off to enjoy the lanterns. "Everyone always says that girls will leave the nest, but our third son is also leaving the nest too. Yanger truly has his eye on you, Xiaosao," Imperial Prince Jing asked in a manner that didn't show his thoughts on the matter. "I'd bet gold on it." Princess Consort Jing took the offered cup of warm water from Meixiong's hands and took a sip as she gently washed her mouth. She looked at her husband and asked back, "What? You don't agree with his choice?" Prince Jing glanced at his wife and replied cautiously, "My opinion isn't important. What's important is whether you see eye to eye with that young maiden. As a father-in-law, how many times in one day can I encounter a daughter-in-law? Don't you spend the most time with the daughters-in-law instead? The most important thing is that she's able to get along with you and make you happy." His casual remarks had unintended effects. The wife to Prince Jing's heir had a somewhat unnatural expression appear on her face. Ordinarily, she didn't spend much time with her mother-in-law. Other than greeting her husband's mother in the morning, she rarely had the time to chat and interact with her. In fact, she wasn't the type of person who was good at worming her way into other people's good graces. In addition, her mother-in-law also had no interest in managing the household. There were a lot of things to take care of at Imperial Prince Jing's estate, and all of these matters had fallen onto her once she married in. Luckily, while she was still an unmarried young lady, her mother had often taken her along when she was managing household matters. Furthermore, she had experienced stewards and senior servants helping out too. After working hard for half a year, she was finally able to make things run smoothly at the estate. Usually, she was busy managing all of these things, so she naturally had very little time to spend with her mother-in-law. Based on what the imperial prince was saying though, she truly wasn't an ideal daughter-in-law. Princess Consort Jing had noticed the awkward expression on her eldest daughter-in-law's face and secretly glared at her husband as she said, "From what you're saying, our sons' wives aren't for them but for me. Ah. If this came out, who would be willing to marry their daughters to our sons? Try to be a bit more serious. Our son naturally has to marry a wife that he likes. After all, the two of them will be spending the rest of their lives together. I'm usually quite busy, so I was only afraid that you'd be lonely presiding over such a large courtyard by yourself." Imperial Prince Jing also thought that his earlier words were not quite right, so he hurriedly tried to explain himself. Princess Consort Jing slanted another annoyed look at him. "What kind of eyesight do you have that you think I'm lonely? Ah. I spend my time raising flowers, walking around the garden, and playing with the dogs and cats. I'm quite pleased with my life. Ah. Don't you know that odd temperament of your youngest son? Ah. Let's not talk about the fact that I already like that last Xiaosao. Even if I didn't, he would still marry her. Unless you want our youngest son to be alone, like a monk, for the rest of his life, it's going to happen." Imperial Prince Jing naturally knew what his youngest son was like. From his subordinates' reports, Miss Yu looked weak and delicate on the outside, but she was still able to rein in that tiger of a son of his. In fact, she was even able to stop his son from breaking out into one of his monstrous tantrums. This truly showed that each pot had its own lid to match and that the gods had ordained this from the get-go. Furthermore, the little lass was incredibly skilled at crafting and making medicinal cuisines. The medicinal cuisine she made completely healed his wife's previous weak and broken body. From that alone, the little lass was the whole residence's lucky star. Ah, my Zhu family is truly an affectionate group. From this aspect, Yanger took after me. Imperial Prince Jing saw that his eldest son and daughter-in-law had tactfully left the room and decided that he no longer needed to hold back. He scurried over to curry favor with his wife. Princess Consort Jing glanced at him and had a faint smile on her face as she rebuked, "My son is much better than you. At least Yanger has never had any fluttering birds or butterflies around him. As for you, how are you considered affectionate? If it wasn't for those rotten peach blossoms around you, do you think our family would have turned out like this? Zhu Shaola, let me tell you, if our Yanger hadn't encountered Yu Xiaosao and gotten back to normal, I wouldn't have forgiven you in this lifetime. See here, you're bringing back that old stale stuff again. Do you think as his father I also didn't feel bad about this? That I didn't regret this? Imperial Prince Jing noticed that his wife seemed a bit angry again and hurriedly apologized. He pretended to seem a bit lost and lonely as he sighed. Maiwan, you also said earlier that parents, siblings and children are just passing moments in one's life. In the end, the person who accompanies me for the rest of life is my old partner. How can you quarrel with me for the sake of our children? Princess Consort Jing pushed away his face and playfully spat, go away. Who's your old partner? Ah. Just where do I look old? Lady Fang is only younger than me by a couple of years, yet she just had Liner. Ah. How can I be old? Ah. My bad, it's all my fault. Prince Jing looked at his wife's tender and glowing skin that seemed to be more beautiful than a young maiden's. In the past, there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes, but they had all disappeared after she had consumed the specially crafted medicinal tea that the Yu family's little lass had made. Now, she was someone in her 40s who looked like she had just entered her 30s. He hastily flattered her, Maiwan, I just discovered that you seem to be getting younger with every passing day. When you go out with our son, you look like siblings. That's not okay. I need to ask Miss Yu if she has any tea that is suitable for me. Otherwise, in another 2 years, I'm going to look like your father. Just thinking about that makes me shiver with fear. HMPH, weren't you trying to fight for favor with our children? How come now you feel like you're getting old? However, men become more attractive with age. The older they get, the more flavor they have. I don't mind you looking like this, so why do you want to become younger looking? Ah. You want to seduce some young maidens. Princess Consort Jing was quite happy after being complimented by her husband. However, she deliberately didn't show her pleasure and instead deliberately asked her husband this. All of the maid servants and senior servants in the residence knew that the imperial prince didn't like having people around him when he was alone with his wife. Thus, there was no one around to witness the two of them playfully bickering and flirting with each other. Imperial Prince Jing swept a look around the room and discovered that there were no people around. Thus, he became more dishonorable. He pulled his wife onto his lap and started to stroke her slim and soft waist. The look in his eyes became gentle and sweet. Other than you, I don't want to seduce anyone else. Weren't you envious of Lady Fang having Liner earlier? Looks like I need to work a little harder and take the attention from that guy, Fang Mingzi. How about we give Yanger and the others a little sister, You old, shameless fellow. Princess Consort Jing didn't get to finish her scolding before she was suddenly quieted. Her entire body had also been lifted up in the air. By the time she got her senses back, she discovered that she was being carried princess style by her husband and they were walking out of the reception hall towards the bedroom. The maid servants, who were waiting outside, were all surprised by this sight and hurriedly lowered their heads to pretend that they didn't see anything. Princess Consort Jing was simultaneously embarrassed and angry, so she forcefully scratched at her husband a few times as they entered the bedroom. The room quieted down for a moment and then intimate noises soon followed. The maid servants were all immediately embarrassed by this, but they also envied the prince and his wife for their close relationship. The two of them had already been married for a couple of decades, yet they were still so passionate together. Zhu Junyang, who had left the residence, didn't know that his parents were currently undergoing an embarrassing mission of making another human back at home. He was currently headed towards the Yu residence. By the time he got there, the Yu family had already finished eating their sweet glutinous dumplings and gotten ready. They were just waiting for him now. At first, little Shido was a bit wary of this man who was trying to snatch away his second sister. However, after romping around for a few days with his future brother-in-law, little Shido was now a die-hard fan of his second brother-in-law. It wasn't because he was valuing benefits over his sister. It was because he could tell after these few days just how much royal Prince Yang cared about his sister. Although the prince had a horrible reputation as a beast, in front of little Shitu's sister, he became as loyal and obedient as a large dog. He not only took care of his second sister's every need like she was a precious princess, but he also treated their entire family with courtesy and respect and made sure they were all doing well. Little Shido naturally had a very close relationship with his second sister, so he obviously wanted her to be able to obtain happiness. In his eyes, none of the men in the world were worthy of his second sister. Only Zhu Junyang barely met his high expectations. After staying in the capital, he had been taken along to a few scholarly gatherings with Headmaster Yuan. While he was taking in these new experiences, he also heard a few rumors regarding his second sister. The children of the wealthy and powerful in the capital all had their eyes on the tops of their heads. The vast majority of noblemen were chauvinistic to the extreme. His second sister had always been hardworking and innovative. Even his master said that if his second sister had been born a boy, it was likely that she would be no worse than the Zhou family in Tanggu town. When his second sister arrived at the capital, she not only showed her strength but also came up with the blazingly popular greenhouse vegetables. Now, all of the wealthy families needed to have her vegetables on the table. Some people praised her in an effort to get a connection with her, but there were plenty of others who derided her for being a woman who usurped authority, disturbed the societal norms, and acted beyond her status. Furthermore, the Yu family didn't have an illustrious background, so trying to find a man who truly loved, cherished and respected his second sister would be difficult. Fortunately, Royal Prince Yang had long established his intentions and was doing his best to pursue his second sister. From the looks of it, the prince was a barely acceptable match, so little Shido was able to reluctantly acknowledge him as his second brother-in-law. However, if his second sister didn't like the prince, no matter how good he was, little Shido would not agree to this match. However, it looked like his second sister currently didn't reject Royal Prince Yang's attempts to get closer to her. Regardless, he needed to keep an eye on this. Older sister. Linlin missed you a lot. Linlin loves older sister the most. Linlin also wants to go out with you to look at the colored lanterns. When he heard a childish and sweet little voice pipe up, little Shido rolled his eyes inwardly. Bah, another person was here who was trying to steal his second sister away from him. The wet nurse came in holding Fang Haolin, who was wearing so many clothes that he resembled a little ball. When the little kid saw his older sister, he struggled to be put down. As soon as he reached the ground, he staggered over to Xiaoxiao like a fat little ball. Xiaoxiao stepped forward a couple of steps to support him and lifted him up with a bit of effort. When Zhu Junyang saw her struggling, his eyebrows slightly furrowed and he reached out to grab little Linlin instead. Fang Haolin had just been able to snuggle into his older sister's warm and fragrant arms. Before he could enjoy the feeling and grin happily, he was suddenly taken out of his sister's arms and held by another person. He stupidly raised his head and saw Royal Prince Yang's cold and indifferent face. The little boy's face immediately creased. You're not allowed to cry. Zhu Junyang truly was the stuff of nightmares for little children. After hearing the youth's soft reprimand, little Linlin's eyes filled up with tears but not a single one dripped down. He had a wronged expression on his face that was enough to melt anyone's heart. Zhu Junyang looked at the little fellow's adorable manner and suddenly the thought came up into his mind whether his future children with Xiaoxiao would be as cute. Would they also be chubby and soft and so adorable that you didn't dare to make them sad? His voice softened perceptibly as he explained, your older sister is too skinny and is unable to support your weight. You're a boy and in the future you need to protect your older sister, so you can't just start crying for any old reason. Fang Haolin nodded as if he didn't quite understand the youth's words and then turned his head around to see his father and mother smiling at him. He hurriedly reached out his hands. His eyes had a look of yearning in them as he stared at his parents. This uncle is too scary, save me soon. Fang Zizhen noticed that his son looked a bit wilted and grinned foolishly at the side. He even said to his wife, have Junyang continue to hold him off. In the future, Liner will become a general and he can't be too cowardly. The more time he spends with Junyang, the more he can practice. Was this something a biological father should be saying? Fang Zizhen turned towards Xiaoxiao and had a completely different reaction. Cower, it's cold outside so you need to wear more. Otherwise, you might get chilled. In a bit, when you go look at the colored lanterns, there will be a lot of people, so all of you servants need to be careful and make sure to protect your young miss. Prevent her from being squeezed through the crowd. Do you all hear me? Fang Haolin's inner thoughts. Lin Lin was picked up at the side of the road, only older sister as their biological daughter. Lin Lin wants to leave home and find my true biological parents. The little fellow hung his head down dispiritedly and was resigned to his fate being carried by his future brother-in-law. He looked withered and would, from time to time, glance at his older sister in a pathetic manner. Fortunately, when they left, his older sister spent the entire time next to his future brother-in-law who had an icy cold face. With his older sister by his side, Fang Haolin very quickly stopped being unhappy and regained his cheerfulness. Dazzling lanterns filled the sky and people wound through them like the tide. The streets were illuminated brightly by the lights, and citizens of all ages, men and women, old and young matrons leading their children, were in the streets calling merrily to their friends. Zhu Junyang was afraid that Xiaoxiao would be squeezed unceremoniously by the giant crowd, so he used his strength to boost Fang Haolin onto his shoulders. He left one hand to support the little boy's legs while he used his other arm to monopolize Xiaoxiao. When people squeezed by, he pulled Xiaoxiao towards his chest and tightly protected her. This was the first time Fang Haolin had ever been up so high. He was stunned for a moment before he became excited. He observed everything from high above and saw people below him who were shorter than him by a head and the bright and colorful beautiful lanterns in the not far distance. Sweet lisps of laughter burst from his lips and occasionally he would let out a few screams in delight. The whole family walked together at first. As more and more people filled the streets, they were slowly separated from each other. Fortunately, none of them were far from the others. With Fang Haolin high above the crowd and also letting out a few squeals of excitement here and there, no one in their group was lost from the others. The shops on both sides of the streets had been open since the 5th day after the New Year's. In order to attract customers, all of the stalls were decorated festively and almost every single one of them had colored lanterns hanging in the front. The types and variety of lanterns in front of the stores seemed to advertise their popularity and wares to the people. Thus, all of the shopkeepers did their best to get their hands on the most beautiful and interesting lanterns. There were lanterns shaped like flowers, birds, fish, and people. They were all painted bright colors, such as red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and bright white. It made a gorgeous and bewitching sight. Some lanterns were large, others were small. Some were shaped like rectangles, while others were round. Many different shapes were available. Red ones, yellow ones, green ones, purple ones. The colors were unmatched and brilliant. There were silk lanterns, paper lanterns, glass lanterns, bamboo lanterns. Multitudes of materials were used. The most beautiful lanterns were the ones that were crafted from the imperial palace. There's one shaped like 2 dragons holding a bright pearl. One shaped like the fortuitous 3 goats, one shaped like the 4 auspicious flowers of the seasons, one shaped as the 5 blessed and lucky bats, one shaped as the 8 immortals crossing the sea. They were made so beautifully that they looked realistic and made people gape in admiration. With Zhu Junyang as her escort, Yu Xiaoxiao was always able to stand in the spot that was best for admiring the lights. She felt like she was almost lost in the beauty of the lanterns. What Fang Haolin found most interesting were the lanterns that the other children were holding. Even though their hands had turned red from the cold, their noses had mucus dripping down, and their heads were covered with snow, those children were still incredibly happy to have a lantern on hand. Fish, horse, rabbit. Fang Haolin pointed out the types of lanterns each child was holding. Yu Xiaoxiao also looked towards where he was pointing and watched as the small children played with their lanterns and sang nursery rhymes cheerfully. In the festive atmosphere, the pure and innocent smiles of the children seemed incredibly precious. The children who didn't have lanterns in their hands stood in front of the stalls selling lanterns, looking at them pitifully. Towards the end of the New Year's celebrations, any family that had a bit of spare cash on hand couldn't resist fulfilling their children's wishes to have a lantern. Even being given the most crude paper lanterns would cause a child to smile broadly. They stopped in front of a shop selling various lanterns. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over the variety of wares being sold there. The simplest lanterns had a bamboo skeleton that had white paper pasted over. These came in shapes of the 12 animals from the zodiac, such as rooster, horse, ox, sheep. The entire roster was there. The ones that the children liked the most were the lanterns that had wheels on them, such as the horse, sheep and rabbit lanterns. As such, these were more expensive. Whichever child had a lantern in wheels on it would always have a bunch of his or her friends behind, looking at it enviously. Those children were incredibly proud and happy as they strode forward with their wheeled lantern. This prince will buy whichever lantern that you like. Zhu Junyang had noticed that the little lass was staring at the children who were pulling along their wheeled lanterns. Didn't that mean she wanted one? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not a little child, so how could I shamelessly hold a lantern around? Don't come up with these silly ideas. Why are these silly ideas? You're only 13 and haven't reached your age of majority, so it's perfectly fine for you to hold onto a lantern. Do you like the ones with wheels on them? I will buy you one. How about this monkey? Or this dog with its tongue out? Zhu Junyang enthusiastically helped her to pick lanterns out. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very interested, but that didn't mean that Fang Haolan, who was currently being ignored, wasn't. He pulled on Zhu Junyang's ears forcefully from side to side and hollered, Tiny. I want the tiny lamp. From the moment Fang Haolan saw the Yu family's pet roe deer, he cried and wailed that he wanted to bring the creature back home. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to let the kid cry during the New Year's, so she lent Tiny to him for a few days. Author's note. Hopefully the little roe deer wasn't too scarred by this. Yu Xiaoxiao looked over at where the little fellow's plump hand was pointing and saw a lantern shaped like a deer made out of thin, reinforced paper. His future younger brother-in-law had spoken. Although Zhu Junyang wasn't very pleased that the kid was pulling on his ears, he still took out some money to buy the deer-shaped lantern. The little boy held the lantern that was lit up with a candle in his hands and returned to his inquisitive and sweet manner. His dark round eyes stared at the lantern in delight. Because he was young, Fang Zizhen and his wife rarely took him out of the residence. This was the first time he had seen so many people around and so many lights in such a lively setting. The little fellow was incredibly delighted by all of this. Zhu Junyang persevered until Yu Xiaoxiao finally picked out a glass lantern that turned to reveal different images of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. When the lantern was lit, the contraption turned around and around, showing different types of scenes. There was Han Shangzi blowing his flute, then there was He Xianggu holding a lotus, and then there was Zhang Guolao riding his donkey. Even Fang Haolan, who was on Zhu Junyang's shoulders, was fascinated by the changing images. He held onto the prince's head and leaned over to stare at the lantern. Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid he might fall down and reached up to let him hold onto the glass lantern. Unfortunately, the little fellow's hands were too weak to hold onto it, so he could only pout unhappily and watch as his older sister held onto the lamp. However, he was soon distracted by the sugar painting stalls. His older sister had once told him the story of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc in heaven. Thus, he ended up choosing a sugar painting made in the shape of a monkey. After playing around with it a bit, he finally couldn't resist the sweet smell of the sugar and bit off the monkey's head. He chewed noisily on the treat in utter delight. You be careful up there. If you get this prince's hair dirty, your little butt will feel the pain. Zhu Junyang was somewhat of a clean freak and was slightly disgusted by the little fellow's saliva. He hurriedly brought the boy down from his shoulders and held him in one arm while the other took the offered handkerchief from Xiaoxiao. He patiently wiped the saliva that had congealed on little Linlin's chin. The cold and arrogant royal Prince Yang actually had such a patient side to him. Although his expression looked impatient, his hands were quite gentle. He was like a strict father who treated his kids seriously but still loved them as much as their mother. In the future, he was probably going to be a good father, right? Yu Xiaoxiao watched their interactions and the dimples on her cheeks became slightly visible. Eat. You eat some candy. After spending an entire evening with him, the little fellow Fang Haolan no longer seemed scared of Zhu Junyang. He presented the sugar painting that didn't have a head anymore towards the other person's mouth. Zhu Junyang dodged the boy's clumsy attempts and didn't even bother to hide the disdain in his voice. Who wants to eat a sugar painting that has your saliva all over it? It's all right, you can eat it yourself. This prince doesn't need your good thoughts. When Fang Haolan saw that the other person was not grateful for his generous offer of something he really liked, he puffed up his cheeks and took the sugar painting back. With another crunch, he bit off half of the monkey's body and noisily chewed on the treat. His saliva continued to drip out of his mouth. Zhu Junyang had a helpless look on his face as he helped to wipe the little boy clean. When had he ever served someone else since he was born? As expected, Children were truly annoying. Do you want to eat some? Yu Xiaoxiao had bought a stick of candied hawthorn fruits and had bitten off half of one fruit. It was so sour that she scrunched up her entire face. Eat. In actuality, Zhu Junyang didn't like to eat sour foods one bit. However, when he saw half of the red fruit with bite marks on it, he stretched out his neck and gobbled up the remaining half. He chewed on it with relish. You ate something that has older sister's saliva on it. Fang Haolin had an outraged expression on his face. You eat older sister's food but you don't eat Linlin's. You're truly humiliating this baby. Although Zhu Junyang still had his usual frosty expression on his face, he replied in a roguish manner, "This prince just likes to eat your sister's saliva, okay? Isn't it right and proper for men to eat a woman's saliva? Leave your saliva for your future wife to eat. What kind of nonsense are you saying? You're going to misguide the child." Yu Xiaoxiao flushed bright red and she reached out to twist Zhu Junyang's arm. There were so many people on the streets, so how could it be good if other people heard this? This fellow's skin was truly too thick in that he wasn't afraid of other people laughing at him. The news is true. Junshou restaurant has ice lanterns in the front. Quickly go find a good place. Someone sped past Yu Xiaoxiao and almost touched her arm. She was startled by this sudden appearance but immediately her waist tightened. By the time she realized what had happened, she had already been drawn into that warm chest. She raised her head and met a pair of dark phoenix eyes that seemed to glitter like the stars. It was as if they were two deep pools that could draw one's soul into them. Yu Xiaoxiao was about to be bewitched by them when a snowflake leisurely floated down and coincidentally landed on her nose. She unconsciously looked at that pure white snowflake and wasn't aware that, in another person's eyes, she had a silly look on her face while being cross-eyed. She felt that person's chest rumble and a large hand gently brushed the snowflake off of her nose. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiao realize just how funny she looked earlier. She firmly glared at Zhu Junyang, who was suppressing his laughter, and forcefully pushed him away. He was blatantly hugging her in such a public place. How scandalous. She didn't want to admit anything, so she became angry out of humiliation. Zhu Junyang raised the hood on her cloak to cover her head and brushed off all of the snow that had fallen onto her shoulders. His smile seemed to be as bright as the lights around them and it had an alluring quality to it. The young ladies and matrons around who saw him all revealed a bashful smile and their eyes lingered on him, attracting all of the bees and butterflies. Yu Xiaoxiao snorted grumpily. Zhu Junyang hurriedly stopped smiling and reverted to a grim expression and starkly cold eyes. The young women around them, who had been surreptitiously looking at him, suddenly felt like they had seen a demon. Their faces immediately turned white and they all retreated one after another. Are you satisfied by this now? When Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look at Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but unconsciously soften his expression. The loving gentleness in his eyes was enough to make someone intoxicated. Older sister, it's so scary. Fang Haolin, who was gnawing on the sugar painting, had been scared by Zhu Junyang's earlier expression. He pouted his lips and sobbed as if he had been wronged. Zhu Junyang glared at him. You're such a coward, yet you claim you'll protect your older sister when you get older. It's more likely your older sister will be the one protecting you. Do you see that young fellow wearing a light green colored robe? He is also the younger brother of your older sister and has already become a county official at such a young age. He's determined to place first in the Imperial Palace exams. After he does that, he'll become a powerful official and help back your older sister up. If you don't get more courage, then you'll be pushed down by him. Yu Xiaoxiao found this hilarious yet a bit too much. She picked up little Linlin, who had been begging for a hug, and said, "Why are you telling him this? Can't you see he hasn't even reached the age of 2 yet? It'd be surprising if he could understand what you're saying. Older sister, when Linlin gets older, I'll become a big general and I'll fight bad people to protect you." When he said the term, bad people, Fang Haolin surreptitiously glanced at Zhu Junyang and it was clear how the little fellow categorized the prince in his mind. How could Zhu Junyang allow Xiaoxiao to carry the little fatty? The little lass had such slim arms and legs, so what if she became tired? He looked at Fang Haolin with contempt and said, "What kind of big general is this cowardly? When the bad people come, you're going to be crying instead. How can you protect your older sister? Linlin is very brave." Fang Haolin was very upset by this and was no longer cowed by the prince's glares. He puffed up his cheeks and stared intently at Zhu Junyang as if by doing this he wouldn't be scared anymore. How do you prove you're brave? As soon as I look a bit gloomy, you want to cry. Is that a sign that you're brave? Zhu Junyang had an expression that stated he didn't believe the little boy as he secretly observed the little kid's reactions. Fang Haolin scrunched up his little face for a long time before he finally stretched out his hand in an effort to prove he wasn't scared as he stated, Linlin is not crying. Linlin is brave. In the future, Linlin will become a great general and fight bad people. That's the spirit. Zhu Junyang took the little boy back into his arms and lowered his head to talk to Xiaoxiao, who was hiding a smile. It looks like your parents are walking toward the direction of Junsho restaurant to go look at the ice lanterns. Should we follow them too? I heard that Junsho restaurant is selling late-night snacks. After walking around, it's easy to get hungry and tired, so we can also stop at the building and rest our feet while eating some food. Before Xiaoxiao could reply, he lifted up little Haolin in his left arm and grasped Yu Xiaoxiao's hand in his right. They followed the stream of people headed towards Junsho restaurant. Beautiful lights lit up the criss-crossing streets, producing an image of a flourishing land. On the two sides of the street, different varieties of lanterns lit the way and the bright glow of the candles inside of them flickered and swayed. The unique ice lanterns in front of Junsho restaurant were actually Yu Xiaoxiao's idea. In her previous life, the thing she regretted the most was that she had never traveled to Harbin in the winter to admire their ice sculptures and lanterns. Winter in the capital this year was quite cold, which was why she casually spouted this thought. However, she didn't expect third young Master Zhou to take it to heart and actually follow through. By the time they got close to Junsho restaurant, there was already a giant crowd, that had to be at least 3 shoulders deep, surrounding the building. It was obvious just how popular these ice lanterns were. In front of Junsho restaurant were 2 large ice sculptures that had been shaped into lions, and they resembled the guardian stone lions in front of temples. Inside them were giant red candles, which lit them up from within. It made them look festive and pure. Nearby, there were all sorts of finely sculpted ice lanterns, such as pavilions, buildings, bridges, animals, humans, and court ladies. It was truly a beautiful and fascinating sight to behold. It was as if they had entered a fairyland that was made entirely out of ice. Third young Master Zhou was currently at one of the nearby buildings, looking down on the crowd below. He suddenly spotted a familiar figure within the people and hurried down the building. He managed to squeeze through the crowd with difficulty and finally arrived in front of Yu Xiaoxiao and Royal Prince Yang. Why are you guys stuck in the crowd? Be careful to not get stepped on. Come, go into the building with me. I especially reserved a room upstairs where you can see all of the ice lanterns from above. The view was quite spectacular up there. Yu Xiaoxiao followed him as they headed towards Junsho restaurant. Zhu Junyang came along with Fang Haolin in his arms as he also protected Xiaoxiao from being squished by the crowd around him. Luckily, he had long legs and arms, so he didn't need to struggle as hard. Third young master, have you seen my parents and godparents? Yu Xiaoxiao quietly asked after she reached the 3rd floor. She was currently sitting in the private room by the window and drinking a warm cup of tea. Third young Master Zhou shook his head and replied, I didn't see them. Are you sure they came over here? I'll have the people downstairs keep an eye out. If they see Uncle Yu and the others, they will immediately invite them over to this private room. There are too many people downstairs looking at the lights. It might be difficult to find anyone for a bit. Yu Xiaoxiao stuck her head out the window to look and enjoyed the gorgeous and delicate icy lanterns. She had to admit that she couldn't look down on the ancient people's creativity and work. The ice lanterns downstairs were all delicate and gorgeous and were obviously much more beautiful and interesting than the other lanterns in front of other stores. Zhu Junyang placed Fang Haolin at the windowsill and held on to the boy as he stuck half his body outside. The prince avidly observed Xiaoxiao's side profile. The little lass had gotten older by 1 year after the New Year's and seemed to have become more beautiful. The childish part of her was gradually disappearing and revealing the charm and grace of a young maiden. What are you looking at me for? Go look at the lights. He was staring too obviously at her and it made Yu Xiaoxiao feel a bit antsy. She felt her cheeks redden from embarrassment and even her ears were heating up. Ultimately, she couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to glower at him angrily. The lights aren't as pretty as you. Zhu Junyang was now completely shameless and really had no compunctions left. He even said something so shameless in front of third young Master Zhou. Was he not even a bit embarrassed? Fang Haolin. I'm still here. Me. You don't just ignore Linlin just because Linlin is small. Zhu Junyang. Anyone younger than 3 isn't considered a person. Fang Haolin glares angrily. Third young Master Zhou opened his eyes wide and stared in astonishment at Zhu Junyang. Was still the same widely known cold-faced royal prince. Why did he suddenly get off his high horse and became a youth who was head over heels in love? This guy could say such sappy and lovely things without even batting an eye or turning red. It was really too much. Such sticky sweet sentiments truly prickled a single man's heart. He couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Zixu did his best to suppress the rising tide of jealousy within him, but a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. If he hadn't put all of his efforts in establishing Junshou restaurant and the family business in order to prove himself to his grandfather and the Zhou family and instead listened to his heart to pursue Yu Xiaoxiao, would he be the one next to her right now? Would he be the one whispering sweet nothings to her? Although he now had the trust of his clan and was the acknowledged heir of the family business, he discovered that he had lost his chance with that person as she had already been taken away by someone else. It felt like his heart had been dug away and he was only left with an empty hole that felt cold to his bones. Third young master, are you cold? Should we close the windows for a bit? Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed from the corner of her eye that third young Master Zhou had let out a shiver, so she hurriedly asked. Third young Master Zhou endured the sharp look from Zhu Junyang and did his best to remain calm as he smiled and shook his head. There are 2 braziers here, how? Could I feel chilly? Oh right, I remember I had the kitchen leave a fruit platter for me. I'll go down and bring it back so we can eat. Zhu Junyang watched as third young Master Zhou fled out of the room and raised an eyebrow. A complicated look crossed his eyes as he fell into thought. He was willing to bet his royal prince title that this youngster surnamed Zhou was also interested in his little lass. Fortunately, he had struck relatively early. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if his little lass would be snatched away by some other bad wolf. Far away, at the Yu residence, Little Black, who had been abandoned by the family, was sulking in the courtyard with the snow falling around it. From time to time, it would raise its head and howl in the air. Master, Little Black also wants to go out and admire the lights. Why didn't you bring Little Black along? Little White was currently lying down at a pavilion in the corner of the courtyard garden and rolled its eyes at his brother. Its blue-gray eyes, which were full of contempt for the other wolf, had 2 words written in them, giant idiot. The Yu family and the Fang couple were very quickly brought up to the warm and lively private room. It was getting late and the people in the streets were slowly going away. However, the ice lanterns at Junshou restaurant glittered with a beautiful light, so the crowds admiring them did not thin out one bit. Zhou Zixu had the chefs prepare a light and refreshing table of midnight snacks. After walking around for a few hours, everyone was feeling a bit thirsty and peckish. They drank some refreshing West Lake water shield soup, ate some lightly cooked dishes, and idly chatted as they enjoyed the beautiful scenes below them. Outside, the snow continued to lazily float to the ground. Inside, the friendly and affectionate feelings among the people swirled into a beautiful image and engraved itself into everyone that was present there. Although celebrating the New Year's in the capital was a novel and joyous event, Yu Hai still worried about the greenhouse pavilions on their farmstead back in Tanggu town. Madame Lu also felt anxious about their home, so as soon as the first month passed, they started to pack up in preparation to go back to Tanggu. On the 18th of the first month, little Shido had packed his bags and was taken away by Headmaster Yuan to travel to Zhongnan. The most famous academy in the south, Yuelu Academy, had invited great scholar Yuan to go and lecture there. He naturally had to bring along his last disciple with him to travel and gain some experience. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that their trip would be long and exhausting, so she made quite a few shelf-stable pastries and biscuits for them to bring along. Headmaster Yuan even brought along a few roasted ducks and chickens for their journey. He stated that he wanted to eat some while they were on the road. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to keep Yu Heng and Shaolian around in the capital for a bit longer. However, Yu Heng was able to take on more than half of the work at the farmstead in Tanggu now. Yu Hai had noticed that his son had gradually matured and that he had a steady and responsible temperament. Thus, he had the desire to start cultivating him to inherit the farmland. In the future, both of Yu Hai's daughters were going to get married and his youngest son was talented at studying, so his future was already set. The family had a farmstead nearing 1,000 mu. Although the vast majority of land was given to them by Royal Prince Yong, they would likely obtain more and more land in the future. As the eldest son, Yu Hang needed to be able to manage all of this. Currently, the greenhouse vegetable business was going to be popular until the start of spring. Yu Hang was afraid his father would have more work than one person could deal with, so he tactfully declined his younger sister's invitation. Shaolian also wasn't an idle person. Yingtao was currently in the capital, managing the building and establishment of a new pharmaceutical workshop. Thus, the workshop back in Dongshan village was now under her hands. The little lass was in charge of all of the manufacturing recipes, ingredients, and supervising the workers. Most of the workers in the workshop were hired from her home village or the surrounding villages, so they all had faith in the Yu family. Thus, none of them looked down upon her, a preteen girl, as their manager, so everything she said was done. The workers' vacation for the New Year's was set to end on the last third of the first month. Although there was a steward keeping an eye on things, Shaolian still wanted to go back. Like this, Yu Xiaosao was once again left in the capital all alone. In fact, she also wanted to take this chance to go back to Dongshan village and spend some time with her family. However, her new cosmetic and spa business for women was currently making all of its preparations to have a grand opening. Although the vast majority of work had been delegated to a female shopkeeper that Royal Prince Yong recommended and her maidservant Hecken, as the owner of the business, she couldn't just stand aside and do nothing, right? That being said, the heir of Marquis Anping and his wife still required her to help nourish their bodies. In actuality, these two people had healthy bodies just like all of the imperial physicians and other doctors had said. They didn't have any big problems to deal with. The heir's sperm count was low because he had been eating and drinking the wrong things. As long as he stopped eating those offending foods and continued to eat her medicinal cuisine with the mystic stone water added into it, she was sure that good news would soon be on its way. Yu Xiaosao, who had been left in the capital, spent a few days in her own residence, a few days in her godmother's residence, and would sometimes rest at the imperial plantation when she had work to do there. When Royal Prince Yong was in the capital, he always spent time with her, so it wasn't too lonely. However, once the first month passed, Zhu Junyang, who was regarded highly by the emperor, sometimes had tasks that took him out of the capital. Sometimes, he would be out for 10 days to half a month, and it made Yu Xiaosao feel at a loss whenever he was gone. There were times when Yu Xiaosao thought that she was being a bit ridiculous. When she first transmigrated over into this society where men were seen dominant over women, she had originally planned on being single for the rest of her life. In the past, when she was working hard with her family to alter their circumstances, she was in charge of everything and had to rely on herself. As a girl who hadn't even reached the age of 10, she had to support the whole family, so naturally she didn't have much leisure time to think of much else. Now, with someone pampering and taking care of her at every turn, she was at a loss when he was gone. The problem was that she had too much time now. It looked like she needed to make herself busy again. Otherwise, she would turn into those other women and become someone who relied on a man for everything in life. Fortunately, as the weather warmed, the season of flowers blooming had arrived. The mountains and hills behind the imperial plantation and Royal Prince Yang's farmstead were now covered in brilliant flourishing flowers, and it made the scenery look multicolored. From a distance, the scene resembled clouds that were colored like the rainbow. Zhu Junyang's farmstead was especially gorgeous. The back mountains were planted full of a variety of plants and flowers. There were more common flora such as peonies, jasmine, Indian azaleas, magnolias, Chinese roses, etc. There were also less commonly seen varieties such as Chinese enkianthus, Buddha's hand, bitter orange flowers, globe amaranth, etc. Naturally, there were also varieties that were brought over from the Western Hemisphere, such as roses, forget-me-nots, lilies, tulips, etc. Every type of flower was planted in neat rows, and each section was under the care of an experienced flower gardener. When the entire hill bloomed in sequence, the gorgeous scenery was a sight to behold. It resembled an ocean of flowers and looked as if they were in an immortal land. She wasn't sure how word came out, but a stream of elegant literary scholars and talented women started coming to the Flower Mountain to enjoy the sights. Royal Prince Yang's stewards at the farmstead also built a few pavilions on the hills. There were rustic and interesting thatched pavilions, delicate and elegant eight-sided pavilions, simple and small round pavilions, and lively and grand layered roof pavilions. If they had more time, Steward Sun would have liked to build a flowing cup pavilion. The most famous flowing cup pavilion had to be the melodious flowing water goblet. Watching a wine cup float down the water was one of the most favorite pastimes of literary scholars. This type of pavilion was the best for scholars to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the flowers, and all of the scholars loved to congregate in these areas. In fact, some of the more famous and talented scholars even took the initiative to volunteer in creating a few couplets for these buildings. As the warm spring caused the flowers to bloom, Yu Xiaoxiao's flower tea business had also started its production. The nearby village girls and matrons were all attracted by the offered wage of 20 copper coins a day. These hired workers picked the flowers in the fields and also helped process the flowers under a strict set of protocols to create a variety of flower teas. Every type of flower tea that was made all had to undergo the secretive last step that was controlled entirely by Yu Xiaoxiao. In other people's eyes, this was a mysterious process. In actuality, Yu Xiaoxiao just had the little divine stone morph into its golden kitten form and have it run around the flower teas. It imbued the flower teas with a tiny bit of its spiritual energy by doing so. Thus, the signature flower teas of blossoming beauty couldn't be made by anyone else. As for the fruit trees at the imperial plantation, the peach blossoms bloomed and then the pear flowers followed. Peach blossoms had the ability to enrich the blood and improve a person's complexion, whereas pear flowers could help fade hyperpigmentation from a person's skin. In addition, these were the two types of fruit trees that they had planted the most of at the imperial plantations. Consequently, when these two flowers bloomed, Yu Xiaoxiao took her personal maid servants along with some daughters of the tenant farmers to pick the male flowers from the trees. With raw ingredients on hand, the manufacturing of flower blossom tea was on its way. Furthermore, Hecken had also begun producing cosmetics and health supplements, and a supply had slowly built up. Thus, the Blossoming Beauty Cosmetics and Spa facility had its grand opening at the start of April. The estate that the emperor had given them had long finished the renovations needed. On the outside, there was a building that had been changed to fit the storefront. 3 rooms were earmarked for the selling of flower blossom teas, another 3 rooms were reserved to sell cosmetics, and the last 3 rooms were to be used to sell health supplements. Inside the estate, the beautiful and elegant residence was kept the same as before. Yu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to come up with original names for each courtyard at the estate, so she willfully pilfered names from the buildings in Prospect Garden from the Dream of the Red Chamber. There was Enjoyment Red Hall, Bamboo Lodge, Alpenia Garden, Violet Caltrop Island. When the names came out, the famous talented girl of the capital, Yuan Shuiyan, unanimously approved of them. She stated that Xiaoxiao must be refined inwardly in order to choose such suitable names for the courtyards. The inscribed board at the front gates of the cosmetic and spa facility was crafted by the most famous artisan from the Ministry of Works, who faithfully copied the Empress's handwriting in her personal plum blossom seal. On the day that it opened, Zhu Junyang somehow managed to get a dragon and lion dance team from who knew where to noisily celebrate on the streets. The Empress had sent her personal palace maids out to the store and, surprisingly enough, even the wife of the heir to Marquis Anning was also present. Other than these people, there were also the 2 beauties of the capital at the scene. In short, the noblest and highest-ranking women in the capital were present for the grand opening of this new business. Since the effects of the peach blossom tea were now legendary in the capital, all of the noble young misses and ladies in the capital paid close attention to Blossoming Beauty, the new cosmetics and spa facility, before it even opened. They were waiting for it to open so they could rush to buy flower tea. As for the business's skin care facilities and the health supplements, these women were also very interested. Lady Fang had only relied on drinking flower tea to restore the health of her skin and body. If they added on the other treatments, it would definitely be even more efficacious. As for the efficacy of the flower blossom teas and the cosmeceuticals, the noblewomen and maidens completely believed in their effects. After all, the Empress herself was involved in this endeavor. If the effects weren't good, Wouldn't that be slapping the mother of the country in the face? It was unlikely the Yu family's lass would dare to do something underhanded. On the day of opening, there were sedans and carriages parked outside, blossoming beauty, cosmetics and spa resort long before it was time. There were women from the imperial clan, noble ladies from high-ranked officials' families, sweet and cute daughters of officials, and also the wives and favored concubines from rich merchant families. All of them had one common trait: none of them lacked money. These upper-class women and young maidens were all invited to elegant rooms based on their family backgrounds and likes. The items displayed in these rooms were not only void of any nouveau riche sentiments, but they also seemed to be full of things that each person liked, as if they had been personally tailored to them. For example, the wife of the imperial tutor was a famous talented maiden in her youth. Her daughter was also proficient in poetry and verses. The room they were escorted to was full of scholarly items, such as famous paintings and calligraphy. It was extremely elegant and refined. As for the wife of the Grand Secretary of the Pavilion of the Imperial Library, she loved flora and adored famous and valuable flowers. The room that she was in had valuable orchids, top-notch quality peonies, precious Chinese peonies. There were even some varieties she had never seen before. As soon as she entered the room, she almost forgot what she was there for. Instead, she hungrily appreciated these beautiful flowers. These examples could be found everywhere. Each room that a person went into was extremely well tailored to their personal likes. Naturally, this was the skill of the female shopkeeper in charge of the business. She had gathered information on the likes and dislikes of almost all of the potential customers in the capital. Thus, she used that information to create more than 30 types of rooms to fit those styles. These rooms were perfectly crafted to receive the guests at blossoming beauty. When Yu Xiaoxiao found out, she was impressed with this woman and trusted her even more implicitly. She also raised the salary of this shopkeeper by a lot more. Every guest in the rooms was given a small booklet describing the skincare items, health supplements, and flower blossom teas at the spa. Furthermore, each room had its own maid who was perfectly trained. They were there to answer any questions or explain anything the customers weren't sure about. If the guests were interested in the spa resort's other services, they would be given another pamphlet that introduced the benefits of getting skin care treatments, lymphatic massages, gua sha treatments, and healing foot baths. All of these maids could also describe these treatments in full detail. They had sweet and gentle voices and were able to really speak to the customers about the business's offerings and treatments. Many customers became very interested in obtaining a membership card to the cosmetics and spa resort. After spending a certain amount of money at the spa, they could apply for different levels of membership cards. Membership cards not only could give them a discount on their future visits, but they also served as a status symbol among the women. Gua sha treatments, a type traditional Chinese medicine (TCM), in which a tool is used to scrape people's skin in order to produce light petechia. Practitioners believe that gua sha releases unhealthy bodily matter from blood stasis within sore, tired, stiff or injured muscle areas to stimulate new oxygenated blood flow to the areas, thus promoting metabolic cell repair, regeneration, healing and recovery. Many of the capital's wealthy and noble matrons and maidens were polite and courteous on the surface to each other, but they privately put in a lot of effort to think up every possible method they could to defeat each other. This was also the reason why everyone pursued Zhang Xiniang's custom-made clothing. For example, if a friend of yours could only register for a silver membership card but you were able to get a gold membership card, wouldn't you have a lot of face when spending money at the resort? As for diamond membership cards, that was just a dream. It was rumored that those cards were a legend. What? The Empress herself had 2 diamond cards on hand. She was planning on awarding them to the wives of prominent officials who had contributed much to the court. All of the wives of the 5th-ranked officials and above began acting virtuous when they got home. That way, their husbands wouldn't need to fret about anything at home and would be able to do their best at work. What? Lady Fang had a diamond membership card that was personally given to her by her goddaughter. Suddenly, the gates of Count Zongshan's estate, which used to be desolate and empty, were now filled with sedans and carriages. It wasn't because someone was as shameless to ask for the diamond membership card from Lady Fang. Instead, everyone wanted to see what a diamond membership card actually looked like. It was rumored that it was made out of a very rare material. This material could be used to make weaponry and could destroy other weapons made of other, less rare material. The imperial court was very interested in this material and they are currently in the process of secretly manufacturing more. What? Miss Yuan and Miss He, who were good friends with the owner of Blossoming Beauty, also had diamond membership cards. The other young maidens in the capital, who previously had their noses up in the air, were filled completely with regret now. They wished now that they were the ones who had jumped out to help Yu Xiaoxiao when Li Mero was making things difficult for her during the Flower War banquet. That way, they could become her close friends and would also obtain a spot in the quota for the legendary diamond cards that everyone wanted to get a hold of. Regardless, the Blossoming Beauty, Cosmetics and Spa Resort was now blazingly popular throughout the whole capital. On the opening day, they had made over 500,000 taels in income. Furthermore, there was a promotion going on during the opening day. Every product was 10% off and they also offered free facials and physiotherapy. The 30 private rooms at Blossoming Beauty were filled to capacity that day. The most popular products, the flower blossom teas, were extremely expensive, especially the legendary peach blossom tea. The price was actually 100 taels per caddy. The other dozen or so flower teas were also not cheap. For example, the pear blossom and Chinese angelica tea, which was good for fading hyperpigmentation, the 3 flower blossom tea, which was good for slimming the body, and the rose and lily flower tea, which was good for renewing skin elasticity and glow, were all priced at 80 taels per caddy. At the cosmetics counter, the most popular product were the different types of handmade soap. After an entire winter, Hecken and the other maid servants under her command had already manufactured more than 20 types of handmade soaps. They could whiten, moisturize, and renew a person's skin. There were all types of beneficial effects available. The raging popularity of the handmade soaps was due to the living advertisement, He Wanning. Last autumn, her skin was extremely dry, had enlarged pores, and seemed quite dark and dull. During the Flower War banquet, Yu Xiaoxiao gifted her some handmade soaps and also gave her some usable prototypes later. After using them for a whole winter, her skin was now tender and glowy and felt as soft as a baby's skin. Her skin was also brighter and less dull and it made her seem more lively and youthful. The sales of the watery lotion and moisturizing cream were closely behind the soaps, and following that was the rouge powder. The lip color that Li Mengru instructed her maid servants to make was also quite popular. Yu Xiaoxiao suggested that she should use the wealth of spring flowers available to make more lip colors. Thus, the lip colors currently had the following options: rouge red, peachy red, rose red, coral red, light almond blossom pink, pomegranate red, violet red, ruby red, etc. All in all, there were around a dozen or so colors available. No matter the age of the customer, whether they were elderly or a young maiden, there was a suitable color available. Every customer who came in was able to buy the exact products that fit their needs. Naturally, when they got back home, their purses were also much lighter compared to before. However, after using these products, they discovered that these cosmetics and supplements were well worth the cost. Those who bought skincare items found that their skin had an improved texture, brightened, and had fewer wrinkles. The young maidens looked more delicately pretty while the married women looked more youthful. Those who bought flower teas discovered that their complexions were more rosy and not as dull. Furthermore, their bowel movements became regular and their figures became more graceful while all of their small ailments seemed to disappear. Those who bought health supplements found out that they were no longer short of breath, their bodies felt lighter and healthier. In conclusion, in one word, worth. 2 words, worth it. 3 words, extremely worth it. Blossoming Beauty had exploded onto the scene at the capital and all of their customers consisted of the noble matrons and maidens in the area. Almost everyone in the upper classes was buzzing excitedly about the efficacy of the products from Blossoming Beauty. In 1 month, over 20 people had registered for gold membership cards and almost 100 people had registered for silver membership cards. As for bronze membership cards, it was obvious that the number was not small. Blossoming Beauty, Cosmetic and Spa Resort also provided facilities for women to bathe in medicinal baths as well as other services to improve one's health and beauty. Perhaps the women in ancient times were a bit more reticent, but in the first month, there weren't many people who tried the body massage services and other treatments. However, there were a decent amount of customers who tried the skin facial treatments. The medicinal baths were offered privately on a one-on-one basis in the spa rooms, and the customer's own maidservant could serve them there, so there were also a decent number of women who tried that. Although the body massages and other body treatments were not very popular currently, Xiao Xiao was convinced that the guests who had tried them would come back again to be a repeat customer after seeing the effects. Furthermore, the number of guests would increase over time, as she believed that as the first customers let out word of mouth about their treatments, other women would also become curious and try. That was their marketing strategy. On one particular day, Xiao Xiao was currently in her own private room enjoying a leisurely swim in the hot springs. Wudong, who was serving her outside, came in to let her know that Hecken was asking to see her, so Xiao Xiao rinsed off her body and bundled up in a bathrobe before she saw her maid. "What's going on?" Yu Xiao Xiao calmly asked after she saw the embarrassed expression on Hecken's face. Hecken gave her a greeting and said, "There's a customer that's arrived at the spa today and this servant thinks her situation is a bit thorny. Master, can you go take a look? What sort of guest is it that makes it a thorny case that even our expert treatment hero, Hecken, can't handle all?" Yu Xiaoxiao quipped teasingly at her maidservant as she went behind the standing screen to have Wudong help her change into proper clothing. "Young miss, do you still remember the daughter of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Miss Yu?" Hecken began reporting to her young miss from the other side of the screen. "The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments. He's also surnamed Yu. However, I don't remember interacting with his daughter before. I do have a very deep impression of the daughter of the right assistant minister, Miss Li." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very familiar with most of the young ladies in the capital. Other than the few she got along with, the rest she could barely recognize. Hecken knew her young miss wouldn't remember and reminded her, it was during the Flower War banquet last year. At first, everyone had mistakenly thought that you were Miss Yu from the left assistant minister's residence. Do you still remember this? Now that you mention it, I now vaguely remember. Her, Yu is written with two horizontal lines and a vertical stroke with a hook at the end, so it's different from our Yu. Isn't that Miss Yu around 13 to 14 years of age right now? It's just the age when young girls like to be beautiful. Just recommend a few skincare products that can moisturize the skin. What's so hard about that? Yu Xiaoxiao put on a set of brightly colored chi-style clothing and walked out from behind the screen. The attire emphasized her fine and slender waist and it made her look as elegant and tender as a lily. Hecken was stunned by the sight of her young miss. Chi-style clothing was currently mainstream in the capital, but she thought that her young miss was the one who wore it best. Her young miss was becoming more and more beautiful. No wonder Royal Prince Yong was always keeping a close eye on her whenever he had free time. Come back to reality. I was asking you a question, why are you spacing out now? Yu Xiaoxiao waved a white little hand in front of Hecken's face. Hecken recalled the ravaged condition of Miss Yu's face and couldn't help but tremble. "Master, please go and take a look. Miss Yu has too many pimples and lesions on her face and they are the pustule type that are very densely packed together. This servant is afraid to do any treatments on her." The spa resort had a pimple extraction treatment service. They first used a fine sterile needle to prick the pimples to help with extraction. However, this young lady had large and small pustules covering her entire face, so none of the trained employees there were willing to try. After hearing Hecken's descriptions of the young maiden's face, Xiaoxiao wondered whether the young girl had facial blisters. They couldn't use any old treatment on facial blisters. If the treatments ended up leaving a scar on her face, then that would destroy the reputation of blossoming beauty. In the most private courtyard of the spa, a young girl, who was heavily veiled and looked no older than 10 years of age, was currently sobbing piteously against her mother. "Mother, let's go off. Didn't you see the expression on the manager of Drifting Beauty? The estheticians all said that she is the best consultant they have here. However, even she seemed to be at a loss for words after seeing my face. Why should we continue to stay here? To allow other people to laugh at us?" The wife of the left assistant minister was only in her early 30s, but she looked even more aged and sallow than Lady Fang. The hair on her temples was already frosted with gray and it was obvious that she normally was quite stressed. It was no wonder. Not long after her youngest daughter was born, a rash started to appear on her child's face. After seeing doctors for more than a decade, there was still no improvement. Instead, her daughter's facial rash seemed to be getting worse as she got older. Her sweet and clever little girl gradually became more silent and antisocial. As her mother, how could she be happy through all of this? Chinger, mother already carefully asked around. Drifting Beauty is the place that is best at treating pimples. You've also seen the older sister from the Wu family, right? In the past, she also had a face full of pimples like you, but after undergoing treatments at Drifting Beauty for less than a month, they've mostly disappeared. Furthermore, the treatments didn't leave a single discoloration or scar on her face. Her skin also looks much more sleek and healthy than before. Didn't that consultant say something earlier? The best at doing skin treatments isn't her, but it's actually her master, feudal Princess Jinan. The wife of the left assistant minister quickly tried to console her daughter. Yu Wanqing was silent for a moment before she slowly shook her head. She was given her title of feudal princess by the emperor himself, so how could she be willing to lower herself to help me heal my skin? Mother, let's not continue to bring humiliation onto ourselves and go. If rumors come out about my face, how am I supposed to live anymore? The wife of the left assistant minister didn't want to renounce their last hope and persevered. Don't worry, Chinger. The spa honors and keeps every guest's privacy, and they won't broadcast the circumstances of any customer to the public. Even if your skin condition can't be treated, it won't be any worse than it is now. You're still young and you can't spend the rest of your life with your face in this condition. Sigh, it's all mother's fault. I couldn't give you a beautiful and adorable little face. Instead, I let you endure so much pain and heartbreak since you were young. Mother, it's not your fault. If you continue to blame yourself, then I will feel even worse. Yu Wanqing was sensible and restrained her sorrow to start consoling her mother. The wife of the left assistant minister patted her daughter's small hand and held back the sorrow in her heart. Her daughter was sweet and sensible, but why did the heavens treat her so unfairly? What did she do wrong? If she could choose, she would rather her own face be ravaged instead of her kind and obedient youngest daughter. Chinger, listen to me. Wait a little longer. Maybe feudal Princess Jinan can really cure the pimples on your face. Promise me, don't give up any chance of treatment, alright? The wife of the left assistant minister didn't want to see her 12-year-old daughter dispirited and tried to get her to see sense. Upon seeing that her mother was enduring her own sadness and trying to comfort her with her heart and soul, Yu Wanqing nodded slowly with tears in her eyes. No matter what the result was, she had to try, even if she were to lose hope in the end. She didn't want to waste her mother's painstaking efforts. It wasn't easy for her mother these past few years. Mother, don't be upset. I won't go back. Just as you've said, no matter what the result is, we should face it firmly. Your daughter won't run away. Even if feudal Princess Jinan can't cure my face, then it's my fate. Yu Wanqing had become tired and downtrodden by the condition of the skin on her face after all these years. With such a face, all the other children treated her as a monster when she was a child, avoiding and running away from her. There were even ones who were so scared they cried. Not only did she not have any playmates, but she also had to bear the criticisms of the parents of the children who were scared into crying. She feared her parents wouldn't like her and wouldn't want her, so she forced herself to be sensible and obedient, to be a well-behaved daughter. Her parents were also so worried for her sake that their hairs turned gray early. Thankfully, she had a pair of loving parents who never gave up on seeking out medical treatments for her for more than 10 years. Her mother feared that she was lonely and accompanied her often, even going to the point of ignoring Yu Wanqing's older brother and father. She decided, if the treatment didn't work this time, she would advise her parents to give up completely. She would just live alone this life with this appearance. Chinger, feudal Princess Jinan has medicinal skills. I heard that she even has folk remedies on hand that can treat dubious or hard-to-treat maladies. Perhaps she truly can heal your face. The wife of the left assistant minister carefully continued down this subject. Her daughter had endured this pressure for a very long time. She'd had her hopes lifted and then extinguished time after time. As an adult, even she almost couldn't take it anymore, let alone her young daughter. Lady Yu, Miss Yu, our master is here. Hecken opened the coral-beaded curtains and walked in. Behind her, a little maiden, who was about the same size as Yu Wanqing, came in wearing pink chi-style clothing. Lady Yu's eyes looked over. The little girl's skin was white and delicate, and it looked as lustrous, smooth and soft as a pearl. She had a pair of big eyes that were sparkling with confidence, which could convince anyone. The dimple by her mouth that was partly visible was sweet and lovable. Was this feudal Princess Jinan? The feudal Princess Jinan who could grow high-yield crops, invented greenhouse planting, and set up blossoming beauty. Lady Yu couldn't believe her eyes. She looked just like a delicate, weak, and protected noble young lady. Feudal Princess Jinan, please forgive us for disturbing you. Whether or not the other party could cure her daughter's face, there should still be etiquette. Lady Yu slightly bowed and said with a smile. Yu Wanqing gave a slight curtsy before falling back behind her mother. Yu Xiaoxiao had looked over the daughter and mother pair as soon as she entered the door. Lady Yu looked haggard but her eyes were kind. She seemed like an amiable person. Miss Yu's head and face were covered with a heavy veil. No matter the style or color of the clothes she wore, they could only be described as ordinary. It seemed like they had low-key and modest temperaments. As the wife and daughter of a third-ranking official, there didn't seem to be any arrogance and haughtiness. Rather they had a slight calmness about them, which gave Yu Xiaoxiao a good impression. Lady Yu is too polite. What feudal princess, please call me Xiao Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao's straightforward personality won a favorable impression from both the mother and daughter pair. Qinger, Miss Yu is older than you. Why don't you call her older sister Yu? Lady Yu took her daughter's hand and said with a smile. Older sister Yu. Yu Wanqing had a bit of an inferiority complex and a liking for quiet due to the condition of her face. Listening to her mother, she softly called out, older sister. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that for the patient to cooperate wholeheartedly, she must win over their trust and gain a favorable impression. Hearing this, the dimples near her mouth deepened. Since I'm older, I'll call you younger sister Yu. Younger sister Yu, ever since I came to the capital, all the people I know are older than me. I finally have a delicate and weak sister to take care of. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude, Lady Yu's heart finally relaxed. It was rumored that feudal Princess Jinan had a sharp tongue, so she was originally worried that the other party wouldn't be easy to get along with. She didn't expect the girl to be a kind person with a considerate heart that seemed to have a great understanding of people. It seemed as if those rumors couldn't be trusted after all. To tell you the truth, Miss Xiao Yu, my daughter and I came to ask for help. I've heard that your blossoming beauty can help with regulating and healing the skin. Do you have any good methods of treating skin disease and improving its condition? Lady Yu loved her daughter so much that she didn't beat around the bush but went straight into the main topic. Yu Xiaoxiao's smile didn't diminish and she nodded slightly. Our Beauty and Health Spa, which integrates improving beauty and preserving health, is committed to improving the quality of problematic skin so that every maiden and woman can bloom like flowers for their own splendor. As for the skin disease mentioned by Lady Yu, I have to see it before I can know if it can be cured. Lady Yu saw that the young maiden spoke freely, confidentiality and politely, so she was convinced a bit. She looked back at her daughter. If her daughter's face wasn't like that, would she be as self-controlled, confident, and beautiful as Miss Yu? In order to avoid giving her daughter any embarrassment, Lady Yu suggested that they avoid unnecessary people. Yu Xiaoxiao let her personal servant girl wait outside. But left behind Hecken, Lady Yu, Hecken was taught personally by me. She has an extraordinary talent for skincare. As you know, I still have an imperial office and may not have the chance to look after younger sister Yu every time so. Lady Yu expressed that she understood. After all, the young maiden had the post of an agricultural official in the Ministry of Revenue and she still had to take care of the matters on the imperial plantation. When her husband was serving his official post, he also placed great importance on agricultural cultivation. She knew that spring was an important season for the crops. If she became busy, how could she have time to care about other matters? However, don't worry Lady Yu. Hecken will be younger sister Yu's exclusive skincare specialist in the future. When I'm here, I will try to personally help with her treatment. However, when I'm not present, she will take full responsibility. Hecken's level of expertise isn't any lower than mine, so the two of you don't have to worry. Yu Xiaoxiao explained the situation clearly, so as to avoid the mother and daughter having any misgivings about the method of treatment. Yu Wanqing saw that the girl in front of her was about the same age as her. Not only did she have an important position on the imperial court, but she also opened a store as big as Blossoming Beauty. While she admired her in her heart, she also couldn't help respecting her. Older sister Yu, we believe you. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her a sweet smile. This smile seemed to have a soothing effect on people. Yu Wanqing stopped worrying and gently lifted the face covering, revealing a dainty, but red and swollen face. In some places, it even had large pustules that oozed pus. Yu Xiaoxiao put away the smile on her face and looked at the symptoms carefully and solemnly. There was no contempt or disgust in her eyes, which made Yu Wanqing's body and frame of mind relax a lot more. Older sister Yu was so strong. Even she herself dared not look at this face in the mirror, but the other maiden was looking at it so attentively. Was she not afraid of having nightmares? When others saw her face, they either took a breath of cold air, screamed in fright, or ran away like they saw a ghost. Only older sister Yu stayed normal, not even frowning a bit, and didn't have any expression of disgust or dislike. No matter if her face could be healed or not, as long as older sister Yu was willing, she was willing to become her friend. Yu Wanqing didn't have many friends growing up. She idly wondered if older sister Yu was willing to accept her as a friend. How is it? Can Qing'er's face be cured? Just when Yu Wanqing was thinking about her personal gains and losses, her mother asked anxiously. Yu Xiaoxiao had a conversation with the little divine stone and confirmed her guess. Under the expectant and uneasy eyes of the mother and daughter pair, she nodded slowly. Lady Yu and Yu Wanqing's hearts fell back down, like a boulder falling to the ground, and they felt as if they were still in a dream. They couldn't tell if that gentle nod a while ago was a hallucination or reality. Lady Yu held her daughter in her arms with eyes full of tears and said, my daughter, that life has been cruel too. There is finally an end to your suffering." Yu Wanqing's face was nestled in her mother's chest. Although it was uncomfortable, she couldn't care. Her mind was repeating, "There's a cure. There's a cure. There is a cure for my face." The tears of joy stung the areas of ulceration on her face, but her heart was full of joy. The heavens finally pitied her and sent her savior, older sister Yu, to her side. She wouldn't have to hide by wearing the face veil anymore or bear the strange, disgusted, and frightened gazes of other people. She could finally be like a normal person and live a normal life. Younger sister Yu's popular eczema is caused by a skin allergy. It's accompanied by blisters around the mouth and nose. As long as the source of the allergy is found, and the symptoms are treated, her skin will heal without any scars. Under the little divine stone's reminder, Yu Xiaoxiao already knew what the little girl's skin was allergic to. This little girl was too miserable. She was allergic to willow catkins in the spring, lotus flowers in the summer, daisies in the fall, and plum trees in the winter. No wonder her skin never got better all year round. Most importantly, someone in her family liked the ornamental plant, kaffir lily, that bloomed all year round. That was the main cause of her skin eczema becoming ulcerated and swollen. Source of allergy. How do we find it? Miss Xiao Yu, please tell us. Lady Yu was happy but at the same time more urgent upon knowing her daughter's face could be cured. She hoped to cure her daughter's skin as soon as possible. Younger sister Yu should be allergic to some type of flower pollen. Think of the flowers at your home. Which ones are most numerous and the ones that you have the most contact with? Yu Xiaoxiao pointed them in the right direction. The mother and daughter pair looked in each other's eyes and saw surprise and regret. When Lady Yu was young, she liked kaffir lilies. She had met her husband because of this flower. Official Yu, who was a poor scholar back then, also liked the kaffir lilies. The two of them took fancy to a pot of kaffir lily in the same flower shop on the same day at the same time. Thus, a story of a beautiful official's daughter and a talented poor scholar began. Lady Yu always believed that the kaffir lily was the matchmaker of her and her husband. Consequently, all kinds of kaffir lilies were planted in the courtyards and the rooms. When official Yu was free, the two of them would write poems and make paintings while looking at the kaffir lily, creating the scene of a beauty studying with a scholar. Who would have thought that the kaffir lily, which they regarded as the token of their affection, was the main cause of their young daughter's suffering for more than 10 years? In a small corner of Lady Yu's heart, there was a small voice that said, maybe, they got it wrong. Yu Wanqing, after a period of silence, suddenly said, I remember the last time when I went with mother to Jinggan Temple, we abstained from eating meat and listened to scriptures there. We were right when a Buddhist festival occurred, so we stayed a few more days. Jinggan Temple is known for its rare trees and they don't plant a lot of flowers there, so during the time I was there, the redness and swelling on my face got better and the papules went down a lot. My mother and I thought it was because of my sincerity that moved the Buddha so my face got better. It turns out the only reason why my symptoms were alleviated was because I was staying away from the plants that caused problems for my skin. Lady Yu had also thought of this. It seemed that the kaffir lily at home couldn't stay any longer. Nothing was more important than her daughter's face. Once we go back, I'll tell your father to give away all of the kaffir lilies. Right now the most important thing is curing the skin on your face. Miss Yu, will the skin on my daughter's face heal by getting rid of the source of her allergy? Lady Yu felt a bit resigned. After all, those were the beautiful memories of her and her husband. However, for her daughter, there was nothing that she wasn't willing to give up. Yu Xiaosao pondered briefly and formulated a plan for Yu Wanqing's recuperation and treatment. I'll choose a suitable courtyard for younger sister Yu to stay at. For some time, so that it will be more convenient for her to receive concentrated care. Sensitivity to allergens and papules aren't easy to treat. The most fundamental thing is that we have to start from within and improve younger sister Yu's physique, using facial skincare as a supplement. Therefore, when necessary, medicinal soups and food will be vital. If Lady Yu is worried, you can spend a few days with younger sister Yu in the club as well. Yu Wanqing shook her head and said, what is there to worry about? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm just a few months younger than older sister Yu. Older sister Yu can undertake tasks alone, yet I'm like a nestling being protected by my parents. If I didn't dare to stay in a safe courtyard, won't I be a useless person? Besides, aren't there servant girls to wait on me? Mother, go home and clean my courtyard first. That way when my skin is better, it won't have a relapse. Lady Yu revealed a happy expression on her face. Her daughter was growing up and she was brave enough to take the first step. How precious it was for her. All right, I'll do as my daughter says. Lady Yu also had an impatient disposition. What day was better than today? They should start the treatment for her daughter today. Miss Yu, do you have anything else to tell me? I'll go home right now and help my daughter pack some clothes to bring over. Yu Xiaosao thought for a moment and said, I suggest you don't keep any willow trees, lotus flowers, chrysanthemums, or plum blossoms on your estate. Plant more ornamental foliage plants. It's better not to have any pond water in younger sister Yu's courtyard. An environment that's too humid can cause younger sister Yu to have a buildup of moisture in her body, causing eczema. All right, your younger sister Yu likes lotus flowers. In her courtyard, there's a delicate pond that's full of lotus flowers facing her window. In the summer, the scent of lotus flowers covers the entire courtyard. I always wondered why Chinger's face gets worse in the summer. Turns out it's related to those lotus flowers. Lady Yu turned to her daughter and said, I'll find some people to fill up the small pond when I get home. Don't think it's a pity that it'll be gone. Mother, as long as it's good for my skin, I won't have any objections to any of your arrangements. Yu Wanqing was still immersed in the joy that her skin could recover. Even if her courtyard was left with a plot of dirt, she would gladly be content. Yu Xiaosao watched as the mother and daughter pair rejoiced in hope for a bit before she said, I'll give younger sister Yu some simple skincare first. Younger sister, follow me to the inner chamber to lie down. A veil hung from the entrance of the inner chamber, allowing a vague view of what was inside. There were 2 narrow beauty treatment beds in the room, which could hold one person lying on their back. There was also a simple treasure shelf in the room that had many bottles in a variety of different shapes. The simple furnishings and privacy designs allowed Yu Wanqing's slightly uneasy mood to relax. At Yu Xiaosao's suggestion, she laid on one of the beauty beds. Her hands were tightly clasped as she basked in the novelty of the experience. Yu Xiaosao took a few bottles down from the treasure shelf. Hecken helped her fetch some fresh water at just the right temperature and Yu Xiaosao immersed a delicate cotton cloth into the water and gently wrung the water out. She avoided the areas of ulceration on the girl's face as she began to clean Yu Wanqing's skin. Younger sister Yu's skin is sensitive and allergenic, so she can't use the alkaline handmade soap to clean it. This cleanser with cucumber extracts is mild and has hydrating functions. It's more suitable for her symptoms. However, for the sake of caution, do an allergy test on the skin behind her ear first. Yu Xiaoxiao had worked in a beauty spa for more than a year in her past life, so she wasn't unfamiliar with facial care. While she cleansed the younger girl's face, she gave Hecken an explanation for her steps, which also served the dual purpose of letting the Yu mother and daughter pair know her intentions and the effects of each step. A soft and smooth hand caressed her face, which was a new sensation for Yu Wanqing. That pair of hands seemed so gentle, as if they were caring for a treasure. Although Yu Wanqing was a little shy, she didn't hate the touch. 10 minutes into the allergy test, it was confirmed the cucumber cleanser could be used. Yu Xiaoxiao used her middle finger and ring finger to gently massage the cleanser into the other girl's face. This step didn't take long and, soon, the faintly fragrant foam was washed away. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Yu Wanqing felt that her face was fresher in an instant. Next, Yu Xiaoxiao opened a jade bottle containing mystic stone water. After diluting it appropriately with the right proportion of saline, she taught Hecken where to spread the beauty solution on the other girl's face. She also explained to her that this beauty solution could also be used to improve skin that was oversensitive. Next came a mask that was made of fine cotton and had holes cut out for the eyes, nose and mouth. Yu Wanqing opened her eyes and looked curiously at it. When this mask-like cotton gauze was placed on her face after being soaked in the normal saline beauty solution, she felt that her face was cool, as if there was something going directly into her skin and repairing her swollen and broken skin. The previous stinging of the ulcers suddenly disappeared. It felt so comfortable. Unknowingly, Yu Wanqing fell asleep and slept soundly. Lady Yu fought back tears of joy. In her memories, her daughter seemed to have never slept so peacefully, always being awakened by nightmares. Yu Wanqing slept with a smile. In her dream, she was lonely and sad, and then she met a little immortal girl. The immortal girl said that she could help her relieve her pain and help her recover her original appearance. With that, the immortal gently waved a hand and a gentle light surrounded her. The pimples, redness, and ulcerations on her face were gently removed like a mask, revealing delicate, white, and smooth skin without any flaws. Yu Wanqing was ecstatic beyond measure. When she looked back, the immortal girl was flying away on a propitious cloud, but she clearly saw the immortal's smiling face. It was older sister Yu's smiling face. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was the face of the immortal girl in her dream. The smile was so real, sincere, and went straight into the hearts of the people. She involuntarily told them the dream she just had. Lady Yu gently stroked her soft hair and happily said, "This is a good omen indicating your face will soon be like it was in your dream, smooth without any flaws." When she finished speaking, she turned her hopeful gaze toward Yu Xiaoxiao, who was finishing her daughter's facial treatment, hoping to gain her acknowledgement and confirmation. "I don't know if there will be any flaws. Everyone's skin is different, and I'm not the immortal girl in your dream with magical powers so great I can change a person's appearance. However, I can guarantee that the pimples, the redness, and swelling, as well as the ulcers on your face, will all disappear." Yu Xiaoxiao assured the mother and daughter pair, while she washed her hands and put on hand cream. It was just the first treatment, but Yu Wanqing felt that her face wasn't as itchy as before and her symptoms were lighter. She couldn't help but raise her hand to touch her face, but Yu Xiaoxiao stopped her. "Don't move. There are many things that a person's hands come into contact with. Too many dirty things are on them that can be seen. Your skin is sensitive, so you should try to avoid touching your face with your hands. You also shouldn't pick at your pimples with your fingernails, as it'll only make your skin worse. Did you hear that? In the future, don't touch the pimples with your hands, or squeeze out the pus inside. You must remember." Lady Yu grabbed her daughter's hands nervously and reminded her again. "Your mother is right. Using your hands to squeeze out the things in the pimples can cause inflammation or even leave scars. When your face is healing, there will be scabs. Younger sister Yu, you must endure it. I will prepare an ointment for you. When you feel itchy, you can apply it with a cotton swab. It can help stop the itching and diminish inflammation, helping the skin recover." The ointment that Yu Xiaoxiao was talking about had a relatively high concentration of mystic stone water in it, and thus there was no need to mention the effects. "Thank you, older sister Yu. You really are my savior. I don't ask for anything else, just for the red swelling, the ulceration, and pimples to go away, so I won't be laughed at or hated by others." Yu Wanqing sniffed. When she was in despair, it was older sister Yu who gave her the seed of hope. To tell the truth, every time she looked in the mirror, she would look for her facial features through the armor-like papules and try to imagine her appearance. Her mother said that her facial features were elegant, and that if it wasn't because of her severe skin conditions, she would have been a beautiful girl. She didn't want to be pretty, she just wanted to be like an ordinary person. She didn't want to wear a face veil whenever she went out. She didn't want to worry about scaring little children with her face because the wind blew away said face veil. Yu Wanqing was quite satisfied with this courtyard. It was secluded and serene, which made it a perfect place for her to recuperate. There weren't many flowers and plants in the courtyard, and the courtyard was also decorated in a simple manner. Older sister Yu said that this place was suitable for her to live, so she decided to live in this courtyard. Yu Xiaosao prescribed her some medicinal cuisine that would help her recuperate her body. There was a small kitchen in the courtyard that her maids could use to brew medicine and make tisanes. Lady Yu loved her daughter, so she sent the cook that was most experienced with making medicinal cuisine over to her daughter. In addition to brewing medicine for her daughter, the cook could also make some foods to help recuperate her daughter's body. Because Yu Wanqing's face injury was quite serious, Xiaosao increased the concentration of the mystic stone water in her prescriptions. It was said that an extremely high concentration of the mystic stone water could bring the dead alive and knit together the bones that had been broken. It was unnecessary to go into details of how powerful it was. Yu Wanqing's face recovered very quickly, and the appearance of her face changed from day to day. On the first day, her face was no longer itchy or painful. On the second day, the festering pus on her wounds began to close up, and a thin layer of scabs had faintly formed over the wounds. On the third day, eczema started to disappear and the red rash gradually faded. Her face was originally red and swollen, but now, the original color of her skin could be seen on some parts of her face. On the fourth day, the scabs on the festering wounds began to fall off, exposing the tender and delicate red skin underneath. When Lady Yu finished handling the affairs of the estate in the mornings, she came to accompany her daughter in the afternoons. When she saw the miraculous changes on Yu Wanqing's face, Lady Yu couldn't help but burst into tears. She held Yu Xiaosao's hand and thanked her incessantly. She told Xiaosao that it was all thanks to her that her daughter was now going to have a second chance in life and that she was the great benefactor of the Yu family. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments had taken office for less than a year. In the past, he used to be an outsider compared to the other high-ranking officials. Everyone in the capital knew that the left assistant minister had a daughter that was reaching maidenhood, but very few people had seen her. Otherwise, Xiaosao wouldn't have been mistaken for her when she participated in the flower war banquet. The Yu family always told other people that their daughter was unwell and was unable to have visitors. However, the people who had a good relationship with left assistant minister Yu knew about the skin condition of Yu Wanqing's face. In addition to feeling sympathy for him, the other families wanted to enhance their relationship with the left assistant minister, so they would persuade their daughters to become closer with the left assistant minister's daughter. But after the sweet and delicate young ladies saw Yu Wanqing's face, they started treating her like a malicious spirit. They refused to accompany her, let alone become her friend. Fortunately, these young ladies were not people who liked to kick others when others were down, nor were they the type to gossip. As a result, Yu Wanqing's story did not spread throughout the capital. Everyone thought that the left assistant minister's daughter was weak and sickly. Of course, there were also some people that said behind their backs that young Lady Yu was arrogant and looked down on other people, so she was unwilling to become friends with them. Yu Wanqing went to Blossoming Beauty to nurse the skin on her face, and Lady Yu didn't conceal the truth. When several madams politely asked about her daughter, Lady Yu told them about her daughter's current situation. The madams were very curious about Blossoming Beauty, and wondered if it was as magical as Lady Yu had described it. Could it really restore a young lady's appearance to normal even when many famous doctors were helpless and unable to cure Lady Yu's daughter? As a result, many noble households in the capital began to silently pay attention to the beauty club's movements. Yu Wanqing lived in the Blossoming Beauty and Health Spa for a month. During that time, the eczema and the blisters on her face had practically all disappeared, leaving only the areas that originally had more severe wounds with a redder skin tone. The excess moisture inside her body was nearly gone due to medicinal meals, fire cupping, and gua sha treatments. Her immunity had increased, so her skin's resistance to allergens also increased. If she avoided overexposure to her allergens, then her skin condition wouldn't flare up again. Originally, Yu Wanqing's symptoms had improved significantly after 20 days of treatment. She could have gone home and nursed herself back to complete health. Yu Xiaosao provided her with anti-allergic flower tea to drink daily and skin care products that she needed to use daily. However, Yu Wanqing feared that she would not be able to properly take care of herself after returning home and, as a result of that, all their previous efforts would go to waste. So, she insisted that she wanted to live in the courtyard until her skin was completely cured. It was just like she was being hospitalized because she did nothing every day. The cost of living in that courtyard was 20 taels a day. In addition to the skin care, body detoxification, and the medicinal meals, her daily cost of living exceeded 500 taels of silver per day. When Yu Xiaosao said that her face could be cured, Lady Yu clenched her teeth and recharged 50,000 taels at the spa and obtained a gold membership card. Although Minister Yu was born from a humble family, Lady Yu's maternal family was rich. When Lady Yu married him, Minister Yu had already passed the Imperial Palace examinations and had taken second place. Lady Yu's maternal family was very pleased with the results, so the dowry they provided was very rich and generous. It was said that the procession of the dowry alone filled up 5 kilometers of the road. The dowry also consisted of thousands of acres of fertile fields in Zhongnan, dozens of prosperous shops in the capital, and 200,000 taels in banknotes. At Lady Yu's maternal home, her family only had 2 children, Lady Yu and Lady Yu's older brother. Her brother was over 10 years older than her, so she grew up spoiled by the family. Because she was her brother's only sister, her brother also doted on her and spoiled her. Lady Yu was also good at making money and managing the estate's finances, and under her care, the Yu family prospered over the years. Now, the Yu family was not lacking in money at all. This was also the reason why Lady Yu was able to fork out 50,000 taels of silver in one sitting. Every product and service in Blossoming Beauty had a price tag. People like them had to first recharge money first on their cards before they were able to buy products or receive services in Blossoming Beauty. Every customer had a record of their account status in the shop's record-keeping book. The record-keeping book had all the information, such as what the customer bought and how much they spent that day. It was all clearly recorded in an organized table. When Lady Yu came to pick up her daughter to go home, there was only a little over 20,000 taels left in her gold membership card. Over the month, the money was not only spent on Yu Wanqing's skin condition, but Lady Yu also spent a large sum in the shop. For example, she bought medicinal tea for hair care, wrinkle-reducing products, and facial and shoulder physiotherapy that was by the spa portion of the shop. Therefore, at the celebration party hosted for her daughter, the noble matrons at the party enviously said that her skin looked much healthier and she appeared younger. When these madams learned that Lady Yu had been receiving care from Blossoming Beauty, they all inquired about the price and effects of their products and services. When they learned that the mother and daughter had nearly spent 30,000 taels of silver in 1 month at the shop, many of them were disheartened. Not everyone was as rich as Lady Yu. Facial treatments and body physiotherapy treatments at the spa were incredibly expensive, but they could afford to buy a few skincare products to try out at home. Those who were more wealthy would also buy some herbal and flower teas to maintain their beauty from the inside out. Maintaining their beauty from the inside out was much more effective than just applying skin care products on the face. Even so, it would cost them at least 2,000 to 3,000 taels a month. Some of the madams who wanted to be cheap had invited professional doctors over who were experts on Chinese medicine to find out the ingredients in the flower and herbal tea. They managed to formulate part of the tea, but no matter how much they tried, the tea they made could not achieve the same effect that the tea from Blossoming Beauty could attain. After using the products from Blossoming Beauty, the results could be seen within a month and the effects were remarkable. The self-made products had little effect, and some people even had side effects after taking it. When the news came out, the madams and young ladies did not dare to try alternative products. Afterwards, Blossoming Beauty received many new clients who had pimples and acne on their face. After all, it was normal for young ladies to have a few pimples and acne on their face during puberty. However, the noble young ladies of the capital all went to the spa to treat it as they feared that their faces would develop rashes just like Miss Yu. Ever since Yu Wanqing's face was cured, the kaffir lilies and other plants that caused her allergies had been completely cleared out of the residence. She started paying attention to her diet and skin care, and, as a result, she never developed an allergic reaction again. The left assistant minister's daughter finally presented herself before everyone else in the capital. Yu Wanqing had a petite and well-proportioned figure, an oval face, big eyes, a tall nose bridge, a small mouth, and skin as fair and delicate as a piece of white jade. She was a remarkably beautiful young lady. If people examined her appearance closely, then they would notice that her appearance was about 30% similar to Yu Xiaoxiao's face. They were both beautiful ladies with small faces and large eyes. Yu Wanqing became more and more confident and was no longer afraid of others knowing about the previous state of her face. During parties and celebrations hosted for young ladies, she would generously satisfy the other young ladies' curiosity and tell them about the miserable state her face was previously in. After learning about the before and after of her face, the noble young maidens in the capital were even more convinced by the effectiveness of Blossoming Beauty's services and products. The few noble young ladies that had seen her face before it was cured respected Yu Wanqing a lot more when they saw that she didn't hesitate to talk about her past to others. Their attitude towards her became more friendly. The young ladies' families were already close. Now that their daughters had become close friends, the family's relationship became even closer. Many people asked the young ladies who had seen Yu Wanqing's face before to confirm her story. Looking at Yu Wanqing's fair and soft skin and her rosy complexion, it was hard for them to believe that just over a month ago, her face would easily scare people to tears. After obtaining consent from Yu Wanqing, the noble young maidens who had seen her appearance before would describe Yu Wanqing's previous appearance in detail to other curious young ladies. They did not exaggerate or lie while telling the story. As a result, more and more people who knew Yu Wanqing's backstory and the number of ladies who believed in the Blossoming Beauty shop's effectiveness also increased. The young ladies in the capital with several minor skin problems such as enlarged pores, rough skin, sallow complexion, acne, and pimples. All of their problems were solved after using the skin care products or the facial treatments from Blossoming Beauty. The reputation of Blossoming Beauty grew rapidly. The products in Blossoming Beauty were selling out faster and faster, and business was booming. If the product was selling well, then she would have to expand the production of the product. This meant that the courtyard she bought in the capital for manufacturing skincare products was not large enough. Yu Xiaoxiao bought the entire back mountain and the large stretch of uncultivated land behind the royal Prince Yang's farmstead from him. She built a skincare product workshop and a flower and herbal tea workshop. The numerous courtyards were all connected together in a grand scope. Originally, Zhu Junyang wanted to give the farmstead and everything along with it to Yu Xiaoxiao, but she rejected his offer. The relationship between the two was becoming more and more stable. Zhu Junyang would send some material goods, jewelry, and other toys as gifts to her from time to time. However, before their relationship was officially determined, Yu Xiaoxiao would drown in gossip from the busybodies in the capital if she accepted his farmstead. In fact, even though Zhu Junyang's farmstead was not officially under Xiaoxiao's name, it more or less belonged to Xiaoxiao now. He sold the mountain area behind the farmstead to Xiaoxiao at a low price. He also gave her the right to arrange the land in the farmstead as she pleased. She was also able to order the stewards and servants working in the farmstead as she wanted. Xiaoxiao was respected and treated like the master of the farmstead by the servants. Of course, she was treated with respect because of her capability and charming personality. Although they planted many flowers in the mountain area behind the farmstead, they were still short on supply. Yu Xiaoxiao publicly purchased a variety of flowers and petals from various places. She even had suppliers from Zhongnan. Furthermore, Zhu Junyang had assigned one of his fleets to personally purchase flowers for Yu Xiaoxiao. They already agreed that the thousands of mu of fertile land in the farmstead would be planted with vegetables and fruits in the winter. At the beginning of spring, the land in the farmstead will then all be used to plant flowers. In addition to that, he also had a couple of hundred mu located on the back end of the mountain area. That amount of land should be barely enough, right? If it wasn't enough, Zhu Junyang was thinking about purchasing the neighboring farmsteads at a high price. Yu Xiaoxiao had been busy with the Beauty and Health Club during spring. Of course, she had not forgotten about her official responsibilities. She had also been taking care of the matters in the imperial plantation. At the beginning of spring, she planted fresh vegetables after the greenhouse pavilions were taken down. The vegetable farmers in the suburbs of the capital also planted some vegetables at the beginning of spring. However, their vegetables couldn't compare to the vegetables planted in the imperial plantation. Perhaps the imperial plantation was infected with the dragon spirit from the royal family, but the vegetables produced this year appeared fresher and lusher than the vegetables from the other vegetable farmers. The vegetables from the imperial plantation tasted even better than the previous years. As a result, the vegetables sold by the shops under Zhu Junyang's name were much more expensive than the vegetables sold by ordinary vegetable farmers. Even so, the cunning government officials, noble families, and wealthy merchants all fought to buy some vegetables and fruits from his shop. The commoners in the capital were naturally reluctant to buy the same type of vegetables at a price that was several times higher just because it tasted better. Therefore, there was still a market for vegetables sold by suburban vegetable farmers. The vegetables produced by the imperial plantation were coined as the noble vegetables because it supplied mostly the wealthy upper-class people. It didn't compete in the market against the vegetables planted by ordinary vegetable farmers. The weather gradually became warmer. People took off their warm clothes for lighter and more comfortable summer garments. The 1,000 mu of winter wheat planted in the imperial plantation had grown into plump and massive ears of wheat. It looked like the imperial plantation was covered with a golden-colored blanket. When they saw the vast golden wheat field, the old and experienced tenant farmers in the imperial plantation smiled until their wrinkles deepened at the corners of their eyes. They had planted crops for the majority of their life, but this was the first time they had seen such large and plump wheat ears. This year was definitely going to have a bumper harvest and they would be able to live a better life this year due to the bountiful harvest. Although the wheat in the imperial plantation was owned by the imperial family, the tenant farmer's income was still linked to the harvest of the fields each year. The output of the harvest usually got converted into other forms of food or silver as income for the tenant farmers. Before Miss Yu came to the imperial plantation, the tenant farmers working in the imperial plantation were envied by others. The emperor was well known for his benevolence and love for his people, so he naturally wouldn't treat the tenant farmers in the imperial plantation badly. Last fall, under Miss Yu's leadership, the corn output in the imperial plantation broke a new record. Each of the tenant farmers' incomes had doubled compared to the previous years. Looking at the fields of winter wheat for this spring, they knew that their income would definitely be better than the income they received from last fall. In other words, this year's income was better than all the previous payments they had received in the previous 2 to 3 years. As a result, the tenant farmers were full of energy when they were harvesting the winter wheat. Men, women, and children all looked like they were engaging in battle as they cut, tied, and picked the wheat. The children followed behind the adults while carrying a small basket to pick the wheat ears that fell to the ground. They knew that the plantation had to receive the wheat in the warehouse first before it would be considered as their own. Since this year's winter wheat had grown so well, they couldn't afford to have an accident when harvesting the crops. They wouldn't be able to afford the consequences. When the 1,000 mu of winter wheat had been cut, dried, and stored in the warehouse, the tenant farmers who had been busy harvesting all day and night could finally let out a sigh of relief. Steward Wang and Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't wait to calculate the output of the winter wheat with the officials in charge of the farming tasks. Minister Liu trembled with excitement. 700 caddies. The average yield per mu actually reached 700 caddies, which meant that they yielded a higher caddy per mu than the crops produced at Tanggu town. In this era where the average wheat yield per mu was only around 2 to 300 caddies, no one could even imagine that they could one day produce 700 caddies per mu. This was simply a myth that they didn't even dare to imagine. The statistics of the total yield from the imperial plantation was presented to the emperor. The yield per mu of the fields in Tanggu town was also counted, and it turned out that the yield per mu wasn't much different from the imperial plantation this year. However, Xiao Cao asked a few people to select a few exceptionally large wheat ears in the previous year for her, and then she planted those in a few acres of land. The winter wheat planted in the few acres of land produced wheat ears that were a third larger in size than normal wheat ears. The wheat ear managed to create a miracle by outputting 900 caddies per mu. Above the imperial court, the emperor held a giant wheat ear and excitedly said to the civil and military officials, "Do you see this? This is the wheat ear that yielded 900 caddies per mu. If we use this as a seed, then the yield next year definitely won't worsen. Imagine if all the wheat in the north can reach this output, then would our great Ming dynasty have people who go hungry every day? Would we still have people who are poverty-stricken? Will we still have people who won't be able to make a living? The people in the great Ming dynasty will be able to live in peace and contentment. The great Ming dynasty will no longer be unstable because of poverty. Feudal Princess Jinan is indeed one of my most capable officials. Now, my officials and ministers, do you still believe that I'm trying to cause chaos to the imperial court by appointing a young girl as an official? My officials and ministers, do you still believe that a woman cannot be a capable and efficient official?" The imperial court fell silent. The ministers, who strongly opposed appointing Yu Xiaocao as an official, had their heads hanging down. Their faces burned as if they were slapped multiple times. The emperor always appointed people according to their abilities and merits. He had stubbornly appointed a young girl from a peasant family as an official even though half of the imperial court opposed this idea. He didn't want to overlook a farming genius just because of her background or gender. After the emperor ascended the throne, in order to save some expenses for the imperial treasury, he insisted on using the former imperial palace. Some of the more remote and desolate palaces were starting to fall apart, yet he refused to repair the buildings. In order to prevent the wasting of manpower and resources, he even cancelled the drafting of young ladies to the imperial harem that usually occurred once every 3 years. The emperor's harem, including the empress, consisted of no more than 10 women. The emperor and the empress also had their expenses cut down by keeping their longevity celebrations simple. The celebration cost no more than 1,000 taels of silver, which meant that it cost even less than the birthday celebration of a wealthy merchant. The imperial family was naturally frugal because the funds in the imperial treasury were not abundant. In the past 10 years since the emperor's ascension to the throne, he had worked diligently for the people, encouraged people to open up land for farming, lowered taxes again and again, and he even gave the people who suffered from war and disasters an opportunity to live a good life. Even so, many people in various places still could not fill their stomachs because the grain output was too low. After an ordinary family worked for an entire year, the remaining money they had after they paid the rent for the farm was barely enough to make ends meet. If the yield per mu was increased by 3 to 4 times, then the tenant farmers would still have surplus money after paying for rent and food. If the people were well off, then the nation would be stable. Wasn't this what all rulers wished for? There were hundreds of officials in court, but the generals were the ones who built this country, and the ministers were the ones who ruled this country. Yet it was a young girl whom everyone looked down upon who ended up stabilizing this country. Now, it was impossible for the ministers to reject the result. Official Yu used her extraordinary ability to win the recognition of the hundreds of civil and military officials in court. Her accomplishments were gradually revealed to the people. Some of the high-yielding winter wheat seeds were stored to be planted in the imperial plantation next year, and the remaining ones were sold to the poor people in the north at ordinary prices. In order to prevent certain landowners and officials from monopolizing the seeds, the court had dispatched an imperial envoy to preside over the sale of the seeds. The imperial plantation and Yu family's farmstead in Tanggu town only totaled around 4,000 to 5,000 mu of land. The average yield per mu was around 700 caddies, so they produced over 3 million caddies of wheat seeds. It took 15 caddies of seeds to plant 1 mu of land. This meant that the seeds that they currently had could only supply the planting for around 200,000 mu of land. This was far from enough since the Great Ming dynasty had over 600 million mu of arable farmland. The emperor asked the imperial hidden guards to secretly count the land in the outskirts of the capital and the nearby Zhou prefecture that belonged to the officials and wealthy merchants. The area of arable land unexpectedly exceeded 100,000 mu. If all these farmsteads could be used to breed the seeds, then they would be able to supply enough seeds for the 9 million mu of land. If this happened, then they would be one step closer to their goal of growing high-yielding wheat all over the north. The emperor asked Chief Steward Su Ran to gather these people together and announce that the court had expropriated their land. Of course, their farmsteads would not be used in vain. The seeds will be distributed by the court, and the harvested grains can only be sold to the court. The court was willing to pay 10 copper coins per caddy to buy the wheat harvested from the land. The highest price for wheat in the market was only 5 copper coins per caddy. The owners of these farmsteads would earn a huge profit, so why wouldn't they agree? The imperial court signed a 10-year agreement with the owners of the farmsteads. They agreed that the court was going to decide what they will plant and how they will plant it for the next 10 years. When they harvested the crops, the court will send a commissioner to buy all the crops. The crops planted by each farmstead were different. Some planted winter wheat while other farmsteads planted spring seedings, so the process was quite chaotic. Therefore, the agreement went into effect after this current autumn harvest ended. The beginning of the agreement started once winter wheat was planted in the ground. After the winter wheat was harvested, both the imperial plantation and the farmstead at Tanggu town wildly proclaimed that they were now planting corn and potatoes. The climate in the northeastern and northwestern regions was harsher, and the land was more barren, so crops like corn and potatoes were more suitable for planting than wheat. Last year, many villagers from the suburbs of the capital came to the capital and frantically bought some corn seeds before returning. They immediately started planting the seeds at the start of spring. According to their feedback, the corn was growing very well. However, the specific output of the crop would not be unknown until harvest season in the fall. The 2 farmsteads already had some experience with planting corn. Before she started planting the seeds, Yu Xiaosao walked around the well water at the edge of the imperial plantation. She increased the concentration of the mystic stone water that had already gradually weakened. She also put on an act and walked around the fields a few times with her hands clasped behind her back. Her task was now completed. At this time, the peaches and plums at the back of the farmstead already began to mature. Because she had urgently required fruit trees at the time and couldn't pick and choose, they now had a wide variety of peaches growing on the hill. A few of the trees there were grafted with Dongshan village's honey peach branches, and the resulting peaches were large and sweet. As for the other varieties available, they had the sweet and crunchy big white peaches, sweet and sour juicy blood peaches that looked as red as blood, and the sour and sweet crispy yellow peaches. Regardless of the variety of peach, all of the peaches produced at the fruit orchard were large and numerous. There were so many peaches on the trees that the branches were slightly bent from the weight. As soon as the peaches were ripe, they were all shipped to Royal Prince Yang's premium fruit and vegetable shops. The peaches were packaged in exquisite gift boxes, and the prices set for each box were quite expensive. Fortunately, those who were willing to buy from the premium fruits and vegetable shops were not people who lacked money. The peaches that came from the mountain area located behind the imperial plantation, regardless of the variety, were all larger than the fist of an average adult male. There was no need to even explain the taste of the peaches compared to the regular ones. Honey peaches had soft and succulent flesh. After taking a small bite, one could lightly suck on it and the meat from the peach would flow into the mouth. They tasted incredibly sweet. Thus, honey peaches were more suitable for young children and the elderly to eat. Before the large white peaches were ripe, they had a light green color. When the color of the peel slowly changed and approached a light white, then the peaches were ready to be picked. The skin of these peaches were tender and crispy, and the flesh extremely fragrant. Most young people loved this type of fruit. Blood peaches were completely red and they had a lustrous and bright color. The flesh tasted fresh and, in one bite, even the juice that came out was a blood-red color. It had a strong flavor that seeped into a person's mouth, filling it with flavor. This type of peach could nourish the blood and body. Thus, people who had just recovered from an illness and didn't have much energy would find great benefit from eating this type of peach. All of the peaches were packaged in delicately carved boxes to sell. Each box had 6 peaches in it and their weight exceeded 5 caddies. The price was set at 10 taels per box. Compared to ordinary peaches, which were only a dozen copper coins per caddy, these peaches were extremely expensive. However, the high price came with a reason. Ordinary peaches could not even compare to the ones cultivated on the imperial plantation, and the difference was like that between that of a peasant and a nobleman. After eating peaches grown at the imperial plantation, one would disdain the taste of regular peaches. There wasn't a lot of fruit grown on the back of the imperial plantation, so there was a quota implemented on the peaches. Only 100 boxes of peaches could be sold a day, and they would be sold out before the end of the day. Supply definitely did not meet the demand. Once the lively and vivacious Hewaning found out that the peaches on the hills behind the imperial plantation were ripe, she could no longer sit still. She ran over to the Yu residence and found out that Xiaoxiao was currently a blossoming beauty. Thus, she also scurried over to the cosmetics and spa resort and burst into Xiaoxiao's private courtyard. She rushed towards Xiaoxiao, who was currently in the middle of swimming in her private hot spring, and stated, "Xiaoxiao, you're really too much, you know." The so-called hot spring was merely a pool of water that had been heated. Mystic stone water had been added to the pool, so bathing more frequently could improve one's skin texture and quality. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently wearing a swimsuit while she swam freely in the water that was about as deep as a person's height. She was quite surprised when Hewaning had burst in. She swam over to the side of the pool and gazed in puzzlement at the other girl and asked, "What's wrong? How did I make you unhappy this time? Since last year you've said that you were going to invite us to go to the imperial plantation to hunt and enjoy a picnic. However, you haven't followed up on that promise. I'll say, do you even have us friends in your heart at this point?" Hewaning lay down on a cushion next to the hot spring and splashed water towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao swiftly dove into the water and avoided the other girl's sneak attack. She surfaced at a distance and smiled mysteriously. "Older sister He, do you think I don't know what you're hinting at? You're just thinking about those peaches in the fruit orchard, right? If you didn't come today, I still would have sent out invitations to you, older sister Yuan, Royal Princess Minglin and Li Menru to invite you all to experience the life of a fruit farmer. Experience the day-to-day life of a fruit farmer." Hewaning's eyes immediately lit up and an expression of eager interest crossed her face. Despite her obvious excitement, she said, "HMPH. You clearly know how to make us work for you to pick peaches. After all, you don't have to pay us for this work. I knew you were a money-grubbing little businesswoman. You don't want to go. Suit yourself." Yu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the pool and took the offered bath towel from Yingshen's hands. She sat down on a nearby couch and had Wudong dry her hair for her. "Go. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? This time of year, the hairs are probably plump, so after picking some peaches we can go hunt some game too. In the evening, we can have a barbecue. If we stay too late, doesn't Royal Prince Yang's farmstead nearby have a courtyard residence for you all? Then we can rest there." Hewaning became more and more excited with every word she said. She couldn't help but stand up and spin in delight. Hewaning bummed a whole-body essential oil massage off of Yu Xiaoxiao's courtyard before she finally decided to leave. Before she left, she made sure to remind Xiaoxiao, "Don't forget to send an invitation. It needs to come quickly." That night, Yu Xiaoxiao sent out a few invitations to her good friends in the capital. She was inviting them over to the imperial plantation in 2 days to have fun. They were to meet at the 3-story pavilion on the outside of the city. That day, Yu Xiaoxiao rode her little red horse and brought along her 2 hunting dogs, Little Black and Little White. Right after she exited the city, she saw that there were already people waiting by the 3-story pavilion. However, as she got closer, she noticed that, other than Royal Princess Minglin, Li Menru and the 2 beauties of the capital, there were a few uninvited guests too. The first to speak was Li Menru, who looked quite embarrassed. She glanced at her older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers and softly apologized. "Younger sister Yu, after I received your invitation, my older legitimate sister and 2 legitimate younger brothers were also very interested in your proposal, so, without asking for your permission, I presumptively brought them along. I'm truly very sorry." Li Menru's older legitimate sister, Li Mengqi, had a relatively open personality. When she saw that her concubine-born sister was acting so carefully, she was afraid that they had stepped over Yu Xiaoxiao's invisible line and hurriedly said, "It was me. I was the one who coincidentally saw my younger sister's invitation and I was very interested in picking peaches, so I begged her to bring me and my younger brothers along." Younger sister is kind and soft-hearted and couldn't refuse my request. Blame me instead of her. Ah. Miss Lee is taking it too seriously. Since it is a leisure trip, obviously the more the merrier. I don't have many friends in the capital. If you wish to come along, then I will be happy to take you. Why would I blame you? Since these people already came, she felt no need to act the bad guy and make everyone else unhappy. It wasn't as if she didn't know how to be courteous. If these people were worthy of being friends with her, then she was happy to incorporate them in the future. The Lee family's siblings were one thing, but who was that weird-looking fellow that was salivating over Little Black and Little White? What was he doing here? Also, who was that handsome man next to him? He was so handsome that he looked like he came right out of a fairy tale. Why did he look so mysterious? Feudal Princess Jinan, these 2 hunting dogs of yours still haven't had a litter of pups yet. Is it because you can't bear to give any away that it's like this? Ah. Ning Dongwan desperately wanted these 2 dogs. He even claimed that he was famous for having good hunting dogs and knowledge, yet he couldn't even tell the difference between a wolf and a dog. Yu Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay any attention to this guy. Instead she turned an inquiring gaze over to the other people there. Who the heck brought this idiot along? Someone needed to take charge of him, as this fellow had some guts to try to provoke Little White. If Little White ended up losing its temper, then it was likely the wolf would bite this guy's pants off. He Wanning let out a couple of fake coughs and looked away as she said in a somewhat unnatural voice, "These 2 are the young masters from Duke Rongguo's estate. They are named Ning Donglin and Ning Dongwan, and they are the maternal cousins from my eldest sister-in-law's family. My eldest sister-in-law had gotten pregnant after eating your specially prepared medicinal cuisine and drinking the medicinal tea. Her maternal family came over, and I don't know why, but Duke Rongguo's youngest son came over too. When he found out that I had an outing with you today, he shamelessly pestered me to come along." He Wanning's eldest sister-in-law originally didn't have any big issues with her body. After she took more care with her food and drink and also began eating the special prepared foods that Yu Xiaoxiao prescribed, she had gotten pregnant within a few months. This news made the Grand Princess Royal and Marchioness Anning incredibly ecstatic, and they especially prepared a large amount of thank you gifts for Yu Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, they sent over the heir and his wife to express their gratitude in person to Xiaoxiao. They were so thankful that Xiaoxiao felt a bit uncomfortable by their expressions. In the eyes of He Wanning and the other maidens here, it wasn't too surprising that Ning Dongwan came over, as he had always been a hedonistic good-for-nothing. However, they would have never expected that Duke Rongguo's second son, Ning Donglin, who had a reputation of being a perfect gentleman, would also want to come. It was quite out of character for him, and this surprised He Wanning endlessly. "We're in luck. Quickly, we've almost caught up with them. I'll say, little Yangtze, I don't think your charms are deadly enough. Your little lass doesn't even place a lot of importance on you. She's going out to play today but didn't even let you know in advance. If it wasn't for this young master's connections, you would still be in the dark." The person who spoke was a pale-faced youth dressed in green on a buckskin horse. Isn't that the precious grandson of old General Liu? Wasn't his relationship with Royal Prince Yang quite bad? How come they're coming over together? He Wanning had once been infuriated by Lu Hao's sharp tongue and had tried to whip him in retaliation. However, her skills with the whip were no match for Lu Hao, who had spent years tussling with Royal Prince Yang. The gap in their skills was too great. She ended panting in exhaustion with sweat dripping down her face while the infuriating youth hadn't gotten hit even once. Thus, the 2 people's argument ended like that. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes momentarily softened when she saw that familiar handsome youth dressed entirely in black with the phoenix eyes riding on a black horse. She didn't even need to nudge her mount as Little Red headed over to Fierce Wind and tried to bite the other horse's ears. Yu Xiaoxiao patted Little Red's head and stopped her from bothering Fierce Wind. She looked at Zhu Junyang with a smile in her eyes. "When did you get back to the capital? You look like you've gotten thinner. You still need to take care of yourself no matter how urgent your task is." Zhu Junyang reached out a hand to stroke the little girl's tender face, and the severe look on his face gentled. "Last night I had just gotten back. Ever since I left the capital, I've longed for the food you make. Even the simplest porridge and stir-fried veggies you make are better than the most expensive delicacies. This prince wants to eat your Buddha jumps over the wall. Didn't he just say that even her simplest porridge and stir-fried vegetables were good enough? Yet he suddenly wanted to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Just what was he trying to say? Yu Xiaoxiao knew that this fellow wasn't happy unless there was a meat dish on the table, so the mirth in her eyes deepened. She nodded her head and said, "All right, tomorrow evening you should come over to Count Zongshan's estate and I'll make you some Buddha jumps over the wall. You got back to the capital yesterday, don't you need to show up at court today to report? Is it really okay for you to go out with us?" "Not a problem. The emperor gave me a day off to rest up." Zhu Junyang had been out of the capital for more than a month doing his task and had constantly thought of his little lass. The first thing he wanted to do when he got back was to see her. From his good friend, he found out that she was taking people to the imperial plantation to play around today, so he came along without even thinking about it. Ahem, is it really okay for you guys to be like this when there are a bunch of other people around? All of us are just standing here yet you guys don't feel the least bit embarrassed. Let's go. Head out. Lu Hao had just experienced firsthand the lovey-doveyness between these two people and couldn't stand it anymore. He would have never expected that the cold-faced royal prince, the cruel and vicious devil star, actually had such a gentle and sweet side of him. Lu Hao shuddered at the memory as goosebumps rose throughout his body. The tempered sword being twisted around a beauty's finger, was actually true. The emperor raising the status of women wasn't without benefit. In fact, every noble-born maiden in the capital was quite skilled at horseback riding. In total, the group consisted of over a dozen young nobles. With their maid-servants and servants added on, there were around a few dozen horses all headed down the capital's official roads. The peasant farmers, who were pushing or pulling carts towards the capital, all hurriedly went aside to let these nobles through. Judging by these people's clothing and attitudes, it was easy to tell that they couldn't afford to offend any of them. It was better to make way, right? If they had accidentally caused offense to one of these arrogant and noble masters, then they would likely have to pay in blood. Yu Xiaoxiao spurred her little red horse on. Her steed had seen a bunch of other horses around it, so its thirst for competition rose. It stretched out its legs and bolted off like a red whirlwind. In a wisp, it quickly left the other horses far behind it. Since Fierce Wind was a Fergana horse, it wasn't difficult for it to keep up with Little Red. However, after spending a lot of time with Little Red, the black horse always allowed the Little Red horse to do anything it wanted. Thus, it kept half a horse head's distance from Little Red and ran neck to neck. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around to look at the confident and calm Zhu Junyang and grinned at him. Fierce Wind was like his owner and always did little tricks to get the other horse to like him. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao heard the sound of another horse's hooves from behind and curiously turned around to look. She saw the elegantly handsome Ning Donglin, who was dressed entirely in white, riding a white steed that glided over quickly. His white sleeves billowed around him and his coal-black hair floated in the wind. His ethereally handsome face along with his heroic figure seemed to make him resemble a celestial immortal coming down to earth. HMPH. Zhu Junyang had noticed that his little lass had her attention taken away by another man, so he felt quite unhappy. He couldn't stop himself from glaring at Ning Donglin with daggers in his eyes. Everything was good about his little lass. The only problem she had was that she was horny. Of course, the type of horny that he meant was that she really liked looking at beautiful things, which included handsome and good-looking men. In fact, he recalled that when the little lass was only around 8 to 9 years old, she also regarded him with a stunned look on her face. Now that he remembered that scene, he felt quite pleased and self-satisfied. However, when the little lass revealed an admiring expression at other men who were good-looking in front of him, that good feeling rapidly changed into something else. After he saw that the little lass hadn't noticed his jealousy, Zhu Junyang threw another look at the tactless Ning Donglin, who had caught up with them, and remarked in a very aggrieved tone, "Lass, what are you looking at so intently for?" Yu Xiaoxiao finally stopped staring and sensed his displeased expression. She rubbed at her nose self-consciously and quibbled, "I wasn't looking at anything. I was just a bit amazed by young Master Ning's horse. It was actually able to catch up with Little Red and Fierce Wind. I don't know what kind of horse it is." Who was she trying to fool? Earlier she was staring blatantly at that handsome guy's face so much that the drool almost fell out of her mouth, yet now she claimed she was looking at the man's horse instead. He obviously wouldn't believe that excuse. However, Zhu Junyang had a good understanding of Xiao Xiao's personality and didn't bother to argue with her over this. Instead, he played along. Older brother Ning's beloved horse looks lively, has large intelligent eyes, a tall arched neck, delicate ears, strong sturdy limbs, and a light gait. It should be a very good example of a Yila horse, a very good breed. Ning Donglin, who was already neck to neck with Xiao Xiao, heard what Zhu Junyang said and revealed a gentle smile. Royal Prince Yang is very knowledgeable. I spotted this horse in the middle of a herd of wild horses on my most recent journey. It took me quite a bit of effort to tame it. However, Falling Snow is probably the most lively and intelligent horse I've had. Everyone knew that Yila horses were incredibly beautiful, so Xiao Xiao couldn't help but glance at the horse a bit more. Little Red, on the other hand, was quite unhappy about this. The most lively and intelligent horse was this little white horse. That was an utter lie. The most lively and intelligent horse was right here. Little Red thought that Falling Snow looked more and more like an eyesore, so it bunched up its muscles and sped forward in an effort to leave the little white horse behind. Although Little Red wasn't a famous breed, it had been fed with mystic stone water by its master since it was young. Thus, most famous and good steeds couldn't beat it. Consequently, it leapt forward and left Fierce Wind and Falling Snow behind it by more than a horse length. When they almost reached the fork in the road that led to the Imperial Plantation, Yu Xiaoxiao pulled on the reins and began to comfort Little Red. She was planning on waiting for the rest of her friends here before they entered the Imperial Plantation. Ning Donglin waited until Falling Snow came to a stop and then leapt off his steed. He regarded his beloved horse, which looked exhausted, with a tender look on his face and then looked with astonishment at Little Red, who was currently being fed mystic stone water by its master. He asked curiously, "Miss Yu, your precious horse truly has some unusual legs and can actually run faster than Falling Snow. I really can't find many horses that can do that. Perhaps your horse is the descendant of the legendary Red Hare." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and gently stroked Little Red's soft and silky mane as she casually replied, "I don't know much about horses. Little Red was given to me by my godfather when I was young and it was only a small yearling then, so I couldn't see anything special then. I never would have expected that it would become more amazing as it got older and that it has quite a bit of stamina. It's a bit hot-blooded in temperament though and always likes to bully Fierce Wind and other horses. Good horses all have bad tempers. When I was taming Falling Snow, I almost got kicked or stepped on multiple times. It was quite dangerous. Your horse actually runs faster than Royal Prince Yang's Fergana horse, which is a top-notch horse. It must have some bloodline of red hair." Ning Donglin noticed that his beloved horse, which was usually quite proud and aloof, was currently doing its best to curry favor with the little red horse. He was quite surprised by this turn of events. Fierce Wind was not happy by this at all. It stubbornly inserted itself between Little Red and Falling Snow and even jostled the white horse away. Falling Snow also had a temper and opened its mouth to snap at Fierce Wind. Fierce Wind had a similar temperament as its owner. Other than acting gentle and sweet around Little Red, it was vicious and temperamental to all other horses. The two horses actually started to come to blows and began fighting. It was quite a thrilling sight. Zhu Junyang could tell that his beloved steed had the advantage here and slanted a look while he crossed his arms around his chest and a cold smile appeared on his face. From time to time, he would throw a provocative look at Ning Donglin. Ning Donglin saw that his beloved horse had almost been kicked a few times by Fierce Wind and frowned in worry as he said, "Although Falling Snow has an arrogant temperament, it's not the type to cause trouble for no reason. What's going on today, Miss Yu? Is your Little Red a female horse?" Yu Xiaoxiao naturally could tell that Fierce Wind was jealous and glanced at its master. Arg! This horse was truly too petty. It must have learned this from its master. After hearing the question, she laughingly led Little Red forward to avoid getting injured and nodded, "Yes, my Little Red is a mare and it's a very attractive female horse. HMPH. Only knows how to attract outside bees and butterflies." Zhu Junyang huffed coldly and had a displeased look on his face. "Who are you talking about, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately became a bit upset and her large eyes had a hint of danger in them. I was talking about the horse, who else would I be talking about? Zhu Junyang immediately backed off and stared at the cause of all this trouble, Little Red. Yu Xiaoxiao was still not happy. That's also not okay. My Little Red is so sweet and obedient and didn't start this trouble. It was clearly the fault of someone else who shamelessly came forward. So shameless and brazen. It wasn't as if she didn't know how to say things in a roundabout way. Zhu Junyang was helpless against her onslaught and could only admit defeat now. He ordered Fierce Wind, it's about enough, all right. It's not as if you have a blood feud right now. Are you really going to fight until the other can't anymore? Come back. Fierce Wind resentfully turned around. As it turned, it took one last bite at Falling Snow's neck. Falling Snow's reactions weren't fast enough, so it ended up with a bloody bite mark on its neck. However, Fierce Wind was still going easy on the other horse. Otherwise, the white horse would be missing a bit of flesh right now. Falling Snow let out an anguished whinny, and Ning Donglin hurriedly took out a handkerchief to treat his poor horse. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been watching all of this, quite liked that pretty white horse, so she wet her own handkerchief with some mystic stone water and offered it over. Young Master Ning, use this to wipe Falling Snow's wound off. Ning Donglin didn't refuse her good intentions and took the offered handkerchief as he washed the wound on Falling Snow's neck. He complained out of love, that horse really bit down hard. Clearly the horse is like its master, both are irritable and bad-tempered. As someone who shielded the shortcomings of her loved ones, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't happy. It wasn't right for Fierce Wind to bite Falling Snow. I know you love your horse, but you can't just blame other people unjustly. Ning Donglin inwardly thought, if Royal Prince Yang had restrained his horse earlier, would Falling Snow be injured now? However, he could tell Xiaoxiao was protecting Zhu Junyang and didn't say anything more. Zhu Junyang was over the moon when he saw his little lass defending him. It was as if he had just drank a cup of ice-cold water during the hottest day of the year. It was obviously that his little lass still had him in his heart and she wasn't bewitched by another pretty face. After they waited for quite a bit, He Wanning and the others finally caught up with them. He Wanning had a dissatisfied expression on her face as she complained, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, is this how the host should be acting? Leaving the guests behind while you run off in front? Yes, we all know that your steed is amazing. When I get back, I'm going to have my father find me a good horse and leave the three of you guys in the dust next." All right. This silly animal of mine took control of the situation and insisted on competing with Fierce Wind and Falling Snow. I wasn't trying to show off my horse. Older sister don't blame me wrongly. Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed the smile on her lips and patted Little Red's neck as she easily transferred the blame over. He Wanning stared at Little Red with a covetous gaze. Little Red felt a bit uneasy by this and irritability stamped its hooves on the ground. He Wanning nodded her head. "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, your horse doesn't look very impressive and I would have never expected that it would be on the same level as a Fergana horse. If I'm not wrong, this horse of yours should be a mare, right?" After Xiaoxiao nodded her head in assent, He Wanning revealed an expectant expression. "Then, once this horse has a foal, it will go to me. I've already spoken and made this reservation. You're not allowed to give it to anyone else. Who did you make an agreement with? Did you get this prince's permission yet?" Zhu Junyang once again felt like the little lass wasn't taking him seriously. She even agreed to send out Fierce Wind's and Little Red's future child out to someone else without even consulting him. Yu Xiaoxiao and He Wanning both looked at him with similar flabbergasted expressions on their faces. "Why do we need to get your permission?" Strictly speaking, He Wanning was actually considered cousins with Zhu Junyang. Other people were afraid of this devil-like Royal Prince Yang, but she wasn't. "This is strictly between me and younger sister Xiaoxiao, why are you butting in?" Zhu Junyang huffed and said, "The little foal that you're talking about is also the descendant of Fierce Wind. Why can't I, as one of the masters involved here, also have an opinion? Who says that Little Red's kid must be Fierce Wind's kid?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't expect this fellow to be this aggressive that he wouldn't even allow other people's horses to breed with her horse. Zhu Junyang's expression darkened even more. "What kind of owner are you? Haven't you seen the relationship between Fierce Wind and Little Red? Are you going to callously tear them apart? What kind of eyes do you have to think that Little Red and Fierce Wind are in a loving relationship? Obviously it's only Fierce Wind who is shamelessly pestering Little Red, and my Little Red hasn't yet agreed to this. However, she could tell that Zhu Junyang was truly mad about this, so Yu Xiaoxiao didn't bother to quarrel with him. The first step hadn't even been taken yet, so what was the point in arguing over the future of Little Red's children? There were better things to do. In front of us is the Imperial Plantation. Do we want to go directly to the back hills or first go to the main building to rest a bit? As the host, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't spend all of her time soothing the hurt feelings of a certain someone. She needed to make sure she took good care of all of these noble-born misses and young masters. He Wanning didn't even wait to consider before she said, let's go to the back mountains first. We can all make our own decisions there. Those who want to pick peaches can pick peaches. Those who don't can go hunting first. At lunch, we can have a barbecue with the hunted game and eat the free fruits as well. The group followed the winding trail behind the Imperial Plantation and hiked towards the little hill that wasn't too far from them. Steward Wang, who was in charge of overseeing the Imperial Plantation, had gotten word of their arrival and hurried over with the staff to welcome them. These young masters and misses were all from noble families, and one of them was actually their immediate superior, so they couldn't slight them one bit. However, He Wanning felt like they were all in the way and directly ordered them away. Since they were here for an outing, it needed to be more rustic for them to have fun. The invitation from Steward Wang was completely ignored by everyone. At the peach orchard, a beautiful sight greeted their eyes. Rosy and bright peaches hung from the branches, and the weight of them made the branches bend down. Raising one's head would allow a fuzzy peach to hit one's forehead. The sweet scent of the peaches permeated the mountainside. Those of you who want to hunt, go ahead. We can split duties. In any case, I want to pick peaches. He Wanning impatiently picked a massive scarlet blood peach that had caught her eye. She wiped the fuzz on the peach with a handkerchief and began to stuff the fruit into her mouth. Her maidservant hurriedly stopped her and took out a water pouch that she carried to help her wash the peach clean before handing it back to her. He Wanning bit down and bright red juice dribbled down from the corner of her mouth. She wiped the juice off with the back of her hand in an uninhibited manner and swallowed down the flesh and juice in her mouth. She remarked in a pleased manner, so delicious. Apparently peaches that are just picked are even more fresh. This type of peach has a sour and sweet taste to it, and it really stimulates one's appetite. Royal Princess Minglin personally preferred the juicy and rich honey peach. She carefully looked around and selected a honey peach tree from the orchard. She stood on the top of her tiptoes to pick a peach that had caught her eye. Her maidservant swiftly took it from her hand to help her wash it before handing it back to her. Royal Princess Minglin held the washed peach in one hand while she picked another ripe peach with her other hand. The honey peaches that she picked were all placed in a basket held by a maidservant behind her. After picking 5 peaches, she finally stopped. She delivered the washed peach to her mouth and gently took a small bite. Then, she sucked at the bite, and sweet and mellow juice immediately flowed into her mouth. It tasted as sweet as honey. After she finished sucking out the juice, she discovered that what was left in her hands was only the skin of the peach and the seed. The flesh of fully ripened honey peaches had already turned to juice. No wonder they were called honey peaches. Li Mengru's 2 younger brothers were just at the age where they liked to play. When they saw that their older sisters had started to pick peaches without saying a word, they didn't want to be outdone. They ran towards the peach trees they liked and began to pick fruit. For the fruit that were on the higher branches, they sat on the shoulders of others to help them reach. Lu Hao couldn't control the strength in his hands. After attempting to pick a few honey peaches, he found out that he always ended up damaging the fruit, so he switched his targets to the giant white peaches. Giant white peaches had firmer flesh and were not as delicate as honey peaches, so they were more suited to him. He placed the fruit basket that the staff of the orchards used at his feet, and, before long, most of the basket was filled with peaches. The speed at which he picked peaches was even faster than the most experienced orchard hands. Ning Dongwan had always had a more deranged temperament. When he saw everyone else spending time in the fruit orchard, he also changed his mind and began to pick peaches. After picking one, he rubbed it casually on his clothes a few times and then took a giant bite. Before long, 3 to 4 large peaches had already gone down his gullet. The coarse young man exclaimed, "I'm rich, I'm rich. These peaches are all for free, so I need to eat as many as I can." I need to let all of my friends know that the peaches that they can't even buy can be eaten by me. I can eat as much as I want. Won't they be so jealous of me? Ning Donglin, on the other hand, was an elegant and cultured fellow. He was dressed entirely in white and had both of his hands behind his back. One of his hands held a fan that had an ornament attached to it that lightly swayed with his steps. His demeanor made him look like a peach immortal. However, this immortal wasn't the type that disdained the mundane food of mortals. Whenever he saw a peach that caught his eye, he would also stretch out a hand and pick it off the tree. After washing the fuzz off of the fruit, he would happily taste the peach. All of you men are here picking peaches, are any of you going to go hunting? You guys wouldn't happen to be waiting for us young noble maidens to go instead of. After eating 2 peaches, Huaning's stomach was no longer empty. Although her desire to pick peaches didn't go down, her desire to eat peaches had changed. Ning Dongwan ran to a nearby pear tree and picked off a pear that was purple-green in color. He bit down and almost choked on the acidity of the fruit. He spat out the unripe flesh from his mouth and threw the pear onto the ground. After hearing Huaning's question, he blew a loud whistle to summon a giant hunting dog. He patted the dog's head and proudly remarked, "With my tyrant here, why do we need people to hunt? Tyrant, go show them your skills and hunt some wild peasants and hares for us." Yu Xiaosao glanced at Tyrant and discovered that it was a Tibetan Mastiff. Tibetan Mastiffs were well known for being fierce hunters. No wonder Ning Dongwan loved this dog so much. When he saw that Tyrant hadn't entered the thickets yet, Ning Dongwan boasted proudly, "My Tyrant was brought over from Yusang, historic name for Tibet, and it's very fierce. No dog in the capital is its match. It is truly the king of dogs. Miss Yu, on another day, bring your little black and little white along to scuttle with Tyrant, all right." Yu Xiaosao let out a pft of laughter. Tyrant was the best in little black and little white's eyes, that dog wasn't even worth a second glance. Although little black and little white were usually good-natured, they could actually make a fierce tiger back down when they needed to. Ning Dongwan hurriedly added when she saw her expression, "Don't dismiss me so early. Tyrant is a mastiff and the Tibetan people use them to fend off fierce creatures. They will even fight off wild wolves." A woo! Just as he finished speaking, he heard the frantic cry from his dog. Ning Dongwan's expression immediately changed and he exclaimed, "That sounds like Tyrant. Didn't you say that there aren't any fierce beasts in the hills here? What happened? That's not okay. I need to go take a look." Ning Donglin pulled his younger brother back and frowned. "If it is truly a vicious creature, it's not like you can do anything with your poor martial arts skills. Royal Prince Yong, if there are truly fierce beasts here, we can't just let this go. After all, Miss Yu spends a lot of time here at the Imperial Plantation working." Zhu Junyang had also thought of this point. However, when Ning Donglin pointed it out, he felt quite unhappy inside. He was the only one who needed to be concerned about his lass's affairs. As an outsider, why was this guy butting in? Did this fellow have other motives towards the little lass? For the past year, I've pretty much come to the Imperial Plantation almost every day from the capital and I never heard of any fierce beasts staying in the area. That being said, other than some shrubbery in the area, there's no thick forest here for vicious animals to hide in. There shouldn't be any real danger. Perhaps Tyrant accidentally fell into a trap that was dug by one of the nearby villagers. How about we go over and take a look? During their journey here, Little Black and Little White had run far in front of the horses. Yu Xiaosao had personally seen them run into the thicker areas of the back mountain. If there truly were any vicious creatures around, Little Black and Little White would have already warned her. Although she wasn't worried, that didn't mean Zhu Junyang wasn't. He couldn't let even one small detail escape his eye when it came to his little lass's safety. In a few days, he needed to have some people clean up the surrounding areas around the fruit orchard. Then, he was going to bring some people up from the farmstead and have them begin to patrol the nearby areas to make sure everything was safe. Only then would he be okay with having his lass spending a lot of time at the Imperial Plantation. Lu Hao and I will go take a look. After all, the two of us are well trained. The rest of you should stay here. Head Steward Lu and Bodyguard Dong will stay here to protect all of you. Zhu Junyang pulled the eager and excited Xiaosao and Huaning back, who had a face full of curiosity. He didn't need to worry about the other young maidens. These two, however, were always ready to get into trouble. Yu Xiaoxiao's displeasure at being held back shone on her face. What was wrong with her tagging along? With these two hulking men along, would they really not be able to protect her, a tiny little girl? Just as the two youths were about to head forward, they could hear some rustling in the nearby bushes. From the looks of it, it looked like a large creature was headed their way. Ning Donglin headed a few steps closer to Xiaoxiao and stood in front of her as he quietly reminded them, "Be careful. All of the young ladies should retreat back into the fruit orchard, the servants should keep an eye out." Just as he finished speaking, a giant black head revealed itself from the bushes. The creature's bright blue eyes looked at the group of humans in puzzlement. When Zhu Junyang clearly identified the animal, he immediately relaxed. "Tyrant. What's wrong, tyrant?" Ning Dongwan clearly saw what was being dragged along by that giant black head. Why did it look so familiar? Could it be his tyrant? Tyrant, who had no rivals in the whole capital, was currently acting like a dead animal in Little Black's jaws and whimpering and whining pitifully. "Little Black, who told you that you could just bully other people's dogs?" Yu Xiaoxiao was very familiar with Little Black's personality. It loved to play around and could romp happily with the stray dogs in the village. If it was Little White, on the other hand, she could believe that it was that guy who started the fight. However, Little Black would never bully another dog without being provoked first. Little Black tossed Tyrant onto the ground. When Ning Dongwan saw his beloved pet like this, lying on the ground not moving, he cried out and ran forward. "Tyrant, I rely on you to give me face off, you can't be dead." "What will I do if you're dead?" The distress on his face made it seem like his wife had died. Ning Donglin couldn't stand his younger brother acting like this and poked his brother in the back with his foot to remind him to stop making a spectacle out of himself. "This is not okay. Miss Yu, your Little Black killed my Tibetan Mastiff that cost 10,000 taels to buy. You need to compensate me. Just give me Little Black. Little Black is mine now. Otherwise, I'm going to cause a racket at your residence every day." Ning Dongwan revealed his hooligan side and stared at Little Black with a covetous expression. "PSH, you sure are hoping to get the better side of the deal here. Let me tell you, my Little Black is worth more than 10 of your tyrant." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and gave a pointed look at Ning Donglin. Her intent was obvious: quickly take your younger brother away. The fact that he's trying to blackmail someone in front of all of these people is really too shameless of him. Zhu Junyang felt the fires of rage rise up in his heart when he saw his little lass looking at second young Master Ning. He pulled the shameless Ning Dongwan, who was hugging the dead corpse of his dog, up by his collar and pointed at Tyrant, whose eyes were still blinking and looking around. He growled, "If this dog of yours was killed by Little Black, then this prince would compensate you for your 10,000 taels. However, open your eyes wider, idiot. It was only scared silly by Little Black and doesn't dare to stand up around the other dog." As if it was trying to verify their thoughts, Little Black shot a look full of disdain at Tyrant and then turned around to walk into the shrubbery. Tyrant could smell the scent of Little Black of leaving and slunk back up. It stuck its tail behind its legs, hid behind its master, and refused to go out again. Ning Dongwan, who was still trying to be shameless, stared at his dog with a flabbergasted expression. Under the mocking look of Yu Xiaoxiao, he sheepishly said, "I didn't expect my tyrant to be so smart. It knows how to play dead to avoid danger." Yu Xiaoxiao burst into laughter and looked at Tyrant, who was quite subdued but looked to be in fine shape. "Little Black wouldn't bully your dog for no reason. Tyrant must have tried to steal his prey. Little Black is quite bold and powerful when he is hunting. Whoever wants to steal his game without his permission will get punished. All right, after that false alarm, let's go back to picking fruit. In the afternoon, we need to send out a shipment. In order to allow everyone to fully enjoy themselves, I even had the workers stop working. Go pick some more and don't waste the time. You're truly taking us for a bunch of fruit pickers. Can you afford to hire us nobles as regular workers?" He Wanning scratched at her neck and she felt like her whole body was one big itch. She wished she could take off her clothes to scratch everywhere. However, after being instructed in the etiquette and mannerisms of a noble maiden for over a decade, she couldn't do something so impolite and could only resist the urge. Stop scratching, stop scratching. Chulu, quickly take out a clean handkerchief and wet it with some water to let your young miss wipe herself down. Yu Xiaosao noticed that He Waning's neck had turned red from her scratching and hurriedly went over to stop her. The fuzz on peaches are notorious for causing people to feel itchy. You have to be careful and avoid getting it on your skin. How come you didn't mention this earlier? Ning Dongwan acted as if he was a giant monkey who had been infected with lice as he scratched his whole body uninhibitedly. The more he scratched, the more it itched, and the more it itched, the more he had to scratch. His neck and arms were all red and excoriated from his efforts as if he didn't care that he might break his skin from scratching so hard. Li Mengru's younger brother Li Haoming had also gotten some peach fuzz on his skin. He cried as he scratched his body. Luckily, the only parts that had gotten fuzz on were his arms. Li Mengqi held a wet handkerchief and helped him wipe it off. Yu Xiaosao pointed at a small brook that wasn't very far from them and spoke at Ning Dongwan. You all can go over there to wash off. When Little Black and Little White get back, we can go to the grass pavilion by the Sea of Flowers to take our noon meal. He Wanning still wanted to continue to pick peaches and looked at all of the peaches in the trees. She wished she could pick them all down and carry them away. Even if she couldn't take them with her, she found picking fruit from the tree to be a very fun activity. Those of you who want to wash up can do so. I'm going to continue to pick some more fruit. Other than Ning Dongwan, the rest of the group stayed at the fruit orchard and continued to pick peaches. When they first entered the orchard, they ate peaches as they picked. Their bellies now were full and they couldn't eat any more fruit. The sweet aroma of ripe fruit was very calming. All in all, the sweet young maidens along with the young masters and all of their servants were able to pick all of the fruits that were needed to be sold in the afternoon before noon arrived. A pile of game had already formed outside the orchard. There were wild hares, wild pheasants, badgers, everything that needed to be there was there. There was even a wild goat that weighed over 100 catties. All of the game had been killed with a powerful bite to their necks. The wounds were quite small and even less blood flowed out. The only exception was the wild goat, which had its back legs dripping with blood and was quite mangled. When Little Black came back again with Wild Reeve's pheasant, Xiaosao patted its head and praised it unstintingly. Little Black is so hardworking. We have enough game here. Go bring Little White back. In a moment, we'll barbecue some meat for you guys to eat. Little Black licked its master's hand and joyfully wagged its large fluffy tail. It shot another threatening look at Tyrant before it swiftly disappeared into the bushes. So fast, Ning Dongwan salivated as he stared in the direction that Little Black disappeared in. He fawningly walked up to Xiaosao and said, "Such top-quality hunting dogs, and you have 2 of them. What a waste, right? How about you set a price and transfer Little Black to me? Don't worry, no matter how high the price, I'm willing to buy. Does it look like I lack money? Yu Xiaosao was too lazy to pay him any attention and casually rebuked. Although Ning Dongwan was a profligate young master, he knew all of the news and rumors swirling about the capital. Fresh fruits and vegetables grown out of season, blossoming beauties, flower teas and cosmeceuticals, the specialty resort spa, and this fruit orchard gleaming with gold. The Yu family's lass had only been in the capital for less than a year, but she likely made more money than one could spend in a lifetime, no, multiple lifetimes. She truly wasn't someone who lacked money. Then tell me, what will allow you to give Little Black to me? Ning Dongwan dispiritedly asked with his head lowered down as if he was trying to look pathetic. Little Black and Little White aren't considered mine. I don't have the power to decide where they go. In Yu Xiaosao's heart, these 2 were already past the stage of mere pets. They shouldn't be confined in a tiny little space in a residence, as the deep forest was their true home. However, these 2 didn't seem interested in spending all their time in the great outdoors as they were very close to her. Perhaps it was due to the fact she had the multicolored stone on her. Unfortunately, Ning Dongwan didn't understand the complexities behind her words. Instead, his face lit up and he remarked with great emotion, "If they're not considered yours, then who are they owned by?" Royal Prince Yang. As long as they weren't owned by Yu Xiaosao, Ning Dongwan felt like he would have no qualms bothering anyone else. His old father had said that Miss Yu was absolutely someone he could not afford to offend. Otherwise, he would have long resorted to some duplicitous methods to get his hands on one of her dogs. As long as she wasn't their owner, then it was all very easy to resolve. Even if the owner was the hard to connect with Royal Prince Yong, he was confident in his own skills and wiliness that he would be able to get the prince to sell one of the dogs to him. The worst-case scenario would be Royal Prince Yong beating him into a pulp. A few flesh wounds were nothing. No, they're not owned by any person. They are only owned by themselves. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that interacting with this idiot was truly too onerous. This guy truly had zero brains in that empty head of his. However, Ning Dongwan became even more ecstatic. They're not owned by anyone. Doesn't that mean they are masterless then? Then doesn't that mean that as long as I find a way to bring them back that they would be considered mine? Whoever caught masterless animals would be considered their new masters. Wasn't that what she was hinting at? Yu Xiaoxiao could sense his growing interest and had an inkling of what he was going to try to do. She gazed at him mysteriously and had a faint smile on her face as she said, "You could think of it that way. However, don't blame me for not warning you in the future. Little Black and Little White aren't that easy to get along with." However, Ning Dongwan didn't take her warning to heart. His mind was obsessed with the idea of getting these two hunting dogs into his kennel. Naturally, this was the direct cause of his future sad predicament. The maid-servants and manservants moved all of the game to the grass pavilion. Little Black and Little White also came along, coming and going like a black and white whirlwind. They frolicked through the flower fields swiftly and scared the female workers who were working in the fields into shrieks. Several barbecue racks had been set up on the flat ground next to the pavilion. The charcoal inside had also been lit up. The cleaned game was in the process of being strung up on steel skewers, and Royal Princess Minglin, Yuan Shuiyan, and another few young maidens stood curiously at the side of the rack. They watched in fascination as the workers from the plantation swiftly made barbecue skewers from the freshly slain game. The workers rubbed oil, flipped the meat, and added seasonings. It wasn't a simple process. He Wanning was extremely eager to try and dismissed one of the servants who was cooking and began to start working herself. Younger sister Xiaoxiao had told her earlier that barbecuing your own food was the most fun. When she picked up a skewer of potatoes that was still half raw and waved it in front of Xiaoxiao as if it was a precious treasure, Xiaoxiao was currently cooking the wild goat that was missing a leg. Why was it missing a leg? That leg had been savaged by Tyrant earlier and she had cut it off so she could roast it for Little Black and Little White. She had no interest in eating meat that already had saliva on it. Xiaoxiao, look at the potatoes I roasted. Don't they look great? They look so delicious. He Wanning somewhat proudly raised the skewer of potatoes and used her other hand to wipe her forehead of sweat. The only thing she accomplished in doing was leaving 3 black lines on her face. Yu Xiaoxiao took a look at the pathetic-looking skewer of potatoes and wondered if she should stop the other girl from eating some. After thinking a bit, she decided it was better not to pour cold water on He Wanning's enthusiasm. After all, eating some potatoes that were half burnt and half raw wouldn't kill a person and would only cause some diarrhea at worst. Do you want to try some? This is the first skewer that I've ever roasted myself. If it was anyone else, I couldn't bear to let them try any. He Wanning thrust the ash-covered skewer towards Xiaoxiao's mouth and resisted the urge to take it away. Yu Xiaoxiao had a wide-eyed expression on her face as she politely refused, "Thank you. This is the first time you've roasted your own potatoes, so it's better if you eat it instead." What's that expression on your face? It's potatoes I roasted, not poison. If you don't want to eat it, it's your loss. He Wanning stuffed the skewer of roasted potatoes in her mouth in a fit of pique. The expression on her face immediately changed. Pay, so salty, so disgusting. He Wanning spat out the food that was in her mouth and beckoned to the maidservant beside her to give her some water so she could rinse her mouth. Zhu Junyang came over with a skewer of chicken thigh meat that had been roasted until it was crisp and golden. He squatted down next to Xiaoxiao and stuffed the chicken thigh meat skewer into Xiaoxiao's hands. He took over the whole roasted wild goat that she was in charge of and easily flipped it. "Go have some fun. I'll take over this." Yu Xiaoxiao took off a piece of meat from the skewer and delivered it into Zhu Junyang's mouth while she also took a bite. She ate with relish. "So good. I never would have thought that Royal Prince Yong was also skilled at roasting meat." Any soldier who has marched with the army knows how to roast meat. Whenever we have free time, we'll go out and hunt some game down to barbecue. Although I can't guarantee the taste of the food, I can at least attest that it's cooked through. As he talked, he even shot a sardonic glance at He Wanning as if he was hinting at something. Yu Xiaoxiao restrained the laughter bubbling up inside of her and split the chicken meat between the two of them. Then, she stood up and pulled He Wanning, who looked quite at a loss, and said, "Let's go, I'll teach you how to roast meat skewers." Yu Xiaoxiao used the already skewered raw goat meat to show her how to control the heat, how to flip the meat, how to brush on oil and seasonings. To her, barbecuing some meat was super easy and came to her like it was nothing. He Wanning, on the other hand, was astonished at her skill. Although it looked deceptively simple, when she tried, she ended up frantically trying to do all of the right steps. The meat that Xiaoxiao roasted came out flaky and crispy on the outside and delicious on the inside. The meat that she cooked, on the other hand, always turned out black and sad on the outside, and the inside was always half raw. After going through many attempts, He Wanning had to stop in regret. It looked like she had no culinary talent. Now that she accepted the truth, she ate the cooked food to salvage her hurt pride and ended up monopolizing all of the roasted meat that Xiaoxiao had cooked. She had no other choice. The food that Xiaoxiao barbecued was seriously too delicious. No matter if it was wild goat meat, pheasant meat, or rabbit meat, they were all cooked and seasoned perfectly. Even the barbecued skewers of vegetables were as delicious as the meat skewers and caused people to continuously eat without stopping. The prospect of roasting their own skewers was an interesting and fascinating concept to the young maidens. At first, enthusiasm ran high. However, once they tried a few times, they discovered that they either cooked the food until it was burnt or took it off too early when it was too raw. Furthermore, the skewers that they roasted were either salty enough to choke someone or not seasoned enough. They all had to admit that they didn't have the talent in this area and thus sat obediently in the grass pavilion to wait for the food to be done. Naturally, the most popular skewers were cooked by Yu Xiaoxiao herself. After all, she had worked at a night market in her past life roasting skewers, so she definitely was very skilled at this. Even the seemingly cold and aloof Yuan Shuiyan eagerly strove against Royal Princess Minglin for the skewers Yu Xiaoxiao made. The two younger boys, Li Haoming and Li Haoyu, stood pathetically at the barbecue rack next to Xiaoxiao, waiting for the meat to finish cooking. Although Ning Donglin resembled an immortal on the outside, his serene appearance actually hid an avid foodie. In fact, he even fought for food with the 7-year-old Li Haoming. Yu Xiaoxiao's previously ethereal impression of him had immediately been shattered. Lu Hao, on the other hand, had some skill at barbecuing. It was said that when he was stationed in the southwest in the past, he had spent a lot of time hunting in the forests and had consequently learned how to roast meat then. Although the flavor of his skewers were different from the ones Yu Xiaoxiao cooked, they were still quite good. Those who were too hungry to wait for Xiaoxiao's skewers to get done ate his instead. As for Ning Dongwan, he had disappeared at the start of the barbecue and no one was sure what had caught his interest this time. Before long, the whole wild goat with the secret seasonings had finished roasting. Zhu Junyang wordlessly shaved a plate of roasted meat and ripped off the one remaining back leg and delivered the food in front of Xiaoxiao. While he was keeping an eye on the goat, he had keenly noticed that his little lass had been busy cooking food for others and hadn't eaten much. He naturally cared a lot about his little lass. Thus, he took over cooking the skewers from her to allow Xiaoxiao some time to eat. When He Wanning saw this, she started heckling him. "Royal Prince Yong, are you still my older cousin? How come when the goat was done you didn't give me a heads up? Is that taking care of your younger cousin? Is younger sister Xiaoxiao the only one worth of your care in your eyes? Zhu Junyang lightly glanced at her and coldly replied, "You have hands and feet, can't you get some yourself? You only care about your own pleasure and force other people to do work for you. Are you handicapped? Tisk tisk. Younger sister Xiaoxiao also has hands and legs. He Wanning scooted over and reached out a hand to pick up a piece of roasted meat. Zhu Junyang slightly turned his body away to avoid her hand and coldly stated, "Hasn't Xiaoxiao been using her hands to roast meat for you? Haven't you eaten enough meat made by her? She's been busy this entire time and hasn't eaten anything. What's wrong with me sending her some food to eat? Oh ho, looks like you really care about her. Tisk tisk. He Wanning mischievously glanced over. From the looks of things, she wanted to see if Xiaoxiao had a bashful expression on her face after hearing their conversation. However, her expectations were completely off the mark. How could something this mild cause any waves in you, Xiaoxiao? This was all too trivial for her. Xiaoxiao gleefully took the plate full of food without a change in her expression and began to eat. Furthermore, she motioned with her chin in the direction of the roasted wild goat and reminded the other girl, older sister he, if you delay any longer, you won't even have any bones to gnaw on. This wild goat meat is much more fragrant than the meat from domesticated goats. He Wanning looked over and saw that everyone was surrounding the roasted goat. Slices of meat were quickly being cut and she could see the food disappearing before her eyes. She exclaimed, Chulu, quickly snatch a plate of roasted meat for me. Go now. The whole roasted goat had been coated with the specially prepared blend of secret seasonings that Xiaoxiao had prepared. The cooking heat was also well controlled, so the outside of the goat was golden and crispy while the inside meat was soft and tender. The fragrant smell of goat's meat hit everyone's noses and they all praised it without measure. He Wanning interjected, Xiaoxiao, I heard that this year in autumn, the emperor wants to go to Weikang County this year to go hunting. At that time, you should also go. If any wild goats get caught, we can roast them to eat. The autumn hunt at Weikang County. The people who are allowed to go have to be of a certain rank, right? I'm only a 6th-ranked small official, how do I have the qualifications to go? Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to experience what an imperial hunt was like, but she also knew that only certain people were allowed to tag along. He Wanning blinked her large eyes a few times and slanted an ambiguous look in the direction of Royal Prince Yang. She pouted her lips and a devilish grin appeared on her face. You may not have the qualifications, but that doesn't mean other people don't. My older cousin is highly regarded by the emperor. If he asks for a favor to bring you along, it shouldn't be a problem. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed, and shook her head, we'll discuss it more when the time comes. Isn't there several months before the autumn hunt? All right, I still hope you can come along. Besides anything else, if you bring along your little black and little white, I'm sure you'll get a good result at the hunt. Perhaps you could even be rewarded by the emperor. He Wanning had decent equestrian skills when compared to the other noble maidens in the capital. However, to the noble masters born from military families, her skills were not that impressive. She had thought about this. If Xiaoxiao went along, she might even take a placing at the hunt and cause an upset among those arrogant fellows. Wouldn't that be grand? Don't think too much about this. The autumn hunt is likely a contest of personal skill. If we rely on little black and little white to compete, it'd be hard for other people to accept the win. That being said, we might not even be able to bring hunting dogs along. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that He Wanning's delusions of grandeur were a bit too much. He Wanning chuckled and said, who knows, perhaps we will be able to bring them along. This is the first autumn hunt of the Great Ming Dynasty and we might be able to have a loophole. Regardless, we first need to make sure you're allowed to go. If Royal Prince Yang is not willing to help, then I'll have my grandmother mention this in front of the Emperor Emeritus. If the Emperor Emeritus agrees, the Emperor likely wouldn't disagree for the sake of face. The two were currently discussing things animatedly when suddenly a wretched scream surprised them. Following that, they could vaguely hear the sounds of someone crying intermittently for help. He Wanning stopped talking and the two of them listened carefully. The voice sounded oddly familiar. That's third young master Ning's voice. Zhu Junyang came forward a few steps to reach Xiaoxiao as he alertly looked in the direction of the sound. After thinking about it, he realized that it had already been about 2 hours since they last saw Ning Dongwan. From the panic in his voice, did the fellow encounter something dangerous? Ning Donglan had rushed forward towards the direction of the voice as soon as he heard the first scream. Zhu Junyang raised an eyebrow at this. He never would have expected the scholarly and gentlemanly second young master Ning was a hidden expert. If the other man wasn't skilled at martial arts, his bearing and speed would not be able to reach this current point. The screams continued and soon, a figure staggered out from the nearby thickets. Behind the person were two giant animals. One was black and one was white. Save me, second older brother, quickly save me. Ning Dongwan spotted Ning Donglan speeding over and acted as if he had seen his savior. His steps quickened towards his older sibling. Ning Donglin had noticed that his brother's clothing was now raggedy and all in strips. Despite that, his brother's body didn't have many flesh wounds on them. He only looked pathetic. As Ning Dongwan fled, Little Black, who was behind him, had noticed that reinforcements had arrived. Little Black wanted to play cat and mouse with the offender and leapt forward to press his prey beneath his giant paws. He revealed his sharp, gleaming white teeth and acted as if he could snap the youth's neck at any time. When Ning Donglin saw this, he hurried forward and swept his fan horizontally in the direction of Little Black. Little White spotted his movements and sped forward to reach it. The two white-colored figures met in midair and began tussling at breakneck speed. It was so fast that people couldn't make out who was the person and who was the wolf. Although Ning Donglin's martial arts skills were quite good, Little White's speed was too astonishing. The wolf moved around at the speed of lightning and didn't give the man any room to counterattack. Since Ning Donglin had come along with Xiao Xiao and the others, Little White was already being lenient with him. Otherwise, the wolf would have bitten the youth already. Despite that, Ning Donglin's white clothing very quickly became torn in parts and he started to look quite bedraggled. Ning Dongwan, who had been pinned down by Little Black, saw the rows of sharp white teeth that were only about an inch away from his neck. Little Black breathed out hot air that smelled faintly fishy. The puffs of air hit the youth's neck and made him even more frightened. He wailed in panic, "Miss Yu, save me, ah, Miss Yu. I was wrong. I won't ever do this again." When Little Black heard, "Miss Yu," it raised its head slightly and looked towards the direction of its master as if it was trying to ask, "Master, can Little Black bite this bad man once to teach him a lesson?" Ever since Little Black appeared, Zhu Junyang knew that they were not in any danger and didn't stop any of the young maidens from getting closer. Yu Xiaoxiao leisurely strolled over. She first ordered Little White to stop fighting with Ning Donglin and then stopped in front of Ning Dongwan. When she saw his head-to-toe attire of beggar's clothing, she stifled her laughter and stroked Little Black's neck as she gently asked, "Third young Master Ning, how did you end up offending Little Black? You truly have skill if you were able to provoke him to this measure." Ning Dongwan noticed that Little Black's jaws were much further from him now and decided the danger was gone. He stubbornly claimed, "How could I have the guts to provoke your Little Black, ah? You're the one who didn't train your hunting dog right. He's vicious and that's the reason why he bit my tyrant and even injured me." Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and inspected the fellow from head to toe. Other than some red areas on his skin from where he had brushed past some trees and shrubs, the rest of his skin was perfectly intact and didn't have a single inflicted injury. She laughed, "Third young Master Ning, if Little Black wanted to bite you, do you really think you'd be able to run out of the thickets before he got to you, ah? Is there any part of you that has been injured by him, ah?" Ning Dongwan courageously pulled away the black wolf paws that were pressing him down and sat up, seeing that Xiaoxiao was inspecting him. He suddenly discovered that he was revealing parts of himself to her and hurriedly covered himself in shame. He shouted in embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Every part of me has been seen by you, so you need to take responsibility, ah?" Zhu Junyang shot an icy cold glare at the hapless youth and he deliberately gave a warning look at a particular area before he coldly stated, "Who do you want to take responsibility, ah? How should they take responsibility? Why don't you tell us your thoughts?" Ning Dongwan hurriedly closed his legs and the expression on his face immediately changed, Nothing. I was just wondering if it is really okay for a young maiden to inspect a person like this. What's wrong about that? I haven't even mentioned the fact that you're exposing yourself to me. Since you want to play this game and wish to blackmail me, then I will have to go along. Little Black, show him your strength." Yu Xiaoxiao's voice didn't hold the slightest bit of anger. Instead, her pair of large dark eyes were filled with mirth. Yu Xiaoxiao had just finished speaking when, with a tearing sound, one of Ning Dongwan's pant legs was ripped off, revealing the pale skin of his thigh and hair on his leg. All the noble maidens screamed in surprise and quickly turned around. Their faces were flushed red from embarrassment. As for the tattered pant leg, it was currently in the mouth of the innocent-looking Little Black. "Take your hands off. No, take your mouth off. Miss Yu, if you don't control your dog, I'm going to be butt naked. As a man, I'm not afraid of being seen, but I'm afraid of dirtying the eyes of all you noble maidens. Miss Yu, Please have mercy and tell Little Black to let go of me. Ning Dongwon didn't know where he should cover. He felt extremely relieved that he had worn underpants. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his integrity. I can tell Little Black to let go of you, but you must tell me honestly. What did you do to provoke Little Black? It's not easily angered. Yu Xiaoxiao was very curious. This fellow had disappeared for the entire afternoon. Could it be that he had gone to annoy Little Black? A gust of mountain breeze blew. The chilliness caused Ning Dongwon to hug his shoulders. He replied with a pitiful expression, "Didn't you say that, as long as I contain Little Black and Little White, they will belong to me?" It didn't seem like I should provoke Little White, so with my little skills in training dogs, I decided to go for Little Black. I didn't expect that it shouldn't be trifled with either. It won't hurt people, but it specially targeted my clothes. If you guys found me a little later, I would probably have to run away naked. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't pity him at all. This fool was quite bold to actually want to tame Little Black. She curled up her lips and sneered, "Third young Master Ning, be glad that you came along with us and Little Black had met you several times. If you were a stranger, it wouldn't be your clothes that got torn but your body instead." Ning Dongwon imagined that scary scene and shuddered. So fortunate. Fortunately, Little Black recognized him. Otherwise, his body would become completely tattered. He would become the first person in the capital to be bitten to death by a hound. "Young Master, third young Master," another dreadful scream sounded. They turned around and saw Ning Dongwon's personal manservant crying as he ran out from the thickets like there were savage beasts chasing after him. Little Black had a lively temperament and liked to play pranks. As if it was a cat looking at a mouse, its blue eyes shined with excitement. Before it had spit out the pant leg in its mouth, it had dashed towards the frightened manservant. The manservant's legs immediately went soft and he fell to the ground. With a ghastly pale face, his whole body trembled, and his cries came to an abrupt stop. Young Master, help! The young master was eaten by a vicious dog. Help! Seeing the familiar piece of cloth in Little Black's mouth, the manservant gathered all his remaining strength and let out a cry that shook the entire forest. He scared the birds that were returning to their nests and caused them to hastily flee towards the sky. "What are you screaming about? You're the one who got eaten by a dog." Your young master, I'm fine." After putting on the outer robe that he pulled off from his attendant, Ning Dongwon walked over and kicked the manservant, who was desperately crying for help with his eyes closed. This guy was really useless. At the critical moment, he had fainted from fright and was of no help at all. It seemed like he should change his manservant to one who knew martial arts. "Young Master, you're all right. That's great. Wah! If something happened to you, this servant can only make up for this fault with my life." When Guiju heard the familiar voice, he wiped his snot and tears, hugged his master's leg, and cried incessantly. Ning Dongwon shook his leg hard and said impatiently, all right. Isn't this Lord fine? Quickly get up and stop being so embarrassing. In the future, work on becoming braver so that you won't faint from fright so easily. Otherwise, what do I need you for?" Guiju got up from the ground and sobbed, "This servant was chased by a dog when I was a child, so I'm afraid of dogs. In the future, I will try to interact with the hounds at home as much as possible to overcome the weakness in my heart. I won't embarrass my master again. Young Master, that dog is too fierce, so we won't be able to control it. Let's give up." Ning Dongwon was so angry that he rolled his eyes at him. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Even if you don't speak, no one will think that you're a mute. What else could they do other than give up? If you had the ability of taming this beast, then this lord would serve you like you were my master." However, he didn't dare to say this in front of Little Black for fear that he would really become butt naked. Ning Dongwon, who had come back after changing his clothes at the plantation, felt that planting corn and potatoes was quite a novel experience. He clamored about wanting to experience the feeling of hoeing grain at noon, and then went to work in the fields with a hoe. He Wanting also held a small basket of corn kernels and followed behind to sow the seeds. The soil stained her embroidered shoes and the hem of her dress was covered with dirt, but she was still in high spirits. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily instructed third young master Ning to ensure that there was a distance between each plant, and then she told He Wanting how many kernels she should sow each time. She had to run around in the field, which made her very mentally tired. It seemed like it was better to have less of these kinds of activities. It was too troublesome. When the setting sun dyed the back mountain red, the group of noble young masters and maidens reluctantly left the imperial plantation. He Wanning's body was so dirty that she looked like a clay figurine, but she was very excited, as if she wanted to continue. She said, "Younger sister Xiaoxiao, do you think that the peach pits we buried will sprout and bloom next year, and produce peaches? Next year, there shouldn't be any problem with germination, but we will need to wait 3 years for flowering and fruiting. Just wait slowly." The pit of the peaches that everyone ate in the orchard were buried in a reserved space by category. Almost everyone personally planted 3 to 5 peaches, saying that they wanted to eat the peaches that they grew themselves next year. In actuality, with how they directly planted the core, there was a very low chance of germination. However, there was nothing to worry about since they had the mystic stone water as a cheat. There was no 100% guarantee that they would all sprout, but at least 90% of them would successfully sprout. What? We still have to wait for 3 years off. I wanted to invite my friends to appreciate the peach blossom that I grew next spring. He Wanning looked at her broken fingernail with grievance and felt that it wasn't worth the loss. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and comforted her. "It's all right. I already told them to pay attention to the saplings. In the autumn, we will try to plant another 100 or so peach trees. We will also expand the planting scale of the other fruit trees. At the beginning of next spring, let's come enjoy the flowers. At that time, you guys can proudly introduce the saplings that you personally planted to your friends. We still have to wait until next spring to come back." He Wanning pondered, and then said with a smile, "Didn't you say that the grapes will be ripe in 2 months? I have never picked grapes myself." The eyes of the other noble maidens suddenly brightened up. The lives of the noble young misses in the capital were very boring. They either read, practiced calligraphy, drew, or played the chin at home. If not, then they would organize flower appreciation parties or tea parties. It was really interesting to have such a fulfilling and novel outing. If they had another chance to come back, they would naturally be very happy. "Older sister Yu, can we also come to pick grapes next time?" Li Haoming blinked his big, dark eyes and asked with expectation. This time, he was able to come uninvited and have a good time thanks to older sister Mengru. He hoped that he could receive older sister Yu's invitation and rightfully come over. There were more peaches and grapes in the back mountains. The reason for planting peaches was that peach blossoms could be used to make flower tea and peaches that weren't sold could be used to make preserved peaches and canned peaches. They planted more grapes so that they could save a portion to make wine. Wine mixed with mystic stone water had low alcohol concentration and a sweet taste. It was good for one's health to drink it often. Every time the Emperor Emeritus came, he would ask to bring some back to sat his yearning for alcohol. After all, he was quite old now. Although he was still in good health, the imperial physicians and emperor strictly restricted his drinking. However, with his temperament, he liked to drink from a big bowl and eat large pieces of meat. To not let him drink was the same as strangling him. He wouldn't be able to last for even a moment. Fortunately, the imperial physicians said that he could drink the wine that he brought back because it was good for his health. It was a pity that there wasn't a lot. The Yu family had only brewed a total of 10 jars. He didn't bear to drink the wine that he brought back for fear that he would finish them too quickly, which would lead him to suffer in the following days. Therefore, when he found out that Xiaoxiao was going to grow fruits in the back mountains of the imperial plantation, he urged Xiaoxiao to grow more grapevines. He even helped to get some grape plants. Now, there were about 20 to 30 grapevines in the back mountains. They all had green grapes that were about the size of a fingernail. Yu Xiaoxiao prepared to keep the grapes on 20 of the grapevines to sell at the fruit shops, and the rest would be used to make wine. This time, when the noble maidens walked around the fruit orchard to help digestion, they had arrived at the vineyard nearby and saw the countless fruits on the vines. Unfortunately, it wasn't picking season. When they heard Yu Xiaoxiao say that it would take 1 or 2 months to mature, they had to leave with regrets. Now that He Wanning and Li Haoming had initiated this topic, the others also expressed their wish to come. Yu Xiaoxiao also seldom had the chance to come out to play with so many friends. Today, she had made friends with the bold and straightforward Lu Hao, the refined and gentle Ning Donglin, and the foolish Ning Dongwan. There were also Li Mengru, who had a bright personality, and the innocent and cute brothers, Li Haoming and Li Haoning. It was all right to arrange more of these gatherings. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoxiao agreed to send invitations to everyone when the grapes were ripe. She also said that she would teach them how to make wine and grape juice, which increased the noble maiden's anticipation. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the noble maidens and gentlemen appeared very tired, but they were still in high spirits. They chatted about the interesting matters during this outing in groups of 2 or 3, and cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. The carefree laughter made the glow of the sunset even more gorgeous. The birds returning from afar also stopped flying. Everything seemed to be fixed on the word, happiness. However, the maidens, who had experienced the joy of labor, all felt some aching in their waists and backs. Normally, even when these young misses just wanted to drink water, the servants would have to put the cup into their hands. How would they be able to endure working in the fields? As a result, these noble maidens gathered at the Beauty and Health Club, Blossoming Beauty, the next day. After being exhausted, it was perfect to soak in a medicinal hot spring bath and have a spa. They all had a gold card at the club and didn't hesitate when spending money. Ning Dongwan signed and lamented, "Why isn't there a place for men to relax? Miss Yu, aren't you overly favoring women over men? This won't do. You should open up a health club for men so that we also have a place to relax." Zhu Junyang immediately shot daggers at him and said with a frown, "Xiaoxiao is a girl, so how can she work with a bunch of men all day long? Don't cause trouble and make suggestions for bad ideas." Ning Dongwan rubbed his chin and said with a crafty smile, "If Miss Yu isn't interested, then I, third young master Ning, will go for it. But, can you pass on the technique for back massage?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked him up and down, and then said with disdain, "Would someone like you be able to operate a high-class club? Don't make it into a dirty place. As for the massage technique, you and I aren't related, so do you think that I will generously pass on the secret massage technique to you?" Zhu Junyang laughed and said, "People should know their own limitations. Just eat as much as the size of your bowl. Don't always be overly ambitious and take unnecessary risks. I suggested you guys should open a men's club, but you guys didn't want to. Now that I decided to open it, you guys are shooting me down." Ning Dongwan was exasperated. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "Who said we're not opening it? The location has already been chosen. It's a farmstead in the suburb 2.5 kilometers away from the capital. I reckon that it should be completed by next autumn. A recreational place specially for men. What interesting things will there be? Let's hear about it." Ning Dongwan, who was full of spirits again, asked with wide and curious eyes. "It's a business secret, so I can't tell you." Zhu Junyang had bought the farmstead in the suburb by chance. It wasn't very big, covering an area around 3,000 mu. Xiaoxiao had mentioned to him that she wanted to build an entertainment castle integrating food, entertainment, leisure, and vacation. As soon as they bought the farmstead, they started making plans for it. The construction of the main building had already begun, and the design had already been completed. It was only a matter of time before its completion. Although Ning Dongwan felt like there was a cat scratching his heart, he still had a sense of propriety. He didn't continue to ask and just said, "Then I'll be looking forward to your surprise. You two have taken up all the money-making businesses in the capital. Can't you leave a path for others to make a living? Before Xiaoxiao came to the capital, I didn't see you come up with any money-making businesses. You're envious now that you see others making money." Although Ning Donglin was his second older brother, he couldn't resist ridiculing his younger brother. He was nearly 20 years old, yet he still wasn't doing any honest work and just hanging out with a bunch of wastrels all day long. What good prospects would he have in the future? Ning Dongwan was silent for a moment, and then he went up to Xiaoxiao with a flattering expression. He said with a grin, "Miss Yu, we're considered old friends, so do you think you can help this younger brother a bit? Can you teach me a way to make money?" Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a sidelong glance and said with disdain, "Whose younger brother are you? I'm not that old to have such a big younger brother. My youngest brother is only 3 years old. Miss Yu, please don't be angry. I'm referring to myself as younger brother, because I'm willing to be your subordinate. This younger brother will listen to everything you say." Ning Dongwan moved closer in a very fawning manner. Seeing his toting gesture made Ning Donglin really wanted to kick him away and pretend that he didn't have such a younger brother. Yu Xiaosao quickly stretched out her hands to block him and said, "No, thanks. I don't dare to use the third young master of the Duke Rongguo household as a lackey. However, since we are acquaintances, I'll give you a suggestion." "Please say it." Ning Dongwan wished he could honor Yu Xiaosao like she was the god of wealth. He looked exactly like a servile servant as he nodded and bowed. Yu Xiaosao couldn't bear to look straight at him. With a grin, she said, "Aren't there places for cricket fighting and cockfighting in the capital? Don't you boast about raising a lot of fierce hounds at home? You can train some fighting dogs and set up a dog fighting arena. Arrange a few dogfights daily and have people bet on them, or you can organize a godly dog competition." Ning Dongwan's eyes grew increasingly brighter as Yu Xiaosao spoke. In the end, he was so excited that he began to dance with joy. Yes, in terms of having fierce canines, was there anyone in the capital who could beat him, third young master Ning? Training fighting dogs really wasn't a difficult matter for him. Although there were dog fighting games among the commoners, they were just small-scale games. If he could gather a group of like-minded people and make a high-class dog fighting arena, making money definitely wouldn't be a problem. After that, Xiaosao taught him about some methods of under-the-table manipulations. For example, dogs that looked tall and strong would appear more likely to win. If they offered high odds, then it would attract people to place bets. Then they needed to use dogs that looked ordinary, but were actually very fierce, as the opponents. In this way, the banker would naturally be the one making the money. Ning Dongwan naturally knew no less than Xiaosao about these matters. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Soon afterwards, dog fighting became popular in the capital and Ning Dongwan's dog fighting arena was full of people for every battle. Third young master Ning had earned a pot full of gold, which would be a story to be recounted later. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the group reached the gate of the capital city. Upon their arrival, they encountered a group of carriages that seemed to belong to the relatives of officials. There were more than a dozen carriages carrying luggage alone. They were also accompanied by a famous escort agency. An exquisite and elegant carriage among the group stopped in front of Xiaosao and the others. A slender arm reached out from the carriage and pulled away the curtains, which were embroidered with entwined branches and lotuses. A voice, like the tinkling of a spring and the plucking of strings, sounded from inside the carriage, "Older cousin." Older cousin. Yu Xiaosao looked at the Ning brothers. Could it be that their relatives had returned to the capital to report on their work? Did they not get the news? In the midst of her thoughts, a beautiful young girl poked her head out of the carriage. She wore a light-colored silk dress inlaid with silver threads. A pale pinkish-gray gauze skirt was fastened around her waist, and a moon-white gauze open front cardigan was draped around her. With her every movement, there would be a sense of flowing waves on the gauze cardigan. Her smiling eyes, which looked innocent and naive, gleamed like black pearls. Her gaze was as clear as the streams under 10,000-year-old glaciers. It wasn't tainted by the passing of time at all. Her long, thick eyelashes were curled upwards like two small fans. Her soft lips had a dewy light pink color and was curled up to a beautiful angle. The elegant Yulon magnolia adorned in her hair buns and the graceful hanging jade necklace seemed to be able to shake the depths of one's heart as they swayed with the evening wind. With such a fresh and lovely face, and innocent and clean smile, she looked as beautiful as a celestial fairy who stepped into the mortal world. Even Xiaosao, who was of the same gender, couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Upon making eye contact with Zhu Junyang's cold and indifferent gaze, that pair of clean and bright eyes sadly dimmed. The beautiful young girl lightly bit her lips and appeared dejected, which caused all the males to have the urge to protect her. Little black. Nonsense. This wolf doesn't have that feeling. Gets kicked away by the author. Older cousin, you don't remember Ling When we were young, you ignored everyone and only liked to play with Ling The young girl's eyes didn't leave Zhu Junyang for even a moment. Others couldn't help but pity her upon seeing her gaze. A slightly dignified female voice came from within the carriage. Ling you were only 5 or 6 at that time. Now, you have already grown into a young woman. Of course, your older cousin wouldn't be able to recognize you. Yanger, we haven't seen each other for many years. How's your lady mother? Looking at the face in the carriage that was somewhat similar to his mother's, Zhu Junyang suddenly realized that his maternal aunt's family had returned to the capital. It seemed like his lady mother had mentioned this matter a few days ago. Later, he had left the capital for an assignment and completely forgot about this matter. Aunt, nephew just came back to the capital last night, so I didn't know that aunt was going to arrive today. Please excuse me for my negligence. Zhu Junyang vaguely remembered that his maternal uncle had been serving as an official outside the capital for the past 10 years, and thus his aunt's family seldom returned to the capital. In recent years, his lady mother had mostly stayed in the residence in Tanggu, so there was very little news about them. Zhang Meiyan, Princess Consort Jing's younger stepsister, looked at him, nodded slowly, and asked, "Yanger, where are you coming back from?" Zhu Junyang lied with a straight face. Nephew went to the imperial plantation in the outskirts of the capital to inspect the matters of summer planting. I met this group of kids, who went on an outing, so we came back together. Aunt, you must be tired from the travel. You should quickly enter the city and rest. I'll go pay my respects to aunt on another day. Zhu Junyang wasn't on close terms with this aunt of his. When he was a child, he had faintly felt an uncomfortable feeling from her. Now that he could perceive her thoughts, he was even more unlikely to be on friendly terms with her. His aunt envied his mother's noble status and happy family, but she also wanted to cling on to his parents so that they could help her husband get a good position in the capital. How could anyone like someone with such thoughts? Wu Junling widened her innocent eyes and looked curiously at her older cousin. Earlier, when they were in the carriage, her mother had pointed to the man in black, who was as handsome as a god who descended from the heavens, and said that he was her older male cousin. As a child, her older cousin really liked to play hide and seek with her. She couldn't help but have her attention be completely taken away by her older cousin, who had a strong figure and enchanting face. The person that her mother mentioned that most was her aunt, Princess Consort Jing, who was dearly loved by all. Every time her mother mentioned this person, she would always have a sense of envy and unwillingness, as well as a mix of helplessness, a deep sense of helplessness to reality. Her father's family background wasn't as good as her mother's. Her mother always carried the reservation and pride of an aristocratic family in her speech and manner. Although her father respected her mother, he could never become close with her. Besides the set dates, he always stayed in the rooms of those considerate and gentle concubines. It wasn't that she didn't understand the resentment in her mother's heart, but she didn't know what to do other than acting cute and behaving in front of her father so that he would give her face and stay in her mother's room more often. Her aunt, on the other hand, was able to get the sole favor of Imperial Prince Jing. One must admit that she was really skilled. People often said that children would more or less be influenced by their parents. Older cousin looked like someone who appeared cold on the surface but warm inside. Perhaps, if she married into such a family and someone like him, she would be able to avoid making the same mistake as her mother and get her own happiness in life, right? Wu Junling looked at Zhu Junyang with clear eyes mixed with some inexplicable emotions. Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could this be some sort of bad premonition? He glanced at his so-called younger female cousin and met a pair of beautiful, watery eyes. Although she and Xiaoxiao both had a pair of watery, big eyes, Xiaoxiao's eyes were always clear, bright, and full of life, which made others unable to resist smiling at her. She, on the other hand, had eyes that were like a deep pond in the morning. It was shrouded by a layer of fog and carried a sense of mysteriousness. He couldn't help but concentrate all his energy to find out what his younger cousin was thinking about at this time, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't perceive anything. It felt like he got rebounded by something, making his forehead faintly swell with pain. So strange, I have never had this kind of feeling before. Although he couldn't perceive Xiaoxiao's thoughts, she was like a completely transparent person that his consciousness could freely shuttle through. However, there seemed to be something protecting his so-called younger cousin. It was resisting and guarding against his consciousness. Could it be that she practiced some sort of martial arts? Zhu Junyang frowned and looked at Wu Junling with an inquiring gaze. Seeing that her older cousin was looking at her, Wu Junling revealed a pure smile and a shy expression on her face. With her head slightly bowed, she showed her long and tender neck. She knew that many men wouldn't be able to resist her looks. Could it be that, On their first meeting after so many years, her older cousin was also deeply attracted to her. Wasn't this what she wanted? With this thought, she slightly lifted her head and looked at the intoxicatingly handsome face. Seeing her younger daughter's action, Zhang Mei looked at her nephew's incomparably handsome face. Her eyes slightly flickered. Her older stepsister's son had been granted the title of Royal Prince at a young age. He was also given an important job and was a rather capable subject of the emperor. If her daughter could marry into such a family and marry her nephew with such a promising future, it would certainly be a great help to the Wu family in the future. Thus, there was an extra hint of smile on her stern-looking face. Hey, Miss Yu, your royal Prince Yang is about to be snatched away. Aren't you going to quickly do something? Ning Dongwan revealed a rascally smile and looked as if he was waiting for a good show. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the tall man beside her, and scolded in her mind, attracting bees and butterflies. Then, she said in an indifferent tone, if it's something that can be easily taken away, then it must not belong to you. Do you think that it's worth it to have a bloody fight over something that doesn't belong to you? In regard to their flirting glances, Yu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat sulky in her heart. No wonder people often said, it was easy for something to happen between maternal cousins. Sure enough, there was truth in the famous saying, prevent fire, anti-theft, and guard against younger female cousins. Ning Dongwan quickly nodded like he was pounding garlic, and as if he was trying to fan the fire, he said, Miss Yu is open-minded. It's hard to find a toad with two legs, but how can there be a shortage of talented youths with two legs in the capital? Don't you have one? No, two right in front of you. After he finished speaking, he looked at his second older brother. Why did you poke me with your fan? This fool was a little too loud and attracted the attention of Wu Junling. As if a breeze had passed by a deep pond, ripples appeared in the depth of her eyes. It's true that the capital was full of handsome men and beautiful women. The two handsome men in front of her each had their own style. One was free and unrestrained, and there was a slight sense of fatal charm in his wicked smile. The other one was a graceful, fairy-like beauty, and his gentleness could warm the bottom of one's heart. The noble maidens behind them were either passionate like fire, aloof like the moon, gentle like water, or playful like stars. Although she felt that she looked slightly better than them, the other parties each had their own unique charms. Could it be that one of them had already claimed older cousin? No way, she must not allow something like that to happen. No one can snatch something that I, Wu Junling, wants. Her gaze became distant, but her smile was still sweet and pure. Older cousin, aren't you going to introduce them to us? Zhu Junyang looked deeply into her eyes. It seemed like he could penetrate into her skin and see the depth of her soul. Wu Junling felt a sense of fear due to his gaze, so she became more cautious in her behavior. It's too late now. Aunt and younger cousin should hurry into the city. After you guys have settled down, I'll introduce my friends to younger cousin. Official Yu and I need to report to the Ministry of Revenue. We still have work on hand, so I won't send you off. Looking away, Zhu Junyang had an indifferent expression on his face and a hint of coldness in his voice. Wu Junling didn't hide her disappointment and softly said, work is more important. Older cousin, please go do what you need to do. Zhu Junyang watched as the Wu family's convoy entered the capital before he turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiao and said in a soft voice, are you going back to the Yu residence or Fang estate? I'll follow you. With a bit of anger, Yu Xiaoxiao snorted, I'm not going anywhere. Older brothers and sisters, I'll treat you guys to a feast at Junshou restaurant. Are you guys coming? Yes, of course, I'm going. Ning Dongwan cheered the most happily, but, I know you're just saying it casually. Without making a reservation half a month beforehand, you won't be able to get a table in the main hall of Junshou restaurant, let alone a private room. Royal Princess Minglin gave the fool a sidelong glance, and then said to Xiaoxiao with a smile, we want to go, but just look at our clothes. It looks like we just crawled out of the soil. We should quickly go home to wash up. Let's go to Junshou restaurant on another day. At that time, it will be my treat. So you guys just wait for my invitation. Yuan Shuiyan seemed to have noticed something, so she faintly said, younger sister Xiaoxiao, everyone's tired today, so let's meet again on another day. Let Royal Prince Yang send you back. Rest earlier. No need, I know the way home. Older sisters, when the grapes are ripe, let's meet for another outing. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand and bid farewell to the noble missus. She didn't even bother giving Zhu Junyang a single glance. Zhu Junyang vaguely felt that the lass was angry. He asked with slight confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry at me? What did this prince do to offend you?" Ning Dongwan laughed even more happily. "Royal Prince Yang, it's not you who offended Miss Yu. It's your delicately pretty younger cousin who made Miss Yu unhappy." "Who? Ling Er? How did she offend you?" Zhu Junyang frowned slightly as he tried to recall whether the lass from the Wu family said or did anything provocative. Since the little lass was angry at her, she must have done something wrong. His little lass would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Ning Dingwan laughed even more loudly. "A love rival has appeared, so how can Miss Yu be happy? No one will think that you're a mute even if you don't talk." Yu Xiaoxiao felt that this idiot was very annoying. She really wanted to pull out his annoying tongue and kick him aside. Love rival. Zhu Junyang looked down at Xiaoxiao and carefully observed her every expression. He noticed that there was a look of awkwardness on her face for a moment. A part of his heart softened and became joyful. "Lass, rest assured that this prince isn't a fickle person. Since I have settled on you, I will never change." "Humph, who's worried? Stop thinking so highly of yourself." Yu Xiaoxiao's expression became even more awkward. She stubbornly said, "Are Ning Dongwan's words even believable? What love rival? Don't forget that you don't have a formal status yet. You should know the consequence of not passing the observation period." Zhu Junyang looked at the Ning brothers, who were enjoying the show, and glared at them fiercely. Then he continued to assure her in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, this prince will continue to work hard to strive to be formally recognized. No matter how good other girls are, they won't be as good as Xiaoxiao is in my heart." Ning Dongwan had a very interesting expression on his face. I didn't expect that the cold-faced demon would meet his nemesis. He can actually say something so cheesy. Tisk tisk, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Ning Donglan saw that a faint look of danger appeared within Royal Prince Yang's eyes. He was afraid that his stupid younger brother would say something to trigger the other party, so he hastily pulled Ning Dongwan away. Under the dim moonlight, only a tall and small figure were left in front of the city gates. "Come on, this prince will take you home. Let's go to the general's estate, lest you think about unnecessary things alone at home." There was a hint of smile on the corner of Zhu Junyang's mouth. He really enjoyed the bit of jealousy that the lass showed. His little lass was finally beginning to understand. The two were silent the entire way, and only the sound of the horses' hooves echoing through the spacious street could be heard. Yu Xiaoxiao finally could resist and suddenly looked up at the devilishly handsome face. She snorted and said, "If you're interested in that younger cousin of yours, then stay away from me. Based on my woman's intuition, she definitely likes you. If you're also interested in her, tell me earlier. Don't even think about having one foot on two boats and enjoying the happiness of both sides. Otherwise, humph." The smile on Zhu Junyang's face deepened, and he said in a doting manner, "Woman's intuition. A mighty woman who's 13 years old. All right, this prince will promise you that I definitely won't give her any chance to be alone with me and have any hopes. This prince has said that you're my only wife in this lifetime. No one else can enter my eyes. My mother said a man who talks eloquently is the least trustworthy." Yu Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and remained unconvinced. A moment later, she said, "Men are all attracted to appearances. Your younger cousin is quite pretty. Weren't you also looking at her in a daze earlier? It's easier to succeed when a woman pursues a man. Who knows, maybe you will be lured away by that white lotus one day." "Don't be so sure." Zhu Junyang raised both of his hands and had an aggrieved expression on his face. "I'm being wrongly accused of. When did this prince look at her in a daze? Defamation, it's complete defamation." Yu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at her, curled up her lips, and said, "You dare say that you weren't staring at her just now? I'm not the only who saw it. Everyone saw it. Bodyguard Dong, didn't your master look like he wanted to dig his eyes out and stick them onto that younger cousin?" The innocent bystander Dong Dali had a fearful expression on his face. His eyes were opened wide as he stammered, Miss Yu, this subordinate was standing behind my master just now, so I couldn't see his expression." "So, One was his master, who he had served for many years, while the other, if there weren't any accidents, would be his future mistress. When sandwiched between the two of them, he would be in the wrong no matter who he sided with. He was in a dilemma and could only gloss over it by giving a vague answer. Forget it, I'm not asking you anymore. You're his subordinate, so it's natural that you will speak for him. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him, and then continued, anyway, I'm not blind and can see everything very clearly. Zhu Junyang, answer honestly. Did you stare at your pretty younger cousin? This little vinegar jar. Zhu Junyang touched her head dotingly. She was really a sweet little burden. However, suspicion was the worst thing to have between couples. He didn't want to give his lass any chance to think about nonsense, so he decided to be frank. Don't I have the ability to read one's thoughts? However, it seems like my ability doesn't work on Wu Junling. It was really weird, so I looked at her a few more times. Yu Xiaoxiao felt even more sour. You can't read her thoughts. Wasn't the reason you chose me because you couldn't perceive my thoughts, so there was no pressure and burden in our interaction? Now that there's another special existence, does that mean it's time for me, this rural girl, to be laid off and go into retirement? Zhu Junyang didn't understand what laid off meant, but he knew the meaning of retirement. With a stern expression, he stared fixedly at the little lass. Zhu Junyang said in a deep voice, you have already declared this prince to be guilty before you even know the full story. Is this how you think of me? Am I this unreliable in your heart? In face of Zhu Junyang's sudden anger, Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Then she bit her lower lip aggrievedly and didn't speak. Since Zhu Junyang expressed that he wanted to pursue her, she had been hesitant. There was a huge gap between their identities. On the surface, she pretended that she didn't care, but would there really be anyone who didn't care at all? She had always thought that she was the only unique person around him, and this was also the only advantage that she felt she had compared with the other noble maidens in the capital. However, this advantage suddenly disappeared. How could she not feel sad about it? It turned out that proud and awkward youth, who gave her warmth, had quietly entered her heart. She cared, so she was afraid. Zhu Junyang sighed softly. He reached out his hand to move a wisp of mischievous hair behind her ear, and then said in a soothing voice, lass, don't think about unnecessary things. She's different from you. When this prince is together with you, it feels like the air is filled with a refreshing scent. Even my breathing has become smoother and my entire body feels relaxed and comfortable. Your aura is transparent and clean. When I'm with you, I would never have to be on guard and try to find out your intentions. She appears pure and cute, but she gives me a somewhat suppressed feeling, like dark clouds shrouded above a mountain before rainfall. Zhu Junyang's five senses were more sensitive than ordinary people. Even if he couldn't read the other party's mind, he could still intuitively feel it. He paused for a moment, and then said, besides, it's not that I can't see her heart, but instead there seems to be something blocking me. She either has some treasure that can restrain my ability, or she's so defensive and heavy-guarded that my power isn't strong enough to see through her yet. Xiaoxiao's expression became increasingly solemn because of his guess. She thought about it and said, based on your younger cousin's age, it probably isn't the latter. Could it be that she has some sort of special item with a defensive function? It doesn't matter whether she has a special item or not. The important thing is that there's no longer any misunderstanding between us, and you aren't angry at me. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, Wu Junling was just an unimportant relative, and they just needed to maintain a decent relationship on the surface. Yu Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed as she kicked a small stone and mumbled, was it a simple misunderstanding? Even if you're not interested in your younger cousin, who can guarantee that she's not interested in you? Based on my woman's intuition, she definitely likes you. Oh, what makes you think that she likes this prince? Seeing that the lass wasn't sulky anymore, Zhu Junyang wanted to tease her. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, snorted, and replied in a matter-of-fact way, when she looks at you, there are hooks in her eyes, which exude deep affection and bashfulness. The only thing that's missing from her face is that she didn't write out, older cousin, I like you. Quickly come flirt with me. Also, the most important thing is that you have a face that attracts the attention of bees and butterflies. There's no sense of security at all. So it turns out that, in Xiaoxiao's heart, this prince is so handsome that you have no sense of security. This won't do. Tomorrow, I'll request an edict from the emperor to send me to the Chechen barracks for training. I'll make myself tanner and uglier. That way, you won't doubt me anymore, right? But, you're not allowed to abandon this prince at that time. The emperor had long wanted him to take charge of the Chechen barracks. He also wanted to set up a military experimental base to study firearms, cannons, and so on. Zhu Junyang reckoned that a decision would be made regarding this matter when he returned to the capital to report his work. Thus, he mentioned this to the lass in advance. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated and looked at his pale and charming face. When she imagined him getting tanned and looking like Judge Bao, she couldn't bear to look at his face anymore. She suppressed her laughter and said, "Actually, you don't have to get purposely all dirty and unkempt. As long as you maintain your black-faced killer style and ignore all those young girls and female cousins, I believe that, with time, they will learn that it's impossible and withdraw." Where did they come from? Isn't it just Wu Junling, or do you have some imaginary rivals? It's fine to be jealous, so why find so many excuses? This prince likes to see you being jealous, okay. Zhu Junyang escorted Yu Xiaoxiao to the entrance of the Fang estate and knocked on the side door. The doorkeeper yawned as he opened the door. Seeing that it was Royal Prince Yang and his young miss, he quickly smiled and had someone lead the horse to the stable in the back. He attentively said, "Young miss, you're finally back. Master and Madam have been talking about you for several days. Royal Prince Yang, please come inside. This servant will go invite the master out." "No need. It's quite late now, so I won't disturb them. I'll come over to play Go with General Fang on another day." "Xiaoxiao, rest earlier. I'll go back now." Zhu Junyang looked at Xiaoxiao affectionately with his phoenix eyes. His smile was even more dazzling than the bright moon in the sky. After watching the back view of the handsome Zhu Junyang leave, Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and met the playful eyes of Lady Fang. She was slightly embarrassed as she said, "Godmother, why did you come out?" "Well, isn't it because of your younger brother?" When he heard from the maid that his older sister had come back, he was too impatient to wait and pestered me about coming out to welcome his older sister. "Who knew that we'll see the scene, 18 Li to send off? A grown girl can't be kept at home. If we try to make her stay, we'll become enemies." Lady Fang sighed. "Godmother, who teases their own daughter like you?" Yu Xiaoxiao protested with a flushed face. She picked up little Linlin, who had rushed over, and walked to the inner courtyard without looking back. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and then went to rest in their respective rooms. When Royal Prince Yang returned to the Prince Jing's estate, he was called over by his lady mother. "I heard that you came back last night, and then went out early in the morning. Did you go see the lass, Xiaoxiao? She had worked hard to raise this son of hers for 20 years, but as his mother, she wasn't even as important as a little lass in his heart." Princess Consort Jing's heart was like an unripe plum, extremely sour. Zhu Junyang sensed his mother's thoughts, so he quickly explained, "This morning, Lu Hao came to find me and said that he wanted to go on an outing in the suburbs. I didn't expect to meet Xiaoxiao and her friends at Sanli Pavilion outside the city. Thus, we went to the Imperial Plantation together. Lady Mother, son had gone out to play and made Mother worry about me." "Humph, lip service. Didn't you just go meet your little lover? You must have had fun with Xiaoxiao today, right?" Princess Consort Jing also knew that he had gone out with Lu Hao. Since he was a child, her son didn't have many close friends. Lu Hao was one of them. Recently, her son had been busy with work and wasn't often in the capital. It was understandable that he wanted to relax when he returned. Besides, Xiaoxiao was a daughter-in-law who she liked. So why was she being so unreasonable? "Lady Mother, Xiaoxiao knows that you like to eat plums, so she specially picked several early ripening plums. Do you want to have a taste?" Zhu Junyang was relieved to see that his lady mother wasn't targeting Xiaoxiao. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to deal with was the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Fortunately, his lady mother had a rather close relationship with Xiaoxiao. In the future, when the lass married him, there wouldn't be that many problems. How could he bear to let his little lass suffer grievance? Plum, isn't there at least half a month more before they ripen? When Princess Consort Jing was in poor health, She had a poor appetite and her digestive system wasn't very good. Imperial Prince Jing had heard that plums could promote peristalsis and improve one's appetite, so he searched for different types of plums. Since then, Princess Consort Jing had also fallen in love with fruits that had a sweet and sour taste. Zhu Junyang explained, the fruits facing the sun are exposed to more sunlight, so they ripen earlier. Why don't you have a taste? He opened the small basket that he was holding and removed the cover inside, revealing the dark purple-colored fruit inside. The plump and dainty plums exuded a faint fragrance, and one couldn't help but like them with one glance. Princess Consort Jing picked up one and put it in her mouth. When she took a small bite, the purplish-red juice flowed into her mouth along her lips, and a sweet taste seeped into her heart. She swallowed the bite of plum in her mouth and said with satisfaction, I didn't expect that Xiaoxiao could grow fruit trees so well. This plum is twice as big as the lemon plums that I used to eat. It's also much sweeter and doesn't have an acrid taste. It's the first time that Lady Mother has eaten such a delicious plum. Sun also brought back white peaches, honey peaches, yellow peaches, and blood peaches. Xiaoxiao personally picked them for you. They're very fresh. Zhu Junyang constantly tried to help the last Xiaoxiao leave a good impression in front of Princess Consort Jing. Princess Consort Jing didn't eat a lot for dinner. She ate 2 plums and a peach before she was advised to stop by her son. The mother and son chatted for a while, and then Princess Consort Jing suddenly thought of something and said, That's right, in the evening, I received news that your aunt's family arrived in the capital today. They will rest tomorrow, and then come visit us the day after. I heard your aunt's daughter, Ling looks like a little fairy. When that lass was a child, she was very pretty and lovely. Before she left the capital, you really liked playing with her. You often made her cry and didn't know how to act more tenderly towards girls. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Let's meet your aunt and your little green plum together. Tomorrow, I need to go report my work. I don't know if the emperor has any other arrangements. So let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. Zhu Junyang didn't like the 3 words, little green plum, so he automatically ignored it. When he went to attend court the next day, he handed in his assignment and immediately asked for orders to go to the Fisherman barracks. He even declined the short break that the emperor gave him. He didn't even stay in the capital for a moment, as if there was a vicious dog chasing behind him. As a result, when Zhu Junyang's aunt and pretty younger cousin came to visit the Prince Jing's estate, he was already at the Fisherman barracks and leading a group of recruits, who had just joined the army this spring, to train in the mountains. When he occasionally returned to the capital, he would either be accompanying his mother or staying beside Xiaoxiao. He didn't give the little green plum any chance to get close to him at all, lest a certain vinegar jar got flipped over. After corn and potatoes were planted in the fields, it was time for summer. No matter if it was the imperial plantation or the fruit orchard, there were special personnel managing the fields. From time to time, Xiaoxiao would go to check on things at the scene. At other times, she just stayed at home, eating a bowl of iced fruits. On this day, Yingtao, who was in charge of the pharmaceutical workshop, and Yangliu, who was responsible for the back kitchen of the braised food stores, came together. After they greeted the young miss, Yingtao took out the account book for this quarter and showed it to her young miss. Young miss, our pharmaceutical workshop is too small. We're incapable of supplying the capital and all the surrounding counties because the medical pills and liquid are always short in supply. Should we expand the scale of the workshop? Expand the scale. The workshop in the capital has only been in production for less than half a year, yet the production scale needs to be expanded again. Yingtao, aren't you too dedicated to your work? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel. If this girl lived in modern times, she would definitely be a career woman. Yingtao's lips pursed into a smile. The affirmation from her mistress made her feel as if she had drunk an ice-cold drink during the hottest period of the summer. The coolness went to the bottom of her heart. She humbly replied, it's not that this servant is capable. When young miss was in Dongshan village, you formulated a set of production rules and procedures. As long as the medicinal materials are ready and workers take charge of their own jobs, this servant just needs to control the ratio of the medicines, which is very easy to handle. Young miss, you probably don't know, but many spies from other medicinal herb stores have infiltrated into our workshop. They worked for us for a long time, but all of them failed to accomplish their task. Young miss, how can you be so wise as to come up with such an effective method of production? It's seriously such a good way to keep a secret. Yu Xiaoxiao casually flipped through the account book. This quarter's production volume was higher than the previous quarter. This was expected since, during the last quarter, the workers were all novices and still needed more practice. The output was a bit lower than Dongshan villages, but they soon caught up during this quarter. What's more, the reward system that you set up, get more pay for more work done, has aroused the enthusiasm of the workers. Several managers were given some shares of the pharmaceutical workshop, so they wished that they could stay in the workshop for 24 hours a day. They're working very hard. Yingtao became increasingly excited as she spoke, gesturing with her hands and feet. If the managers working under her saw like this, they would definitely be shocked. Head manager Yingtao, who was usually very dignified and steady, actually had such a lively side. It was only in front of her young miss that Yingtao would only reveal the truest and purest side of herself. Yu Xiaoxiao had Yingchun to serve a bowl of fruit-shaved ice to Yingtao and Yangliu. Yingtao, who was just in high spirits, immediately stooped down and covered her stomach, sighing, "Master, this servant can't eat cold food these few days. It's such a torture to not be able to eat cold food in hot weather. This servant misses the fruit-shaved ice made by master. But, when I try to make it myself, I can never get the right taste." Yangliu took the bowl, but she didn't immediately eat it. With her head lowered, she looked at the shaved ice in the bowl and muttered, "There's peach, watermelon, cantaloupe, and cherries. Are there cherries in this season?" Yingchun replied with a grin, "Older sister Yangliu, the peaches, cherries, and strawberries are all preserved canned fruits. Young miss said that it will taste better with the canned fruits. Young miss also said that, when she has time, she will teach us how to make ice cream. The strawberry milk ice cream and vanilla ice cream that the young miss made last time were so delicious." Yangliu hesitated for a moment, and then she finally lifted her head to look at Xiaoxiao. She said in a soft but firm tone, "Young miss, this servant wants to leave the braised food store." "What, are you not happy working in the braised food store? Or is there someone bullying you? Tell me, I'll support you." Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that Yangliu seemed to have some concerns on her mind, but she didn't expect her to make such a request. "No, no one is bullying me. The braised food store is already on track now, and the head chef in the kitchen is experienced, so he doesn't need me to guide him. Now, it doesn't matter whether this servant is at the braised food store or not." Yangliu felt that she had become unnecessary to the braised food store. Every day, she just symbolically wandered around the kitchen twice. No matter if it was braising meat, or making all kinds of roasted ducks, roasted chickens, and smoked meat, her guidance wasn't needed anymore. She had become a dispensable existence. Her job was too easy compared with Yingtao, and thus her ambitiousness gradually eroded. "Then, do you have some other plans in mind? Let me hear about it." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to create opportunities for the people around her so that they could discover their own specialties and do the things that they liked. Weren't Yingtao and Hecken both very passionate with their work? When Yangliu served by her side, she liked to cook. Thus, she sent her to manage the back kitchen of the braised food shop in the capital. She hadn't expected that this wasn't what she wanted. Yangliu's character wasn't as lively as Yingtao's, and she usually buried everything in her heart. However, for the sake of not having a mediocre future and for her own dream, she bravely said what she thought in her heart under the encouraging gaze of Yingtao. "Young miss, didn't you make a lot of beautifying and nourishing pastries? When this servant was serving by your side, I learned how to make some pastries. I want to open a pastry shop comparable to that of famous pastry shops like Daoshang Village." A gratified smile appeared on Yu Xiaoxiao's face as she looked at Yangliu with a gaze full of appreciation and encouragement. "Good idea. I have long wanted to open a Chinese and Western fusion pastry shop, but I have been busy and there wasn't a suitable helper. So the plan was delayed. Since you have this intention, go back and write down your ideas about the shop. After that, find some quick-witted and nimble-fingered female workers. I'll find some time to train you guys. Let's try to open the shop within a month." With the support and encouragement of her mistress, Yangliu was instantly full of confidence. When they were in Tanggu town, she often helped her young miss to make various kinds of delicious pastries. Many of them were new to her, and they all tasted excellent. There was no need to worry about the sales. Okay, this servant will go back and sort out my ideas. I'll present my plans to young Miss tomorrow. Yang Liu stood up in a somewhat impatient manner. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "You don't need to be in such a hurry. It's not too late to go back after eating the shaved ice. I always thought that Yingtao was the most impatient among you guys. I didn't expect that Yang Liu, who usually appeared gentle and unhurried, is also an impatient person." Yingtao refuted, "Young miss, why are you dragging this servant in when you're talking about Yang Liu? I'm no longer an ignorant person. When the managers in charge of the medicine stores in the capital sees me, they all call me head manager Yingtao. This servant is very composed now. As that's so, may I ask, our composed head manager Yingtao, who was the one dancing with joy and almost jumped up from her chair earlier?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her with a teasing gaze and asked jokingly. Yingtao giggled and said, "There's no need for this servant to put on airs in front of young miss. That's so exhausting." Xiaoxiao lightly poked her with her finger and said, "Oh, right, you just mentioned that you wanted to expand the scale of the pharmaceutical workshop. What are your plans?" As soon as they started talking about work, Yingtao immediately sat down in a serious manner. She did indeed seem somewhat like a dignified boss. "Young miss, recently, there are a lot of pharmacies from other regions that want to cooperate with us. This servant has done some research. Tongren Medicine Hall, which we are currently working with, has over a dozen branches, but it's impossible for all the prefectures in the country to have a branch of Tongren Medicine Hall." She paused for a moment, and then continued, "At present, the pharmaceutical workshop in Dongshan village is capable of supplying Tongren Medicine Hall in the Jiangnan region. The workshop in the capital can barely manage to supply the 8 or 9 branches of Tongren Medicine Hall in the central and northern regions. If we want to cooperate with other pharmacies, then our production quantity is far from enough. Therefore, this servant thinks that we need to first increase the production of pediatric medicine. In this way, in regions without Tongren Medicine Hall, sick children won't have to consume bitter medicine. They would be able to take the liquid medicine and syrup produced by us. Then, if we're capable, we should expand the production of other medicinal pills and try to sell the medicine produced by our pharmaceutical all over the country." Yingtao's eyes glowed very brightly and she seemed to be moved by the prospect she imagined. While she expressed her ideas, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but lightly nod. This last Yingtao really does have the potential to be a career woman. Since she is so motivated, I can't let her talents be buried. All right, let's do as you said. Don't worry and boldly implement your ideas. No matter how things turn out, I'll be there to support you guys." Yu Xiaoxiao provided both of them with affirmation and encouragement, and she also praised, "Do you guys know? Your master lacks nothing but talented individuals, who are full of drive and capability, like you guys. Work hard and, when you guys reach a suitable age, I will restore your commoner status and find a good husband for you." "Young miss," Yingtao interrupted her word with a flushed face and exclaimed, "You're also still a child barely in your teens, yet you're already worrying about our marriage. Let's forget the matter of returning to a commoner status. This servant holds the secret medicine formulas in my hands, so I'm afraid of being tricked and marrying someone with ulterior motives. I have already thought about it. When this servant reaches 20, I'll marry one of the stewards in the household and continue being your capable assistant." Yingtao was also a bold speaker. Although she was somewhat shy, she still clearly expressed her thoughts. She, Yang Liu, Wudong, and Pippa weren't children of the servants of the Fang household. They were orphans bought from outside the household, and thus they had nothing to do with the Fang family and Lady Fang's maternal family, the Xia family. Lady Fang had probably also considered this point when she assigned them to serve the young miss. End of chapter 510. See you in the next chapter. Thank you.